Well, good morning. Today is May 28th,
Yeah.
2021. My name is Leah Cohen, and I'm the Oral History Manager at the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. I am honored and excited to have with us today Colonel Hughes Turner. Colonel Turner has had a most varied and impressive 30-year career in the U.S. Army beginning in 1975. From 2001-2004, he was doing a high-level strategic planning for Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan and Operation Iraqi Freedom, and we look forward to hearing it from you personally. Thank you very much for, so to speak, coming in today, despite the fact that you're recovering from surgery.
Hey, there are worse fates. Thanks for having me.
So we'll begin at the beginning and ask, where and when were you born?
I was born on 24 March 1952 in Tokyo, Japan. My mother's Japanese. She's still with us. She's 93 years old, and she lives in DuPont, Washington, which is just an hour or two south of Seattle. But she and my father met. My dad was part of the occupation force in Japan after World War II. And, so I kind of grew up in the military. So I was born, of all places, in a Japanese hospital. And my father, I think you have to put things in context, different time. When he joined the service, right after World War II, or at the end of World War II, it was a segregated army. And so the units that he belonged to initially when he came into the Army were all black units, to include in Japan. So that was interesting. But the other thing, too, of note, and this wasn't race-based, but there was a time, even when I was on active duty, in which a service member may be interested in marrying a local national, had to get permission from the commanding officer to marry. And so I'm sure that was the case with him also. So I was born in Tokyo, Japan in 1952. And my mother's maiden name, her last name is Otsuka, Otsuka. And her Christian or Japanese name is Nyako. But she's referred to in English as Bessie, Bessie.
Did she choose the name Bessie?
I don't know how that came about, to be honest. I mean, I'll ask her. I don't know how that came about, but she spoke English, and so she was employed by the U.S. Army, and that's how they met. I think on an Army base. She came from a prominent Japanese family. And you could actually find my grandfather on Wikipedia. He developed a style of karate called Wado Ryokan, and his name is Hironori Otsuka. And so, there's this legacy, family legacy that she comes from. But given the times, I think he pretty much never acknowledged the marriage of my parents. And so we never met him personally, although I observed him from afar at, of all places, a worldwide karate tournament in which they were honoring him as the Grand Master of that style of karate. And my uncle, Jiro, which means number one son, snuck us in. And my then wife and I sat apart from the rest of the entourage. But if I were to run into my grandfather then on the street, he wouldn't have known me from next person on the street, you know. So that was always an interesting relationship for us. The rest of the family, I think, tried to overcome for that slight by my grandfather toward my mother's family, although he was very close to my mom. You know, she would visit and you know, regularly. He just never acknowledged the marriage.
What was it like from the point of view of your father's family and from other service people in occupied Japan?
Well, that's a loaded question. I don't know if I have an answer for that. This is what I think is that sticks out to me. When my dad joined the service, you know, he never got beyond, I think, a 10th grade education. And he came from a small black township, farming township in East Texas, uh, not terribly far from Texarkana, Texas. And, you know, that was a segregated South, not much opportunity for folks. And I think he saw, as a number of other African Americans at that time, the service was a way out. And so when he left that farm, he never looked back. And he joined and it wound up being a career for him. And this career provided him an opportunity for advancement in society that he would not have probably realized had he stayed in Texas. And interesting enough, it provided an opportunity for my brothers and I to have a solid foundation to enjoy what I think a lot of people would consider professional success lives. People looking, well, how did that? Well, it was because of the sacrifices our parents made, you know. And so, yeah, it's remarkable when I look back. Now, you asked about my dad's relationship with his family. He came from a large family, which was typical of a lot of farming communities, and I think he had 13 brothers and sisters. You know, and I think he was kind of in the middle of the pack. You know, so you know, I do remember the one or two opportunities that we did meet my grandparents on my dad's side, going back and forth across country between military assignments when we would stop off in our drive cross country at their small farm in East Texas. And they had running water inside the house, but the toilet was an outhouse.
Still very.
Yeah. So, you know, I just remember at night there was a bedpan under our bed. So if you had to go, that's what you used, you know. So it was, you know, by our standards, pretty primitive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, those are the things I remembered. But my dad, I think, felt a very strong obligation to his family because I do know that routinely he sent money home. I don't think that was unusual for that generation to provide some measure of support to their family. But I know monthly he would send money home.
Oh, wow. And where did you grow up? I think on the phone you mentioned that you had moved quite a bit, being a military family, and
Yeah.
where were some of the places that you grew up and had an influence on you?
Yeah. Well, before I go there, can I tell you, I mentioned I was born in a Japanese hospital.
Yeah, for
Although I
sure.
was born in an American hospital, but there's a little bit of humor in it, but it's a sign of the times then. And I remember, I guess my mom's water broke with me, and she had contacted my dad. They lived on the economy in Tokyo. They lived in the civil community, Japanese community.
Oh, okay.
And she contacted my dad and said, "Listen, I think I'm about ready to give birth, and I need you to come home to take me to the hospital." And he said he couldn't because he was at work. He was busy. And then he made some flippant comment, according to her, And oh, by the way, I'm not the one that's pregnant. So there's a little humor to that. And that's something you could not get away with saying today by no means.
No.
But as it stands, she wound up going to a local Japanese hospital, and that's where I was born, and he wasn't there. And so when he got home, uh, I guess the next door neighbor was an old papa-san, Japanese elderly man, who told my dad, "Oh, you have new baby." And so I thought that was a little humorous. Now, if you were to talk to my dad, and I confronted him with this, he denied it adamantly, and laughing. No, I wasn't like that. It wasn't like that at all. Of course, a reflection of time and revisionist history, paints a different picture. You
Yeah,
know?
it does.
So yeah, so I just wanted to get that out. But to your question, I always, when people ask me, I was in the Army for 30 years, but I tell people I was actually in the Army for 48 years, because I grew up as a military dependent. And so the recollections I have, my earliest recollections was living in San Francisco after my parents um, came back to the States from Japan. He was assigned to the Presidio of San Francisco,
Oh, cool.
which was a major headquarters. Now, I think, we gave up the U.S. military, the Army gave up that beautiful property along the Golden Gate Bridge, as part of the Base Realignment and Closure Act. You couldn't ask for a better scenic place to be. But those are my early, what I recall growing up is I think we lived near J-Town, Japantown in San Francisco. And my dad had, to make ends meet, not only because of his military salary, but on the weekends, he would manage the post movie theater at Presidio. And so on Saturdays, I would remember, he would take myself and some very close family friends who are still alive today that have been our best friends forever. Their kids were my age, and he would police us all up, and we'd go to the matinee, and he'd sit us down, and he'd be in the projector room running the movies and stuff. So that's what I remember. The other thing I remember is that on occasion, because he was also the operations sergeant for the base, that there would be ceremony duties that he would have in the early 50s. It would, the time-honored tradition of, for instance, I remember this event in particular, was that there was going to be the arrival of a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier that would come through underneath the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh,
My dad was in charge of the firing detail of cannon along the beach that would render salute and honors to the Navy aircraft carrier as they would steam through into San Francisco Bay underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, and they would return the salute. And
cool.
I would just be a little kid standing off to the side, not knowing what this was all about, but that's what I remembered.
It's like as if you had a picture that the military was something exciting and important.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of liked it because they actually made a small uniform for me, which is, like the old Eisenhower World War II uniform, which the modern military now is referring to pink and green uniform. If you look at the new modern dress uniform of the Army, they have gone back to
Oh,
it's like the World War II era vintage uniforms as of this year. So yeah, that's what I recall in San Francisco. So that had to be, age 3 through 5. And I do remember before moving to Japantown that we lived in the projects of San Francisco called Hunters Point, and which was predominantly black. And if we were to go there now, Hunters Point is no longer there.
Oh,
Been bulldozed, and there's been now expensive multi-million-dollar condos taken over by, what they call now the tech bros from Silicon Valley.
yeah.
The other thing that I remember back then in the 50s was my mother going to Japan and flying from San Francisco. And at that time, the San Francisco airport was being reclaimed on garbage heaps in San Francisco Bay. That was all land refill. And I just remember piles of garbage in San Francisco Bay and seagulls, and this being reclaimed as the airport expanded. And I remember we took my mom to the airport and watched her board a plane to fly to Japan to visit her family. And I remember it was a Pan American Constellation aircraft with 4-engine props. And then, you boarded from the outside. So there was no quote unquote indoor terminal that you go from the archway right into. And I just remember climbing up the steps to get on board the airplane to go to Japan. And she would go, for probably several weeks or a month, and then she would return. You know,
So
and she brought all these gifts from her sisters, her siblings, which I think was their way of overcompensating for the distance between
yeah.
my grandfather and us. So I never personally met my grandfather on my mom's side
Mm.
or my grandmother on my
Oh,
side. However, I met all the aunts and uncles.
yeah.
Interesting enough, my mother's oldest brother was a merchant seaman, Japanese merchant seaman, who was fluent in English and German, you know. But she never saw much of him because he was always at sea, you know. And
Did you?
then my other next in line uncle, Uncle Jiro, who passed away, he died of a heart attack. Oh, within the last 5 years, I'd have to go back and check my calendar. But he inherited and took over the family karate business, and made it a worldwide. Helped make it a worldwide enterprise.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did your mother speak Japanese to you and your brothers?
She tried to. Yeah, we were the dirty Americans. So we spoke English in the house. The only thing, we attempted to do, she tried to teach us the numbers, 1 to 10. Ichi, ni, san, si, go, roko, ichi, achi, ku, uchu, you know. And we ate Japanese food. Now, interesting enough, when we lived in San Francisco, early 50s, and then my dad in the late 50s was reassigned south to Fort Ord, California in Monterey.
Oh,
Very
cool.
scenic place just outside of Seaside, Pacific Grove, Big Sur, where a lot of Hollywood elites had their homes along Pebble Beach. I mean, we were there near Pebble Beach, and it was a big training base. Fort Ord was at the time. So we spent a lot of time there, elementary school, for a couple of years. And then from there, we went to Germany in the early 60s. You know, my dad, what became apparent as we got older is that my dad never accepted a military assignment in the South.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had plenty of military bases in the South. And he never took a military assignment in the South. So we were always on the West Coast or we were overseas. And that
Well,
was by design, not to expose us to some of the Jim Crow activities that were prevalent at the time. So all my schools, every recollection I have, all the schools I attended were integrated schools. All my friends were of various diverse backgrounds. My parents never dictated who we could socialize with and who wouldn't, who was welcome and who wasn't based on race or anything else. And so we just didn't think in those terms, you know. So, um, uh, so anyway, we lived in Fort Ord for a while, and then we moved to Germany. And we were in Germany for 6 years, early 60s. We lived in a place called Mannheim, which was not terribly far from Heidelberg. And then we moved to Frankfurt. And I do remember I went to a German kindergarten for a short period of time, and I was actually very proficient in German. Not only because of that exposure, but then also when I was in elementary school and junior high, we had to take German as a second language, and so you would learn the language. And I remember my first encounter learning German formally in elementary school. It had to be second grade, I guess, third grade. And my German teacher, his name was Herr Lorek. And I thought he was a mean man because he always seemed to single me out to try to speak German. Yeah. And it was a difficult language. It was new to me. And I just felt embarrassed, to try to learn that language. But there was a method to his madness, And, as time went on, you learn German through osmosis. You speak it there. And then when we lived in a German community, it was American housing area, but we were surrounded by Germans. So you would go to the German stores, you would fight with the German kids as dirty Americans, that kind of stuff. And so you pick up the language, and I became very proficient to the point where, my parents liked to go to German restaurants, local, and order from the German menu, and I would be embarrassed because they were mispronouncing. I knew they were mispronouncing, and I could say it better. And I would order the food, and I would speak to the, that type of thing. So when you start to become proficient in the language.
Yeah. As you hear it, you can say it
and start to read it and everything else. I do want to mention that there was an intervening temporary assignment for my mother and my brothers between the time we were at Fort Ord and the time we went to Germany. And we drove cross country to go to, I guess, the Brooklyn port, which is where we shipped out by ship to Germany. But my dad wound up going to Germany before we did. So we wind up living in a place called Bordentown, New Jersey. Bordentown is the birthplace of Clara Barton, American Red Cross.
Yeah.
And I went to the local school there, Clara Barton Elementary School. And I remember that my teacher then was, she came from an Amish family. She didn't practice that, but she used to tell us her family were either Mennonites or Amish. And there were two of us in school who became best friends. The guy's name was Gary. I have a picture somewhere. I can't recall his last name, but he and I were the only two military kids in the whole school. And they did an article on us. His dad was an Air Force officer stationed in Iceland, and my dad was stationed in Germany. And I remember a photo, and he and I were pointing to a globe, where our parents were. But we became best friends. And his mom was real nice to me. He was a white kid. We rode bikes together, and then we used to go to this one bakery as kids at the end of the day where we would get their leftovers. It was called 5-cent leftovers. So you get these leftover brownies and donuts and cookies, a bunch of it for 5 cents. So that's what I remember. And so we were there for 3 or 4 months. And that was my first exposure to snow, my brothers and I. It was my first exposure to what we thought was a dining experience with TV dinners. And then being able to watch TV and eat dinner in the same time was a treat, you know. And I just remember watching the old black and white television sets.
Yeah.
And I think the program that I remember, which was in prime time, was a cartoon really called The Flintstones. You know?
Yeah. I also remember the Flintstones.
So I'm dating myself, but anyway, those are bits of memories that I remember as a kid en route to Germany.
Did you have any other siblings?
Yeah, I have brothers.
Sorry?
I have two brothers.
Brothers, okay.
I was the oldest, and so we always fought. And you know, there was a 4 year age difference between the next one and myself. And as you get older, at least in my case, you didn't want to pal around with your little brothers. You want to hang around with your friends. And so, it was, there were things that probably we'd get along much better today, most definitely, much closer. But as kids, we got into fights all the time, and stuff. So anyway, I remember going to Germany on a boat. It was the William O. Darby was the name of the Navy ship. And it was an old Liberty class ship from World War II in which they transported troops to the war zone in World War II. And now they're still in use transporting families to Europe. Flying to Europe was that did I don't think that really existed at the time, where they contract commercial airliners to do that. So it was a 10-day trip across the ocean, the Atlantic. And every day, you'd have periodic drills, putting on life preserver vests and going up to the deck and knowing where your lifeboats were, designated lifeboats were, and stuff like that. And I just remember that. And I remember getting seasick probably the first day out, looking out the port, and going up and down because we had our own room as a family. And then the other thing I remember was when it was time to eat, the mess steward would come around and he played this little xylophone signaling it was mealtime. And then you go to your meal setting up in the dining facility. And then the other thing I remembered to keep the kids occupied, because there were a bunch of kids on the boat, the chaplain would have these little programs every day for little kids. So we're there, wearing sailor hats and, things of that sort. So they did their best to entertain us on this trip.
Yeah.
And I remember a couple of times being on deck and watching flying fish jump out of the ocean. Yeah. So there was just these little bits that I remember as a kid crossing the ocean en route to Germany.
Wow.
And then I remember when we got into the English Channel, it must have been at night because somebody was pointing out the lights on the cliffs of Dover.
Oh my.
Wow.
Wow.
And then our port of entry into Germany was Bremerhaven. And so that's where my dad met us coming off the boats, and we were all excited. I just remember there were points in the 4 months where we lived in New Jersey where I really missed my dad. And you just don't think of much. You try to buck up, but you're sad. And I remember he met us coming off the boat, and he was dressed in his uniform, and then we got onto a troop train, which transported us down to Mannheim. And I don't know the route, and I'm trying to remember where Bremerhaven was, and whether Bremerhaven, whether the train had to take us through East Germany or not, which was occupied by the Russians.
Yeah.
Because at the time when we got to Germany, there were four zones of occupation in Germany at the time that we lived there. There was a British zone, there was a French zone, there was a Canadian zone, there was an American zone, and in East Germany it was occupied by the Russians. And at that time when we arrived in Germany, I also remember we had bases in France then too, Verdun.
That's
So yeah, those are things jump out at me that I remember.
How many years were you in Germany?
almost 7 years, from 60 till 66. So from the time of about second or third grade till eighth grade, junior high. And what I remembered in Germany when we were there, I think Elvis Presley was stationed there. In Frankfurt where we were. We had moved from Mannheim. My dad got reassigned to Fifth Corps, whose headquarters was in Frankfurt, and so we moved to Frankfurt.
Okay.
But yeah, till junior high, and I remember going to. There are names that jump out. I mentioned my German teacher that I recalled in third grade, Herr Lorick. And then I can't remember my teacher. She was a young teacher, but I think teaching must have been a stressful job, dealing with second graders and stuff. Because I remember one day she just blew up and started crying in class because we were so bad. She stormed out of the class smoking a cigarette. So I guess we were bad kids, or could be bad kids then. Yeah. So, and I remember my third grade teacher, I think, he was a male. I had two male teachers in the elementary school, which I thought was unusual because all my other teachers had been women, But I had a Mr. Glicken and I had a Mr. Keys. And I remember both their names for some odd reason as being elementary school teachers. And then the big deal was going to junior high. That's where you got a locker. You can put your books up and start noticing girls and things of that sort. And I remember Frankfurt American Junior High because we used to joke, because we had been to Berlin a couple of times to the Berlin Wall, that I could take a picture of the perimeter wall of Frankfurt American Junior High and tell you that it was the Berlin Wall, and you would have known better. Because there was barbed wire on the top and things of that sort. I don't know whether that was to keep us in or not. But I had a great time. I had a good childhood growing up in Germany. We had all the trappings of an American community because we lived in American ghettos.
Yeah.
There's communities of American families. And so, we had Cub Scout packs. Got into Cub Scouts, got into Boy Scouts, member of the church youth group, played Little League baseball, played Little League football. All these American things existed there.
Interesting. And at the same time, do you think you had a bit more of a, let's call it a global perspective in comparison to a person who would have grown up in the same place?
Yeah, unquestionably. But you don't recognize that until years later when you go off to college.
Yeah.
And, for me, I only went to DOD schools, Department of Defense schools, my entire life, always around military families, military kids, integrated communities. And it wasn't until I went to college that you run into, although you read about it in the papers as you grew older. And when I was in high school in Okinawa in Japan, and talk a little more about that later, where you started to see the vestiges of racism, the segregation which occurred among troops, especially during the Vietnam War, uh, uh, listening to the stories of some of the black soldiers who came from the South about the Ku Klux Klan and wondering that can't be true, but it was true.
True, yeah.
And stuff. So yeah, so this global perspective of growing up, which in itself was probably insular when you think about it, because we lived in protected communities for the most part, that then you are confronted in your first encounter on college campuses with a segregated sorority or segregated fraternity that didn't allow people of color into their organizations.
Yeah.
And you scratched your head and those type of things. So yeah, so the global perspective and you know, is you take things for granted until you get older. Then you develop that sense. And then you realize you had a very special childhood.
Right, then at the moment you don't realize it. Yeah. Yeah. Had you moved from Germany directly to Japan, or were you somewhere else in between?
We went back to Fort Ord, California. My dad got an assignment back there. Interesting enough, if I can just reflect a little bit about Germany. I spent a lot of time with Boy Scouts. That was for me a great place. I went to international Boy Scout camps with the Germans. I went to an international Boy Scout camp in Kandersteg, Switzerland. These international, you got to meet, kids from Ireland. I remember meeting the Scottish Boy Scout troop that wore kilts, and things of that sort, little berets. And we were Americans, and they'd never met Americans before. This wonderful opportunity that you start to realize this is pretty cool, And so I stayed in Boy Scouts, and those opportunities of going to other countries, international outings. It was just a remarkable experience, And the other thing I remembered, because it was the mid 60s, as a military community, kids come and go all the time. Who's the new family moving in? Everybody rush over to meet the new family as they're getting unpacked and meeting the kids and hey, come out and play and that kind of stuff. The family that I had met, his name was Angel Sanchez. It's remarkable how you remember some of these names. They had just moved from South Vietnam. And it just dawned on me back in the early 60s, we had American dependents living in Vietnam as the war was starting up.
Yeah.
And so decisions were made to remove American dependents, families, from Vietnam as the war buildup started and the dangers exponentially increased. And he said, oh yeah, we just moved from Saigon.
So you had a very early awareness of the Vietnam War. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we didn't know, I didn't associate it with the Vietnam War.
No,
I
but
didn't think about that until we probably got to Fort Ord again in the latter part of the 60s, junior high and stuff. The other thing I remember in Germany was, the paper of choice, the only paper you got was the Stars and Stripes. That's where you got all your news. We didn't have American television in our area. And so you relied on that and Armed Forces Network radio for your news and entertainment. And I remembered several sporting events. A guy by the name of Joe Namath became a very famous quarterback of the University of Alabama playing for the New York Jets. And they, in the startup of the American Football League, which was now a rival to the National Football League. And they beat the Baltimore Colts in this football game, which I think was preceding to the what we call the Super Bowl.
Oh.
I remember that, and I remember the significance of Joe Namath as a quarterback coming out of the University of Alabama, which was a segregated. They had no blacks playing football, University of Alabama.
Wow.
But he was the touted quarterback, and he had signed for an ungodly sum, signing bonus of $400,000. And they called him the $400,000 bonus. The other thing I remembered reading in the papers was the assassination of Malcolm X.
Right.
And how that dominated the headlines. And not being familiar with the Black Muslim movement and the civil rights struggles that were, because we were pretty much protected from that by our families.
Yeah.
But no, I remember that. And the other thing I remembered, which just blasted across the headlines because it shook up the sports world, was when a young boxer by the name of Cassius Clay, later to be known as Muhammad Ali, had beat the unbeatable bear Sonny Liston, knocked him out. And people could not believe it. They thought it was a rigged fight. And I remember watching clips of this brash young boxer, who was at the top of his game, stroking his face. I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. I'm the man, knocked him out and became the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, and then left this tremendous boxing legacy. Yeah. So I remember those as, a young, late elementary school age kid or early junior high kid in Germany.
Did your father ever comment on them? Like, oh, it's very exciting to have a black man being the world champion in heavyweight boxing, or the assassination
That was
of
accepted. Remember, Sonny Liston was black. Then you
Oh,
had Floyd Patterson before, so it wasn't unusual. And then you had back to World War II. Why does the name escape me? I'll think about it. Who defeated Max Schmeling of Nazi Germany? So so it wasn't unusual. My dad was pretty conservative, and I think he probably viewed somebody like Malcolm X as a radical. By somebody like Martin Luther King,
right.
who's more mainstream. My dad was very supportive of our involvement in the Vietnam War. That I remembered also. He took a hard line because as I got older, my views of the war, especially in high school, changed tremendously. And we'd get into these heated arguments at the dinner table and stuff. So I'm trying to recall if there was anything else I recall out of Germany as a kid before we came back to the States. I remember going to Berlin, and we went to Berlin on a troop train, in which we have American MPs on board the train, because when you got to the border of East Germany, Russian soldiers would board the train to inspect the train, and we were told to stay in our compartments. And I remember, going to Berlin, seeing the Berlin Wall, actually getting a piece of the wall, seeing Checkpoint Charlie, seeing the Brandenburg Gate,
Hmm.
And I remember my dad was a chaplain's assistant. He was in the chaplaincy.
Hmm.
And I remember one of his friends, another chaplain's assistant, had brought a guy who escaped from East Germany. He was a German soldier who escaped from East Germany. He brought him to the house for dinner. And the stories that they told, because at that time, they would not allow people to leave East Berlin or East Germany. In fact, they would shoot them if people tried to escape and then leave them hanging on the barbed wire to die.
Hmm.
And this young man escaped, a soldier, and made it to the West.
Hmm.
He was being taken care of. And I just remember meeting him at our house.
Wow.
And then the other thing I remembered was an excursion, in addition to Boy Scouts and going to different camps. My parents made a point of taking us to various countries on our vacations. And so we would go to France. We would go to the Netherlands. We would go to Luxembourg. We would go to Belgium. We would
Hmm.
go to Switzerland. We would go to Italy.
Hmm.
And the trips consisted of packing all of us in a black Rambler that my dad had ordered for the States. It was a new car, so he liked to show it off. And it had reclining seats. And then we had pup tents, military pup tents of sleeping bags that they'd throw in the back of the trunk, along with K rations and C rations. These are the canned goods, military meals,
Yeah. Yeah.
and pack a whole bunch of those as meals. And then we go to various camping sites in these countries. We'd pitch a pup tent where my brothers and I slept in sleeping bags, and my parents would sleep in these reclining chairs in the car. And then we would eat C rations for our meals.
Sounds
Those
like a blast.
those were our vacations, but interspersed with an occasional, hey, they got a room at a nice German guest house, or or in Denmark, a guest house or somewhere, so they were periodic.
Yeah.
You know.
Break it up.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's what I remember. And then I remembered also as a kid when we went to Italy. We went to Genoa, went to Florence,
Hmm.
went to Milan, went to Venice. Venice was special because my youngest brother's name is Venice. He was named after this city.
Oh.
So I remember that, as a kid. And I remember customs in Italy, as I recall, they ate very late at night. So you go to dinner very late at night. But we never went further south to Rome, you know. So I thought that was interesting. The other thing I remember, though, coming back on this particular vacation from Italy, we stopped off for a few days in Switzerland,
Oh.
stayed in this little village, a quaint little town called Altendorf or Altdorf, which was, is it William Tell, the guy who shot the arrow through an apple that was placed on
Oh,
somebody's head?
like
That was,
William Morris.
yeah,
Yeah.
is it William Tell?
I, so I
I,
think something William or William Moore. I
so,
think so.
so we stayed in that town. And I remembered the innkeeper, the owners of the place we stayed, the kid spoke English. He was my age. So, what you find is that a lot of the countries, the folks are multilingual. I mean, a lot of the kids were, you know,
Wow.
they liked hanging around American kids. So, he hung around with us and he took us on places and he exposed my brothers and I to smoking cigarettes. He's just one of those devious type of kids. I remember that, you know. Uh, and the other thing I remember was on one vacation we went to Bavaria, which, as I learned later, was the heart of Nazi Germany. I mean, that's, a very conservative place. And we stayed at a place called Berchtesgaden, which was just below where the eagle's nest, Hitler's eagle's
Oh.
nest was. So we stayed at a hotel, I think it was called the General Walker Hotel. I don't think it's no longer there. And as you move to different zones, you could take all the service members of all the countries could take advantage of the amenities of whoever occupied the occupation force was in that country. And although the General Walker Hotel was run by American Army, there were Canadians there, Brits there, that kind of stuff. And I remember befriending a Canadian family that was staying there on vacation, you know. And I remember looking up from the hotel to the eagle's nest where Hitler stayed.
Yeah.
And then we went into the salt mines of Salzburg, Austria. You know, we went to, um, Mozart's birthplace,
Yeah.
uh, things like that, and seems strands of his hair and a locket, And I mean, these are things that I remember. My mom exposed us. My parents did everything they could to expose us culturally, and most of it was my mom. My mom was well educated. She had a degree, and she spoke English, and she grew up on the classics. She was
Wow.
familiar with Goethe. She was familiar with Beethoven, Franz Schubert. I mean, all the classical artists, you know. And she would drag us along like we really wanted to go. I mean, the kids, you just want to play, you know. But those are things I remember now and am deeply appreciative
Yeah.
of having that exposure because of her.
Yeah. That's out of curiosity, what was her degree in?
I have no friggin' idea.
Yeah, that's
Thank you
okay.
for asking me. I'm going to have to ask her now.
Wow.
So those are the things that I remember as a kid.
So it sounds like a very stimulating childhood, both in terms of people and places and
Oh yeah.
cultural life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And,
Unquestionably.
yeah.
Unquestionably. Just we had a terrific childhood. And the other thing I remembered, and you don't realize it until you're older, is how fortunate we were in being able to get the things that my brothers and I got as gifts. We were never wanting. Oh, I want a bike for Christmas. A bike appeared at Christmas. It's not until years later you realize how much it cost. And my dad's salary at the time, single income family, and what he made. But they still were able to provide, and I think it was their goal to provide to us what they didn't get as kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we had everything that you could think of, you know. And it's not until years later, until now, that I said, the sacrifices they made for us to provide us those material things that we took for granted
Yeah.
was absolutely amazing.
I think about this type of thing too. Yeah.
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 The other thing I remember too is my first exposures to the Holocaust. And talking to survivors, and not thinking much about it just because I couldn't make the connection. This is all historical stuff, and what kid at that age is really interested in history?
Yeah.
Other than you remember the Nazis, because we would fight with Germans all the time, the German local community. We would call them Nazis out of spite. It was
Yeah.
horrible. We were horrible kids. You know,
Well,
you know, and I do remember at the time because the housing area we lived in Frankfurt was called Gibbs housing area, which was just below a military base called Gibbs Kaserne, where it had American troops on.
Hmm.
And I'd go up to the local PX up there to get snacks and things. We walk by to football practice through there. And I remember, I think I saw one Nazi symbol on one of the barracks. Because there was an extensive effort to remove all the Nazi symbols from all the buildings and stuff there. You know. So those are things, but I only put it in the context of war and not because of the mass suffering and extermination or the attempted extermination of a people, you know,
Yeah.
not until years later.
No, and I think it wasn't spoken as much then as later as well, aside from people like historians that were trying to get oral histories right away. Most people weren't jumping into the reflection at that time either,
Yeah, it's, that awakening where you get woke and say, oh, there's a lot more to history. As we're going through now, I mean, a lot of people are talking about the Tulsa riots, as you know, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and what happened there, which we're just now discussing, you know.
Yeah, years
People
later.
just ignored it or tried to pretend that it didn't happen, which I think was the case, you know. So, yeah, I thought about that. And the other thing, too, is we didn't think much in my family of our mixed heritage.
Tracy.
You didn't, your mother's Japanese, your dad's black. I mean, there were a lot of mixed race. It was not unusual to have mixed race families. And then to see that also in Germany with white and black, because some of the black GIs and service members married German women.
Yeah.
My godparents, my dad's company commander, who's wound up being my godfather, they met in Japan. His wife was German, Mimi. She just passed away 2 years ago. But she had joined her husband. They had met in Germany immediately after the war, and she had moved with him to Japan as a dependent. That's where they met my family.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we just didn't pay attention to pigmentation and just assumed it was normal.
Normal, yeah.
Until one day, I remember in a Sunday school class, one of our Sunday school proctor, it was a young family, young lieutenant and his wife, a white family. And their kid asked us why we were so dark. A whole, totally innocent
It is
question.
innocent question, yeah.
I didn't know. And then he said his parents said because they left us in the oven too long. So, you don't know how to respond to something like that. You've not been confronted with that, and that kind of stuff. But those are things that, kind of jump out at me.
Interesting, yeah.
I think the question that we departed from was, where did we go? Did we move from Germany to Japan?
That's right. I wondered if there's anything else you wanted to say about Germany before talking about your next step.
No, I had a great time. I was, what I considered a normal childhood. Yeah. And, I got interrupted by a couple of phone calls here that I ignored, when you and I talked. But I know they're from a high school classmate of mine from Okinawa that we reconnected yesterday.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I'm gonna call him back later. I saw him a few years ago, and I know that's who it was. But it just got me thinking about my high school years and stuff. But anyway, from Germany, I'm not sure if there's something may jump out at some point. I just remember the history. the towns were old, back, the 1300s. And I mean, nobody thought, oh, back to the Roman times. I remember seeing the remains of a Roman soldier in a museum,
Cool.
from Julius Caesar times and the Germanic and Teutonic tribes and the conflicts with the Roman Empire and the aqueducts.
Amazing. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
after Germany, I think you said the family went back to the United States.
yeah, we that was my first plane ride. We flew back by jet, which was exciting, And we departed, I think, from Frankfurt Rhein-Main Air Base on a commercial jet, which had been contracted. And we flew to McCord Air Force Base in New Jersey, which sits next to Fort Dix, New Jersey. And I remember it had to be in December because when we arrived, we were snowed in for several days. We couldn't leave. My dad couldn't pick up the car, which had been shipped earlier from Bremerhaven to the port in New York to be picked up, to be checked out for the cross-country drive to our next assignment. So we're stuck at Fort Dix, New Jersey for several days. And then I remember we packed up the car and we made this cross-country trip again, which was not unusual for military families, driving cross-country to California.
Huh?
And then driving through Texas to spend time with my grandparents
That's right.
on my dad's side. And remembering that there were only certain places we'd stop because of laws that were in effect. And when we got to Texas, I just remember that my mother could not go into town with my dad. They would not take her into town.
Wow.
Mixed marriages and stuff.
Mm.
So that, those are things I remember. Of course, we didn't pay attention to it as kids because they didn't talk about it. Then I remember just observing my grandfather, who didn't say much. He was 92. I think he died when he was 102.
Wow.
So, as I walked the dog back and just putting things in perspective, my grandfather was the son of a slave. And my dad's grandfather was a slave. And so you look at that generationally and realize you're not very far removed from that era. And so, that didn't dawn on me until years later either. But I remember, we finally arrived in California, back at Fort Ord, living on a military base, and just trying to link up with new kids again, in the neighborhood. And, we lived in brand new quarters because they had dishwashers, And then, oh, by the way, I had my own room. Actually, I had my own room when we were in Germany as the oldest, rank. We started to move into apartments that had more rooms to accommodate the family and stuff. So that was the case. And just had fun. We joined the Boy Scouts and, looked forward to Boy Scout meetings and everything else, and continued the rank progression in Boy Scouts.
It seems like you were very sociable, a kid that enjoyed a lot of group.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Picked up basketball, as as a sport and track, and but I also remembered, going to New Jersey as you move from different school systems. Before we went to Germany, remember we were in Bordentown, New Jersey. I remember when I got to second or third grade there, I was behind where they were academically because where they were in the curriculum in New Jersey vice California.
Yeah.
And then I had to do a lot of catch up, which was a struggle.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah.
And then when they got to Fort Ord, second time around, I was pretty advanced. I was in algebra and everything else. Oh, by the way, by that time, I was fluent in German.
Yeah.
Not only fluent, I could read and everything else. And I remember trying to get into a German class at the junior high school there and talking to the German teacher, who was a young American teacher, who didn't think it was a good idea for me to be in the German class because I was too advanced. In retrospect, that may have been the case, but in retrospect, I probably should have been allowed to maintain level of fluency.
Right, to continue to develop it. Yeah.
As opposed to trying to take a new language, which I was so language abhorrent anyway, Spanish or French, I just didn't want it.
Yeah. Mm.
So anyway, Fort Ord was an intervening matter or intervening assignment to Japan. And we were only in Fort Ord probably for a year and a half.
Mm.
Because it was in 1967 that we then moved to Japan. And then that was when I found out, and there's a linkage here to my dad's assignment in Germany. My dad was in the chaplaincy. He was a chaplain's assistant. And a chaplain that he worked for in Germany, he knew in Japan.
Oh.
He married my mom and dad.
Oh.
And his name was Chaplain Sampson. Chaplain Sampson, and there's a little bit of history and fame associated with this. Chaplain Sampson later became the chief of Army chaplains in the U.S. Army. So became a 2-star general. And he had World War II fame because he was in the 82nd Airborne Division and had made the jump into Normandy with the 82nd. Was at Badstone. He was a Catholic chaplain. And he rendered aid to soldiers. And it was his story that provided the seeds of Saving Private Ryan.
Oh my.
He wrote a book, and amazing book. And he was an amazing man, evidently. To do the things that he did to take care of soldiers as a Catholic chaplain. I think he's from South Dakota. To take my dad on as his principal assistant in the Army, coming out of a segregated Army.
Yes.
My mom and dad, they had to be a remarkable person.
Colonel Hughes, I just can't help wondering about something. The Pritzker had done an oral history with Rock Merritt, who was the 82nd Airborne and, landed, before dawn, D-Day. But he talks about a chaplain, and I don't remember the name, or if he did not mention it, who was also extremely helpful. And because, of course, he was a man of peace, he wouldn't shoot, but he'd help carry ammunition to help the soldiers in addition to the regular chaplain duty.
He was taken prisoner by the Germans.
Oh, this man was a
prisoner of war too. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And released.
Yeah. Wow.
And on top of that, you'll love this. In Japan, he was in Korea and was a prisoner of war again in Korea.
Oh my God.
The story is I couldn't run fast enough. But anyway, so he and my dad developed this bond. And so when he was selected to become the deputy chief of chaplains from Germany, and then to move to the Pentagon, to the chief of chaplain's office as the deputy as a 1-star, he had asked my dad to join him as assistant, to be one of the senior ranking NCOs in
Wow,
chaplaincy at the Pentagon.
amazing.
My dad turned him down. My dad did not want to be in the South again. In Virginia, remember, you know, the Loving family in the Supreme Court case, remember, mixed marriages were not permitted. Yeah. So he wind up taking an assignment in Fort Ord and then got promoted to sergeant major. Sergeant major is the highest rank in the NCO ranks.
Hmm.
And he was approached again by Chaplain Sampson to become the sergeant major for the chaplaincy. And at that time, Chaplain Sampson had gotten his 2nd star and was now the chief of chaplains.
Oh my goodness.
And my dad respectfully turned him down and was able to get an assignment that they established for him in Okinawa, Japan. And part of that was because my mom had followed him everywhere. It put her closer to her family.
Yeah.
So
Was
that's
your
a
dad
little bit of the
also a
story.
Catholic, or and your mother as well, or?
A general Protestant. My mom, I think, grew up Shinto and converted to Christianity. But general Protestant was their denomination.
Was your mom happy to be back in Japan and relatively
Yes.
speaking closer?
Because in Okinawa, although it's like 800, 900, it's an island south of mainland Japan. It was, a 1 hour flight, an hour and a half flight to Tokyo. And in fact, my aunt would fly down on occasion to Okinawa and stay with us. And it was interesting because my they didn't speak English, you know. And so, my mom would get in these Japanese communities like Okinawa, where a lot of Japanese were, and a lot of mixed marriages were, and she'd be able to communicate in Japanese. I want to go back to Germany just a little bit. One of our neighbors, interesting enough, when we lived in Frankfurt, one of my best friends, his name was David Trent. We played baseball together. We were we were Cub Scouts together. We were best buds. And they lived directly across the street. And he was a white kid, and his family is white. His mom's name was Tammy. He had a little baby infant sister named Tammy. I can't remember his dad's name other than Sergeant Trent. Sergeant Trent was fluent in Japanese. He spoke with my mother in Japanese
Oh.
because he grew up in Japan. He
Oh,
was a
yeah.
white Russian that fled the Bolsheviks, his family did, and escaped into Japan.
Yeah.
And that was phenomenal, you know. And I just remember they were such nice people. Dave and I were best friends. And I would go to the Heidelberg Castle with them for the fireworks. And we'd do all sorts of things together. And then I understood that was the time that, so I don't know what his Russian name was, but it had been bastardized or changed to Trent, obviously. And then as the Vietnam, evidently, war was heating up, he applied to become an officer through the OCS program,
Hmm.
and then to Special Forces
Wow,
because of his language skills.
that's right, like Russian.
And then when we left Germany, we lost track of them. Although I know he did get commissioned as an officer and wind up in Vietnam. Yeah. So that was a flashpoint I had. So about the connection with Japanese and being able to speak Japanese. However, that changed tremendously in Okinawa, where all of a sudden you had this large community of folks that spoke Japanese. And so it was not unusual for me to come home from school, walk into a house, and there's my mom with 6 or 7 other Japanese ladies speaking Japanese. And then, oh, la, 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 and I come in the house, and then as I walk in the door, there's this pause. And they all look at me. And then my mother would say something in Japanese, and they all started laughing. So for all they said, oh, that's my stupid boneheaded son coming in from high school. Ignore it, so yeah. So for her, it was wonderful, I think, to come back. But I also learned a sad thing about classism. My mother, was from mainland Japan, from a prominent Japanese family. And mainlanders looked down on Okinawans as country hicks, much like Northerners in New England probably viewed Southerners as being something less than the elites. So, because my mom would make comments about Okinawans that didn't make sense to me.
Excuse me, but we're not a lot of Okinawans, people who are like indigenous to the area,
Yes.
rather than people who originated from mainland Japan, or am I off on this?
Oh, you're right. And the karate migrated from Okinawa from China. And Wado Ryu, which is the style of karate that my grandfather developed, Ryu is Ryukyu Islands, which is the chain of islands where Okinawa is.
Right.
So he spent some time in Okinawa learning karate.
Oh my goodness, so he had direct contact.
In different forms. And he's also, I think, a master in jujitsu, and of course, kendo, and all the martial arts. Yeah. So, yeah.
What was the high school like in Okinawa, and was it intended for, let's say, children of diplomats or the military, or was it more like a public school?
It's the only school we knew. There were a couple of private Catholic schools, English-speaking schools on Okinawa. But for us, it was an American high school. I mean, it was no different than being in Germany or Fort Ord, another high school populated with American military kids. What was different about Okinawa is that it was a large military base, because it was the largest staging area for Vietnam, outside of Vietnam. We had 150,000 troops on Okinawa when I was there. You had Marines, you had Navy, you had Air Force. In fact, B-52 bombers flew their flights from Okinawa to drop their bomb loads on Vietnam and return. We had CIA operatives on the island, and my classmates. We were exposed directly to the war, because whole troop units would come in, where they deployed. A Marine battalion would come in mass on planes to Kadena, where we were, saying goodbye to our friends who were going back to the States, and watch young Marines get off of C-141s for a stopover in Okinawa en route to Ben Hoa Air Base, or Da Nang in Vietnam, or Ton Se Nut, because it was only a 4.5, 5-hour flight from Okinawa. So a lot of our family, a lot of our parents did a lot of TDY rotations in and out of Okinawa to Vietnam. And it was not unusual for us to have some experience with combat casualties, because somebody's parent died, was killed. And oh, by the way, CIA operations out of Okinawa through the company called Air America.
So you were aware even at that
Oh,
point
yes.
that there was this
Yeah,
activity going on.
we knew,
Yeah.
and a lot of special forces, because my next door neighbor, the Sergeant Major Ode, was the Sergeant Major of the 5th Special Forces Group and the 1st Special Forces Group, and was involved in the double agent killing in Vietnam. That was on the news. So yeah, we had direct contact as dependents with the kids of these parents.
All these hot people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Out of curiosity, what was the nature of your father's work as a chaplain's assistant? I interviewed somebody who just did it for about 2 years, right after World War II. And in his case, he was more like I don't know what to call it, the recreational therapist, everything, the newspaper editor, the organizing outings, activities. So I guess I wonder what was the nature of your father's role.
I
Yeah.
guess then when he started out, that was probably make sure the chapel was set up, the offering plates were, and then as he rose up the rank, remember he's now Sergeant Major.
Yeah. Yeah.
Senior NCO.
Yeah.
And so he's one that made sure that other soldiers and other chaplains' assistants got things right for the chaplains.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a feeling at that point in Okinawa that you wanted to be part of the military yourself when the time would be ripe?
I knew I explored the military as an option for different reasons initially. And that was to get away from my parents. My dad and I didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things regarding Vietnam. And we would get into very heated discussions about the war at the dinner table. You have to remember, those of us on Okinawa are very close to the war because of our families and because of our proximity to the combat region. And as we entered into high school, some of our upperclassmen were being drafted into the war and going off to war themselves. And so some of us knew of combat casualties. And oh, by the way, in the summer, I had little jobs on base, which I worked with soldiers who had just come back from Vietnam. And we saw combat casualties at the hospital, Camp Kui Hospital in Okinawa, which was an enter and stop for casualties coming back from Vietnam.
Mm.
Yeah. So we were exposed to the war. What I do know, and gave great credit to our parents because they provided a firm foundation for us materially and academic wise. I was a great student, solid academically. Boy Scouts is where I got the leadership thing, made it to Eagle Scout, all those things that, quote unquote, you would expect to see in a suburban white middle class family. And so as I got into high school and as I entered into the junior year, it became very apparent. My high school counselor, and her name is Dottie Liston. I understand she's still alive and I'm trying to connect with her. That I had scholarship potential and opportunities. And as a result, I looked at that as an opportunity to get away from home and not be dictated by my parents saying, this is where you're going to school because we're paying for your college. That just didn't happen. So consequently, I was fortunate to win an appointment to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And I also won a 4-year ROTC scholarship, Army ROTC scholarship, to a civilian institution of my choice. And I also won a congressional appointment to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. So I had a ticket to higher education.
Without your parents.
Without my parents.
But what was the nature of the arguments about Vietnam with your father? I would assume your father would be defending the war and you would have been protesting, or not so much?
Yeah, his version was, hey, this is the right thing to do. We're fighting communism. This is a police action, taking the Nixonian line. For me, it was different. Remember what was occurring at this time? The Civil Rights Movement, Black Panther Party. I was in Okinawa when the Chicago 7 was occurring. Bobby Seale and the Chicago 7.
Yes.
This was being played out on the news, juxtaposed with the Olympics in Mexico City and the Black Power salute by John Evans on the Olympic stand and medals being stripped from them. Muhammad Ali being Muhammad Ali, and the juxtaposition of Malcolm X, vice Martin Luther King, and their approach to civil rights. All this was going on when I was in high school.
And then juxtaposed to what you're seeing firsthand in Okinawa. Yeah.
And the whole thing about Vietnam is there were segregated units, self-segregation, but segregated nonetheless. On Okinawa, we lived right above the Marine barracks. I think it was Camp Foster. We lived right above Camp Foster. They self-segregated.
Mm-hmm.
It's when people popular among black troops, which we adopted in high school among black students, the DAP, which was a special handshake that you now see athletes doing. Hey, well, guess what? Go back 50 years, that's what we were doing. We were making slave bracelets out of shoestrings, braids, to denote our blackness that we wore on our wrists in high school.
Yeah.
And we were in the midst of this whole issue of, as I think Richard Pryor, the comedian, and I'm going to use the N word here for illustrative purposes, but I think in one of his comedy routines, a lot of African Americans started to equate the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War as being the same in treatment and disparate treatment. And there was Richard Pryor who said, no Vietnamese ever called me nigger. And so it was that type of attitude and consciousness that was starting to creep in to even high school. And even in high school in Okinawa, we had issues as high school students about Black education, Black studies. Why isn't there a curriculum that incorporates and making recommendations to the faculty? There are books like The Coming of the Mayflower. Why isn't that incorporated into our curriculum? Because you only gloss over the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves, for maybe one study period in American history, that kind of stuff. And at the same time, you're watching this war in the Ku Klux Klan and the segregated South and Jim Crow laws being battled in the media right then and there. There's one thing I do remember about my dad. I remember a young Black soldier Okinawa, calling my dad an Uncle Tom, which is a slight, a negative slight. So Sergeant Major, you know what you're talking about. You're just an Uncle Tom. And I remember my dad's response, the clarity and the pronouncement and what it meant, and as I reflect on it, what he had gone through. He just chewed that PFC out. He said, young man, I've been wearing this black skin longer than you've been alive. I came into a segregated army. So it was a different perspective I had on my dad at that point. Although he and I philosophically disagreed on the war.
A different generation.
Yeah. But it's interesting to watch my dad evolve as he got older, how much more liberal he became. His awakening.
Well, was he also invested in the sense in that he was part of the service for so many years and wanting to agree with whatever decisions were being made about the U.S. military because he was also, part of it. I mean, he was.
Well, I think he was part of it, but the military had afforded him an opportunity.
Yeah.
That he did not have or could not expect.
No.
And laid the foundation for us.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm wondering, because I'm always up for further conversation. I'm wondering if this isn't probably an appropriate break point.
Oh, okay. Like I know, like in other words, just right before you enter college and ROTC. Like I know what you're saying. Like this is like seems like a natural. Oh, sorry. Hello. Yeah. A natural break. Yeah. Okay. Sounds really good.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Yes, ma'am.
Today is June 25th, 2021. I'm Leah Cohen, the Oral History Manager at the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. I am honored to continue our conversation with Colonel Hughes Turner, part 2. And we look forward to hearing what happened after you graduated high school in Okinawa and where you decided to study for college.
Conservative school, and they were part of the Southwest Conference, athletic conference at the time, which consisted of University of Texas at Austin, University of Arkansas, University of Oklahoma, and several Texas Tech and several other schools, probably Baylor, throughout the Southwest. At the time that I arrived, there were only a dozen African American students on campus. Yeah, there weren't many. The Southwest Conference had just integrated its sports team years earlier. It had been an all-white conference. And if you were to look, it's hard to believe, but in 1970, Texas was the powerhouse football team. You actually had two. I mean, you had University of Oklahoma and University of Texas, big powerhouses. Texas had always, showed up at the top at the Cotton Bowl, which was a big deal. At the time I was there, or just the year prior, Texas had an all-white football team. It's hard to imagine that now. Darrell Royal was the coach. He later became the athletic director. And what I remember about that particular time was that in the 1970 Cotton Bowl, Texas was undefeated. They were known for running their famous wishbone offense. Nobody could stop it. And in the Cotton Bowl that year, they were playing Notre Dame. The big deal was Notre Dame, a Catholic university with an integrated football team, against University of Texas, an all-white football team. And there was a lot of undercurrent there, social undercurrent.
Yes.
And what I remember about that game was Notre Dame prevailed, and they had an All-American receiver who happened to be African American. That was one of their game changers. And Notre Dame played a very smart game. What Notre Dame did was run the wishbone offense that Texas was known for right back at them, that they did not know how to defend. And so that was a big deal when Notre Dame won, against Texas. And at that time, as I recall, you still had schools that were all white. I think University of Arkansas had one black player on their team. University of Alabama under Bear Bryant was still all white. I mean, it was just a different era, And so anyway, Texas Christian, to some degree, mirrored that, although they did have a number of black athletes on their sports teams. But again, this is 2 years after the Southwest Conference had integrated. It's hard to imagine now.
Yeah, so the early days.
Yeah. So I showed up there. I was in an honors program called the Living Learning Program at Texas Christian University. It was different. It was unique. We lived in brand new dorms in the southern portion of campus, and we were co-located with Greeks, sorority and fraternities. At that time, at least at Texas Christian, they were housed on campus. I'm not sure if too many universities do that now, but being a Greek was a big deal. And at the time, I recall, the Living Learning Program was in a brand new dorm, and what made it unique was we had our classes, core calendar of classes in the dorm. So we had classrooms in the dorm, and we lived in the dorm. And it was a co-ed dorm, is what we call. So that was unique and different because you still had, gender segregated dorms on a lot of campuses, at least in the South. A lot different on the West Coast, and you'll understand the connection to the West Coast in a little bit. So I did everything I could do to do very well academically. I mean, I was a standout, and my goal was to eventually transfer from Texas Christian to another school that I felt was more socially compatible with me. What I remember about that campus, and there were good people there. I mean, I had met some very good friends of mine, was that their cheerleading squad had one black cheerleader who happened to be male. His name was Ronnie Hurd. But he was not allowed to physically touch the white female cheerleaders on the squad, which is, it's hard to imagine, but that was true. And consequently, also, I happened to be dating one of the cheerleaders at the time. Her name was Kathy Flynn, who was from Chicago at the time. And she was also a sorority member of the Tri-Delts. And the reason why I remember the Tri-Delts was because the current Miss America then was Phyllis George. I don't know if you remember her, but she became a media star, hosted a couple of shows and things of that sort. But she was a Tri-Delt. But she had gone to, I think, Texas State University. Anyway, she's a member of the same sorority. Anyway, what I do remember was there was a lot of flack over the relationship between myself and Kathy Flynn, to the point we had to see the provost
Oh my
of
God.
the university, who just expressed his concern because she had gotten threatening letters and things of that sort, and at that point you kind of realize, who wants to have that type of college experience, and so I knew, I said, I just wanted out of it, and I'd gotten into an altercation with a fraternity guy from Sigma Chi in the cafeteria, also down there, and all centered on race. I mean, it was just it was everywhere, whether one wanted to acknowledge it or not, so you had that type of experience, and I said, I think I want to leave, and so I started looking at schools on the West Coast, Berkeley, Stanford, but then I also remembered I had a bunch of classmates of mine from high school in Okinawa who were at the University of Washington in Seattle. So I went out there for spring break to visit with them. And it was such a sea change of a social experience in the classes, the campus, and, very liberal, very strong and powerful Black Student Union, very politically active because there were a lot of things going on the West Coast. There were boycotts, from some of the football games and things of that sort. There were a lot of things that were going on the West Coast, which included University of Oregon, UCLA, University of Southern California, and certainly Berkeley was the hotbed for a lot of political free speech, anti-war movement at that time. So it was just a different atmosphere. But I thought it was pretty cool. So I wind up being able to transfer based on my grades to the University of Washington. They didn't accept many people from out of state, but I was accepted. And I was able to transfer my Army ROTC scholarship to the University of Washington because they were a land grant college and had an Army ROTC program there too. So for me, it was the perfect world, except, I wasn't too keen on the ROTC part. I mean, I love the scholarship, but, this was at the height of the Vietnam War, a lot of anti-war movement, a lot of anti-ROTC, activities on campus. And here I was, wearing an Army ROTC uniform, having to go to class or go to drill. And, you tried to be inconspicuous because you stood out, but, you couldn't. And so as an 18-year-old, you're going through this type of social turbulence. You didn't know quite where you actually stood on things. Interesting enough, in my ROTC program, we also had some Vietnam veterans who had come back, and the Army had what they called a green to gold program for Army enlisted folks who were selected to attend college to come into the ROTC program, and they would also get an ROTC scholarship. And I remember we had two of the cadets who were upperclassmen who had come back from Vietnam and actually, had some, probably earth-shattering experiences for a lot of people. One had been a door gunner, for a Huey in the 101st. I had a lot of combat experience. And so their take on things and their review of things, they were certainly much, I would say, probably much more pro Vietnam War than someone like myself or others were. It was just an interesting time to be on campus and to be involved in Army ROTC and still try to navigate, those experiences on campus between the different segments of students that I dealt with every day. So yeah.
So that was what I was wondering about. Like, how did you navigate, or did you find yourself leaning in one direction and then another?
Well, I think what happened was, I tried to do the minimum required in the program that I was in ROTC in order to maintain the scholarship, because the scholarships were significant. They covered your tuition, all your books, all lab fees, plus we got a living stipend on top of that. And then on top of that, I become earned a position as a resident advisor, which meant free room and board. So it was a free ride.
Wow.
Totally covered when I was there. And then I started getting slack at attending our drill, OTC drill. You had to do once a week, early on a Friday morning or something, not showing up, or not showing up to class. And we all had an Army officer that was assigned as our advisors. And I remember being called in one day by the advisor who said, "Hey, listen, we appreciate you being in the program, but you need to attend class, these OTC classes, and you need to attend drill. Or I'm going to make a recommendation that we withdraw your scholarship from you and terminate you from the program." So, that kind of went on for a couple of years. So you're talking my sophomore year and my junior year. And so there was this seesaw going back and forth, in which I was probably a marginal ROTC participant. But then something happened in my junior year. Between your junior and senior year of college, Army ROTC students go to, essentially was their basic camp, their basic training camp. And we call it the ROCT training camp, which is 6 weeks, where they culminate at a military base. You live in the barracks with other ROTC students from around the region. So the platoon that I was assigned to in my barracks, we had students from USC, from University of Oregon, but probably half my platoon that stood out to me were students, ROTC students from Brigham Young University. So you're talking about a bunch of Mormons, And what I remembered was, some of the Mormon tenets, and their views on race and everything. Although they were very nice students, but and comrades, I just remember they were trying to persuade me to join their faith, and I was thinking, I don't think so. Yeah. But the other thing, though, I remembered about the Mormon students from Brigham is that they were very worldly. There are several of them that were also Vietnam veterans who come into the ROTC program, but there was a large number of them who were fluent in other languages, and that was because of their mission abroad duties with the church. So several of them were fluent in Thai, or fluent in Korean, or fluent in other languages, or even in Africa, so the African language, because of that immersion experience through the mission work. I thought that was absolutely fascinating. So that was something that jumped out at me, and I thought it was pretty neat, as a matter of fact. So I spent, the time in the ROTC summer camp, trying to learn the military skills and craft that were expected as an officer. That's what you do. It's pretty intense. And I actually did very well. I was the only Black cadet out of 1,400 cadets at summer camp. And I wind up being the number 2 graduate at the camp. So I did extremely well, which surprised my cadre at the University of Washington who were monitoring all this. Here's this guy, Turner, you surprised us. Well, I surprised myself. I wasn't expecting it. And it just fit in well. And I wind up moving into a very senior leadership role in the ROTC program going into my senior year.
Just jumping back a little bit, could you describe for the uninitiated what sorts of skills you were learning as an excellent cadet?
Well, I don't know about it, it has nothing to do. An excellent cadet, that happened by accident. But the skills that we learn or that you're taught and experience at summer camp is a lot like going through basic training for soldiers today. Drill and ceremony, putting you in leadership roles, marksmanship, all the war fighting skills. It's hard to explain, but it's those things, those skill sets that are required to become a soldier that you expect to be able to do in combat. So that's pretty much, the things that I remember. Then on top of that, you always had extra duty to do. During the day you're training and everything. At night you had to, go on KP, kitchen police. Go to the mess hall, peel potatoes, wash dishes, those type of things. Or you may have to be on fire watch, which is somebody has to pull duty at night where you have to be up to make sure that the barracks don't catch on fire and those type of things. So that all eats into your sleep time. So when you do get ready for the next set of instructions in the morning, going to the training sites and things of that sort. And my summer camp was at Fort Lewis, Washington. You're tired, But that's everybody went through that. Everybody went through that. You typically had a non-commissioned officer and a captain or a major that was assigned to your barracks. They were your advisors. So you had that experience, and I also remembered that the brigade commander, he was a lieutenant colonel, happened to be African American, who did take some time to talk to me and counsel me during the entire period that I was there. I remember him, I want to say his name was Lieutenant Colonel Simpson. He had come back from Vietnam, and it's hard to put things in perspective. Most of our mentors, our leadership, active duty cadre were Vietnam veterans. Most of them had just come back from Vietnam. Remember, this is 1970, 1969 through 1973, at the height of the war. A lot of them had combat experience in Vietnam. And he was one. He was an infantry officer. But I remember him taking time to talk to me as a Black cadet from his perspective as a Black senior officer. And some of the experiences he went through, that weren't very pleasant. No. And he shared those with me. And he says, "You're doing very well, Turner. These are things you need to keep in mind." And the other thing I remembered about him was that he had a daughter who was a sophomore at Yale University. And so, he was very familiar with college students, having his own college as well. But what I do remember was a story he shared with me when he went to Fort Benning. And Fort Benning, being in Columbus, Georgia, in Jim Crow South at the time, that he was shot at.
Oh my!
In a phone booth, was wounded.
God.
And that wasn't unusual, though, I think, for some of the Black soldiers and Black officers. But what it did underscore in my mind was why my father never took an assignment in the South.
In the South, that's right. That's right.
Because of the social situation, So, it is what it is, I guess. But, my experience in ROTC, sum total, as you look at it, even going through, hey, what do I do? Where am I? Where's my head at? How do I feel about the war? How do I feel about things politically? Um, was a maturation process
Mm, mm.
in which you learn more about yourself and stuff. And so I wind up doing well in the end, and I wind up getting my branch of choice, which is our functional skill area that you request, on your commissioning as an officer in the United States Army. And I chose to um, become an armor officer. And it's, working with tanks. I mean, that's what we do. And I was able to get my first branch of choice.
Wow.
So I was extremely fortunate. And like I said, my cadre, my active duty officer cadre in NCOs were surprised by my performance at summer camp. But, they rewarded me accordingly. And there's a part of you that says sometimes people see more potential in you than you see in yourself, if that makes any sense.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that's what happened. Yeah. So, fast forward, uh, 1974, which would have been my commissioning year, but I wind up staying an extra semester in 74. So I did not graduate and get commissioned in the summer of 1974, but got commissioned in December of that year.
So that was a point where you would have graduated? And what had been your program of study?
Psychology was. Psychology was my major. I did well. Um my academic advisor was a guy by the name of Claude Steele, who later became provost at Stanford University. Last time I checked on him, this was like 6 years ago. But it was a terrific mentor. I mean, I had terrific mentors along the way. Both peers and academic and military. So it was a college and University of Washington in Seattle was a terrific experience for me.
Yeah.
I know that I got far more out of attending University of Washington than I would have, I think, at Texas Christian, although Texas Christian has changed tremendously over the years. Um, so the other thing I remember about the University of Washington is, they were very big in sports. Had a nationally ranked football team with a Native American quarterback with, get this, the marquee name. His name was Sonny Six Killer. Now you can't get more Native American than that.
No.
And he was a star quarterback, for the University of Washington in the then was called the Pac-8, with big football powerhouses like Oregon, Washington State, University of Southern California, UCLA, Stanford. And if you recall back then, although I think he had graduated by the time I got to the University of Washington, Jim Plunkett was the quarterback at Stanford, who was of, I think, Mexican heritage and Native American heritage. And he was an All-American, graduated in 1970, as I recall. And then he had an All-American fullback by the name of Hillary Shockley, who I knew through my other contacts at University of Washington. I hung around a lot of athletes and a lot of other African American students, and most of them were recruited out of Los Angeles, out of the high schools of Southern California, who produced great athletes. Hillary Shockley was one of them that wound up going to Stanford, and wound up going to Stanford as their fullback. And what I remembered about Hillary Shockley, because, when we get together at football games, even though you're traveling or they're coming up to Seattle, there's an after party. Everybody gets together for the kids from hey, yeah, before they go back to their respective schools. And that's where I met Hillary. Hillary, what I remembered about Hillary was he was a big man. At that time, the football lines weren't as big as they are now, you know. Uh, and he weighed more than some of the linemen at some of the schools as a fullback, as a running back. He
Wow.
he weighed in at 230 pounds as a fullback, as a running back. It was shocking. And he was extremely good. But what I do remember, he's an excellent student too. Fast forward years later, the next time I saw him, he had dropped his weight from 230 pounds to 175 pounds.
Oh my
And
goodness.
he was a medical student at Harvard.
This is an amazing man. Yeah.
So, it's, we were very fortunate. A lot of us were extremely fortunate. I got a great education, met a great circle of friends that I still stay in contact with, and it started me on a career that I did not anticipate that I would follow to make it a career.
Career. So at this point, and I think you said you had wanted to be in an armor regiment, which was your first choice. Did they send you to basic training, or is that not needed because of the ROTC summer training?
You have the Army is very structured in how they train their officers. You know that when you're commissioned as a second lieutenant, once you have been quote unquote branched, that is, you've been identified for your functional specialty, that is your first duty assignment is to that school. So the armor school at that time was at Fort Knox. So I wound up being at Fort Knox. When I got commissioned, it was in December of 2000. No, not 2000, 1974. I reported to Fort Knox, Kentucky, the middle of January 1975.
Yeah.
For my 6-month experience at the Armor Basic School.
Okay.
So that's where, that's where you learn your specialties in greater detail. But what it's like to be an armor officer, the equipment that you're using, what it's like to ride around in an M60A1 tank at the time, weaponry, how do you employ this, how does it support the infantry and other branches of the military or other branches of the Army. So yeah. It's normal. That is normal.
Yeah, the normal course. Yeah.
Career progression of a military officer or an Army officer. And then once I finished the Armor Basic Officers Basic course, my unit assignment was the 1st Infantry Division in Fort Riley, Kansas.
So that's the 1st Battalion, the 63rd Armored Regiment?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I do have one question. I'm not sure where it fits in. I believe at some point you're at Fort Benning, Georgia, right after the end of the Vietnam War, and you were meeting South Vietnamese and Cambodians.
Yeah. And what happened was before I reported to the 1st Infantry Division, after graduation from the Armor Basic course, I had the opportunity to attend airborne school to learn to parachute.
Yeah.
That's at Fort Benning, Georgia. And so that's why I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, to attend a basic airborne school, to learn how to jump out of a perfectly good airplane.
So do you have your wings from
Oh yeah. So anyway, and at the time, not only do you have the basic airborne course that's taught at Fort Benning, but that is also the home of the infantry. So if I'd been branched infantry, I would have attended Fort Benning for 6 months, the infantry basic officers course, rather than Fort Knox and the armor officers basic course. Now, interesting enough, now Fort Benning is this is where all armor officers go and all infantry officers go now for training. They shut down the armor officers basic course at Fort Knox several years ago and moved it to Fort Benning along with the infantry officer basic course. So you have two of the
Major.
courses there.
How did you like adapt to like the whole mechanical technical side of the tanks?
A lot of reading technical manuals, becoming a mechanic, learning how to, what does a tank engine look like? How do you change it in the field? How do you repair carburetors? If you break a track, how do you replace the track? All those things you have to learn, and you learn by doing.
Yeah.
How do you engage the weapon systems? So you learn how to fire it by actually sitting in the chair of a gunner. That's how you learn by doing.
I think that's wonderful. But how do you cultivate your own leadership skills? I mean, you're commissioned in December, I think, of '69, and maybe you're saying as a younger person, you didn't maybe even see the potential in yourself, but how did you learn how to lead?
I don't know if it's through osmosis. I think what's critical in any leader development program, whether it's in the military or on the civilian side, is mentoring by your superiors. Mentorship is so critical, I think, to leader development. And I was just very fortunate to have had the opportunity to have great mentors, whether informally they were my mentors, whether they realized it or not, or they were my formal mentors because of their position and what the reporting chain was between me and them. And then you just, I think, learn through osmosis.
Yeah.
You said, that's the type of person I want to be. That's the type of leader I want to be. I know that if I'm ever in this position, I know that I don't want to behave like this. I want to behave like this. And I think that's how we do it. And also there's, the academic study of leadership. You study things. The manual that I remember most, I can't remember the field manual nomenclatures, field manual something or another, but I remember that the title said be, know, and do. That's critical to being an excellent leader. And what I remember that the story or the example they used was from the Civil War. And I think it was Chamberlain, the colonel who was a professor of rhetoric from Bowdoin College, and the example he set at Little Round Top at Gettysburg. And so the Army is very good at capturing these type of lessons learned and in these field that you study in class. There's an academic study in leadership.
Yes. By concrete examples.
And so I remember those things.
Sounds nice. Wow. So I think you also mentioned that while you're at Fort Benning, the Vietnam War ended, and there were these stranded, let's say, South Vietnamese and Cambodians on the base. And had you met them personally and had an opportunity to interact with them?
No, I did not. I mean, you just see them, and things of that sort. But you're absolutely right. When I reported to Fort Benning, Georgia, it was the end of April. And, even prior to that, when we were at Fort Knox, Kentucky, the Vietnam War was played out every night on the national news, and everybody knew that the war was not going well, that we had the Paris Peace Accord, and that, we had an obligation to withdraw from Vietnam, and things were rapidly going downhill with the invasion by the North Vietnamese in grand scale into the South. And that when the Central Highlands fell in South Vietnam, that it was just a matter of time because they had a clear shot into Saigon. And so when I reported to Fort Benning, Georgia, the fall of Saigon was beginning. And so you saw the masses of South Vietnamese trying to get out of country by going to the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. This is all being played out in almost real time. And so on the one hand, you kind of saw this coming. On the other hand, there was some sense of remorse, I think, because you had South Vietnamese allies that were now going to be stranded, who could not get out, and their enemies were now coming in, and the likelihood of survival after that, it's much like, I think, the analogy I use right now is, what are we going to do with the Afghan interpreters in Afghanistan who are now looking to leave with their families as we exit? I think we have an obligation, because they were our allies who assisted us and helped us, to get them out of harm's way. I think the analogy is the same.
The same, yes. Yeah.
So I just remember, watching this on the news, and then watching the last helicopter, probably that one photograph, departing the rooftop of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. And then you knew that the Cambodian officers and the South Vietnamese officers at Fort Benning, because they were selected to come to our schools, they couldn't go back. They couldn't go back. Now, what became of them, I have no friggin' idea. So
it's a bit of a moot point, considering that, as you said, you were sort of seeing the decline of the Vietnam War. But had there been a point where you had hoped to be deployed to Vietnam, afraid to be deployed to Vietnam?
I think that we knew that we weren't going to go to Vietnam. I mean, my year group, I think the last year group that wind up getting some assignments to Vietnam was year group 1973. I think as we moved into year group 74, because they were starting the withdrawals anyway, nobody was going to. The chances of being assigned to a unit in Vietnam was minimal. Now, having said that, the dilemma I think I was faced with is I had as much respect or similar respect for those who went to Vietnam to serve their country as I did for those individuals who protested the war. It takes a lot of guts to do both, And at the time, I thought, and I had a lot of respect, especially for somebody like Muhammad Ali, who was undoubtedly the most famous athlete in the world besides Pele, who played soccer for Brazil, who had changed his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali and refused induction into the army because of his Muslim beliefs and his anti-war stance, and how he was stripped of his heavyweight title, and how he was blasted by a lot of people, establishment people, for refusing to serve in uniform and go to Vietnam. But I admired his stance, politically, he went to jail. He was stripped of his time. He was willing to do that because of his beliefs. In the same vein, that I had a lot of admiration for somebody like John McCain, who sat in prison for 6 years as a prisoner of war in North Vietnam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two sides of a coin.
Yes. Yeah.
We're both willing to give up something of tremendous value for their beliefs.
That's right. And for their country. Yeah.
And for those who went to Canada, from my perspective, I was opposed to the war, always had been, but I would have gone.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I signed up for this. Part of my obligation is a responsibility to serve.
To serve. So yeah. That's yeah. So what was it like being in the 1st Battalion, 63rd Armored Regiment? Like, what was the main thrust of your assignment there?
My first job was a platoon leader. You actually lead a platoon of 20 some odd individuals. You have 5 tanks. That's how the platoon was organized, with a squad of 4 tank members in each tank. So you had a little over 20 and a platoon sergeant. And it's a little daunting as a brand new second lieutenant coming into an organization in which all the other soldiers have more experience than you do, and that platoon sergeant is the same age as your father.
Yeah.
And trying to fit in and trying to learn the job and trying to earn the trust and respect of those you've been assigned to lead. So daunting and awkwardness, and all the young privates and corporals and sergeants are referring to you as LT for lieutenant, and understand that that's the vernacular. They're not showing disrespect. It's just, hey, LT, how you doing today? That type of stuff. And what I also remembered was the responsibilities of the platoon sergeant, who's a very seasoned Vietnam veteran himself, and the first sergeant in the company, who mentored me. They saw it as their responsibility to mentor the young officers, even though they report it to you or you outrank them.
Wow.
That they have a responsibility to teach you based on their experiences. And I think any good officer recognizes that. And it carries forward. Even as you go up the ladder as a senior officer, you respect your senior NCOs and you respect your sergeant major, because they're going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not, to make sure you don't do anything stupid to jeopardize the lives of those under you or your own career. So that's what I learned very early on, when the platoon sergeant or the first sergeant or your sergeant major taps you on the shoulder and says, sir, can I make a suggestion? Or, sir, do you really want to do it that way? Which was always code for, you're about ready to do something stupid. I'm trying to point it out to you so you don't do it, and you remember that, and I think when you earn their respect, you know it. when that platoon sergeant, when we go through an exercise, which we're being evaluated, graded, and he pulls you aside and says, "Hey, sir, you did a bang up job.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've arrived."
Yes. Yeah. That you met with their approval.
Yeah. Yeah. Or that squad leader, one of your subordinate sergeants, one of your tank commanders. And I remembered he wound up being assigned to a unit in Germany. And I think a couple of years later, I wound up going to Germany on an exercise. We had these annual events, which the entire unit's division would go to Germany, called Reforger, redeployment of forces to Germany. And I ran into him at a unit. He was assigned to the 1st Armored Division in Nuremberg. And we were able to get together. I had lunch with him and everything. And he introduced me to some of his other soldiers in his units and his other sergeants. And he made reference to me. He says, "Lieutenant Turner is the best officer I've ever met so far."
Well, that's a real accolade.
It is.
Did you think it was in part that you were also willing to learn, to listen, and to learn?
Yeah, and I think there's a cardinal rule that stuck with me from the time I was a cadet. It was taught to us as cadets in our OTC program. Lead by example. Now, there can be bad examples, but lead by example, and never ask your soldiers to do something that you have not done yourself or would not do.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a big deal. Don't be a do as I say person.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are going to evaluate you by what you do. As an old sergeant major of mine used to tell me, and he'd sign off on his moniker, being mindful of soldier, you got to walk the talk. Soldiers are watching.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're evaluating you by what you do, not by what you say.
No.
So that, so from my perspective, you can't know what a cold soldier feels like if you've not been in the field with them in the cold, in the wet, eating the sea rations, all those things.
Yeah.
That shared experience that helps develop that bond with the troops.
Yeah.
Be able to smoke and joke with them on occasion.
Yeah. But yeah.
I remember one experience when I was at Fort Riley, Kansas, and we were in the field. You always train in the field, and you just live in the field if you're a combat arms officer. And I was befriended by an infantry lieutenant. His name was Jim Fox. He wound up getting out himself and wound up going to law school at some point. But he and I were good friends. He was just a terrific guy. He was from New England, had that distinctive New England accent.
Yes. Yeah.
And he and I were assigned our respective platoons as part of what we call a task force, when you have one branch of service or branch of the Army with another. So infantry and armor together as part of a joint task force. It was cold. It could get so cold at Fort Riley, Kansas in the winter that your tank treads would be frozen to pavement. So
oh my gosh.
Your tank's out. I mean, seriously, that cold. Or you could not break apart. I remember coming in field one, and my front of my field jacket was like glass. It was all frozen ice. Wow. And so we were out in the field. It was really cold. And Jim said, "Hey, I'm going to start a fire. Now I'm going to break protocol here and start a fire. Keep the troops warm. Come out." And then I remember our brigade commander. His name was Colonel Simpson, who was known to be a real hard ass. happened to stumble on our position one night with the fire going. And he said, "Who's in charge?" And Lieutenant Fox and I both, "Yeah, we are, sir. We're here." "Why do you have the fire going?" And, because, light and noise discipline. And Jim just said, "Sir, my soldiers are cold.
Yeah.
We want to have a warming fire." And he kind of looked at it and said, "I can understand.
Like if it's the welfare of your men.
Welfare of the troops.
The troops, yeah.
And what I remembered, and I may have referred to Colonel Simpson before, he was not only was a Vietnam veteran, but he was also a Korean War veteran. And he was the only officer that survived out of his unit, his battalion, in one of the battles in Korea. So you're talking about somebody who's very hardcore.
Right. Not to
And
cushy situations. No.
Yeah. And what we try to do, there's a mantra, you always fight as you train. And so you have to be cognizant of that. How do you train your soldiers? The most miserable conditions and everything, because that's how you will probably find yourself.
Yeah, you may not be in ideal circumstances.
Not, 75-degree weather and no wind. If it ain't raining, it ain't training. In the Army. Pick the most miserable weather. We're going to be out there training.
Right, let's go.
Yeah. But that's okay if soldiers see you enduring that type of hardship.
Right, that you're also enduring the rainy, cold weather. Yeah. So was it following this period that you became involved in Division Support Command? Was that the next assignment?
It was. I wind up being asked if I would consider a staff assignment at the Division Support Command as the EEO officer.
What's an EEO officer?
Equal Employment and Opportunity Officer. At that time, there was a lot of race tension in the early Army, And when I had gotten to the 1st Infantry Division, I know it's hard to imagine, I was the only black armor officer for a year and a half in the entire division of 20,000 troops.
20,000? Wow.
Everybody knew who Lieutenant Turner was, the armor officer in the division, because we had 3 armor battalions and 1 cavalry squadron in the entire division. And things like, hey, somebody ran over our comm wire and tore up all our communications out here in the field. Oh, I know it was that black lieutenant. Oh, Lieutenant Turner? We know who he got the only one in the entire division.
Too many choices.
Which one was it? So I had that notoriety, But, there's some humor in all that.
There is.
But yeah, for a year and a half in the entire division, But anyway, I was asked to consider it, and I did. I was a psychology guy. I said, hey, staff assignment now might not be a bad thing, So I wind up, and the brigade commander, the colonel who commanded, was an African American. His name was Art Holmes. Ironically, Art Holmes, and he was a terrific mentor. I just remember at the end of the day, he would walk through the brigade headquarters and just come into my office. Here I am, brand new 2nd lieutenant or a young 2nd lieutenant, sit down and say, hey, listen, do what you think is right. You've been trained to do this, give me your counsel and advice, And he was very open about that, And what I remember about him also was he was selected to become general. He was one of the first to come out of the division, selected to become brigadier general, and was selected as the executive officer for the Secretary of the Army at the time, a guy by the name of Clifford Alexander, who was an African American, the first African American Secretary of the Army.
So you're starting to see just the very beginnings,
Yeah.
of promotions of
These
African Americans.
internships and things, and people who saw more promise in you than you saw in yourself, and it was, it was wonderful. So I spent a year. Some of it was humorous. I mean, I remember when I got assigned to the Division Support Command, the sergeant major for that command was kind of a funny guy, and this is just typical Army humor. And I remember there was a young female Army female specialist who was assigning a part of it was to dust off the trophy cases or something in the headquarters. And she broke the glass, the display glass. And the sergeant major just ripped into her, I mean, you expect that from sergeant majors, isn't it? And I just remember overhearing a phone conversation he was having with another sergeant major on base that he was calling to see if he couldn't get replacement glass to repair the display case. And it was funny. I felt sorry for the young lady, but it was funny, the conversation the sergeant major was having. He says, yeah, I have some young lady here who decided she was going to dust a glass case with rocks and broke the damn thing. So, I mean, you have to appreciate the humor in that.
Right. It's kind of like drill sergeant humor kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it's those incidences that I remember. Then I also remember that when I was in the role of the EEO officer, I had two NCOs. One had just come back from Vietnam from 2 years earlier and served some time also in Thailand, and his wife was Thai. And then another sergeant who was, as I was building the staff, just come in from Korea. And then we had a young specialist, as African American, who had been ordered to active duty because he didn't attend his drills as a National Guardsman. Back in the day, if you were a drilling reservist or drilling National Guardsman, if you didn't make your drills, they could order you to active duty. And say, hey, okay, we're going to kick you out of the guard. You have an obligation. You're going to do active duty. And he was one of those individuals that had been ordered to active duty for 2 years. I don't think they do that now, but
at the time that was the disciplinary action.
Yeah.
Were you able to institute any changes when you had the staff assignment of the EEO or make recommendations and reports?
Yeah, I think our block of training, because we work, we all reported to the head EEO office in the division, but we did put together an active monitoring program in which I was able to give advice to other commanders, on what I would advise them to do to improve, the atmosphere in their units. And we had some very good officers, that I would learn from, because they were doing something I would consider a best practice to consider to import or use or make a recommendation to another officer in his or her unit.
Yes.
We had some outstanding, there's one guy that sticks out in my mind. His name was Vinnie Morrow. And he was the headquarters company for the support battalion. He was a West Point graduate. This guy was high energy, happened to be of Italian descent, even though he had a name like Morrow. But he was full of energy, great ideas, cared about his troops. Those are the type of individuals that this guy's good. This guy's good.
Yeah.
A good leader, good officer, and you learn from individuals like that.
Yes.
But yeah, some of the things he did, I said, that's the best practice. I make this recommendation to somebody else. I had another officer, I can't think of his name, but he happened to be a Mormon, and so that I do remember, who was, notwithstanding of any prejudices I might have had toward those who subscribe to the Mormon faith, he cared about his soldiers. And he was very diligent about what he did with programs,
Yes.
how he monitored things, how he monitored promotions, and he was very serious about that.
Yes. Yes. After this staff assignment, do you go back to the armored, the 4th Battalion, 63rd Armor? Or?
Yeah, what happened? I wound up going to I think it was the 4th or the 63rd Battalion, and the battalion commander was a guy by the name of Mitchell Corliss. He happened to be a Mormon also.
A lot of Mormons.
But he was a great officer, good officer, and I learned a lot from him. And I remember that he had a lot of faith in me. I was able to be very candid with him. I wind up being assigned as the executive officer for the headquarters company. Headquarters company commander is always the hardest job because everybody always pays attention to the functional line units. If you're in an armored battalion, that means the tank companies, the combat support company, not the headquarters company, which has all your admin clerks, your cooks, mechanics, and staff officers. And everybody outranks the headquarters company commander. Everybody's assigned to the headquarters company commander, including the battalion commander. He outranks everybody, But I remember, I said, this is the hardest job. Of all the companies that needs an executive officer who's the second in charge to help them, it's the headquarters company commander. Because all the other line companies can get by with just the line officers that they have. They can pretty much cover the mustard without an executive officer. You can't do that with a headquarters company. And I remember, and this is a compliment, and I'm trying to remember the name of my company commander at the time. Might have been Captain Long. I'd have to go back and look at my officer efficiency report to see his name, but I was in the role as an executive officer for maybe 6 months. And then Colonel Corliss said, I want him up here to battalion headquarters as a primary staff officer, as a battalion adjutant, to handle all administrative affairs. And I remember my company commander raising the point to the battalion commander, said, you're taking the strongest officer in the battalion away from me to become the battalion adjutant. And it kind of reminded me of that one experience with that young NCO when I was in Germany who said, Lieutenant Turner is the best officer I've ever served with.
Wow.
And for him to make that comment and say, you're taking the strongest officer in this battalion to become the adjutant. You're going to hurt me. And, by then you've become very seasoned as an officer. You know what to do. You had great latitude to do things. People didn't necessarily question your judgment because, you were pretty squared away. I thought I was pretty squared away.
But it sounds like you had very good judgment, that.
Yeah. So anyway, I wind up being pulled up to battalion as the primary battalion adjutant, or S1, and I handled all the personnel issues for the battalion. Who would have thunk?
So I was about to ask you, did you find it a big switch from being, out in the field with the tanks and the cold and to, in a very, I don't know, like it's leadership within, you and human resources, personnel,
Very specialized staff, because now you're in the personnel business. And so I'm making personnel recommendations on assignments of officers and things within the battalion to the battalion commander. Or the battalion executive officer and the battalion commander. And what's shocking is when they agree with you and execute that recommendation, which is now a decision. So it's and the staff is different. You have a much smaller staff, very specialized, because they're HR specialists themselves. And then we have to do things because we're in a support role. Things like when you're deployed in the field, mail call, taking the personnel count from all the battalions and reporting it up higher, that everybody's accounted for, or somebody's on sick leave or sick call, or somebody's been injured, or somebody's been killed. You track all that.
Yeah, like it's got to be up to date.
And the biggest thing, though, I think, was mail call, because we'd have to pick up the mail that had been delivered overseas, to then break it down to be distributed to the companies, line companies, so troops can get their mail. That's a big deal.
Yes, yeah. On the subject of mail, how did you keep contact with your family in Okinawa, like over these years?
I think at that time, say in '75, my dad was in Korea, and there was one incident in which I was called on emergency leave when I was at the 1st of the 63rd Battalion. The Red Cross had contacted them to tell them that my grandmother had died, had passed away, and that my father was coming from Korea for the funeral. So they gave me leave to go to the funeral.
Yeah.
That's where I saw my dad. My dad at the time was a sergeant major, as you knew, and I was a lieutenant. So we both showed up in uniform at my grandma's funeral.
Oh my!
So we kept in contact that way, and by then, it was all snail mail. It's not like I wrote letters every once a month. Send a letter and get something back. But you're kind of in your own element now, your own life.
That's right. That's right. That's true.
So.
When were you discharged? I mean, before going to law school, and is there something else to say about this period of your service before you were discharged?
At that point, I was at the end of my obligation. My obligation was up, and also what I forgot to mention was in 1976 I had gotten married.
Okay, yeah.
My wife, she and I met at University of Washington, and we wound up getting married the summer of 1976. And she was still in her junior year at University of Washington. She wound up transferring to Kansas State University, which was located where we live in Kansas, right near Fort Riley. And what we liked about it was, Kansas State was very veteran, military friendly, so they grant her in-state tuition.
Oh, that's great.
Because she was the dependent of a military person, So we were married, and she graduated from Kansas State and got a teaching job right away at a school 2-block walk from our apartment.
That's great.
Yeah. So we were extremely fortunate. But anyway, at that time, we made the decision to go ahead and get out at that time. And I'd always been interested in either business school or law school. And I wind up, applying to law school after taking the LSAT, which was an experience. And I'll just share this with you. Taking the the law school admissions test was a horrible experience because I didn't have time to study for it. You get these workbooks, and because you're working and everything else and preparing for it. But I remember I had to we had to drive. I had to drive to Topeka, Kansas, to Washburn University to take the exam. And the day that we took the exam, there were 3 other students who we befriended through my wife because she was attending Kansas State, who also were taking the LSAT. So I agreed to drive and take them. It was dark. We had to get there by 8:30. It was we allotted 4 hours to drive in sleet and snow.
Oh my gosh.
It just being careful on the road and the interstate. Well, so when you get there, your nerves are all frayed.
Right.
Then you have to sit through this 3-hour board exam. And then coming back, you're wondering, did I do well? Did, that type of banter between the, occupants of the car. Anyway, it turned out I did well, and I got admission offers at several schools, including Penn, Michigan, University of Washington, Texas, Stanford, and Berkeley. And doing the math, because I was technically a California resident, because my parents had always declared California as a state of residency, my draft card was issued out of California in San Francisco, which I still had. So I was eligible for in-state tuition to attend Berkeley, which is a top-notch school.
Yeah.
And so just to put things in, because for me it was torn. I was doing, Berkeley, Stanford, Michigan, we kind of wrote off because I want to go. Chicago was another school, but we want to go warm weather, And when we did the math, it was a no-brainer. Berkeley, I had the GI Bill. My tuition for one semester at Berkeley was $596.
That's amazing.
Which is what I got in 1 month from the GI Bill. Plus, I decided when we got out there to join the Army Reserves. So I was actively, drilling with a reserve unit, plus getting that pay.
It's like you're saying a no-brainer.
Yeah, it was for me, I said, you got to be kidding me, So yeah, wind up spending 3 years, at Cal Berkeley, and I've taken a leadership role. Was the president of the Black Law Students Association at Berkeley. There was a lot of drama at Berkeley then too. A lot of political. And I remember getting involved with the administration at Berkeley Law, which was commonly referred to as Bolt Hall, because that was the name of the law school. Of course, they changed the name. They dropped the name Bolt Hall this year and disavowed any connection with Bolt Hall because of the racist attitude of John Bolt. So Berkeley is now severed. Berkeley Law is now referred to as Berkeley Law. They severed that name within the last year or two. So it's Berkeley Law. But up until then, it was known as Bolt Hall. And we were in a running gun battle between student associations and the administration on selecting the next dean.
Selecting the next dean. Yeah. Okay, yes.
But Berkeley was unusual in its admissions process in that it was unusual in several different ways. Berkeley did not adhere to a traditional grading system. It was with either pass, fail, honors, or highest honors, which was highly unusual for a lot of law schools. And distinguished Berkeley from a lot of other schools. The other thing was Berkeley law students were involved in the admissions process.
Oh.
So, we also participated in reviewing the admissions packets of students, prospective students who applied to Berkeley, to provide our input into the admissions process.
I didn't know that it was so pioneering in this way.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to believe. This is back in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they were in search for a dean. There was a lot of drama involved in that. I got somewhat involved with that. And in fact, I had talked with the dean at University of Oregon at the time. The guy's passed away, but you may have heard of him. Derek Bell, one of the original critical race theory thinkers from his days at Harvard and stuff. And I approached him about considering to put his name in the hat for the deanship or at Berkeley Law. His comment, I remember, was saying, I had snowball's chance in hell being selected dean of Berkeley Law. Berkeley, certainly is liberal in terms of academia, but in terms of administration, very conservative, especially the law school. And I'm trying to remember who was Reagan's attorney general. Ed Meese. Ed Meese was the attorney general under Reagan. He was a Berkeley grad, But at the same time, juxtapose that in the Reagan administration at the time with the Warren Court and the civil rights rulings that came out of the Warren Court. And Warren was a Berkeley grad, Berkeley law grad.
So it doesn't all fit into that picture of a liberal bastion of
Yeah, I mean, a marketplace of ideas and stuff. The other thing I remember is that I took a course by one of the adjunct professors, a guy by the name of Herbert Apteker. He had a Supreme Court case in which he was involved, named after him, Apteker versus the Secretary of State. They denied him a passport to communist countries because he was an avowed communist.
Oh.
And Herbert Apteker was, Jewish, and most notable about him was a very close associate and friend of Du Bois. He used to say he knew more about Du Bois than Du Bois knew about himself.
Yeah.
That's how close they were.
Amazing.
And I remember, I took a course and wrote a thesis, for his class, But Herbert Apteker, he passed away, I think, probably a dozen years ago, But, it's that type of exposure.
Yes, yes.
That I had. And there was one other thing I forgot to mention. Go back to Fort Riley, Kansas, when I was assigned to the Division Support Command.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about a seminal program. Okay, there was one program that it did establish for the entire division, 20,000 troops, based on the movie and the book that had just been released called Roots by Alex Haley.
That's right. That's right.
So I read this piece in Playboy magazine, which, other than for its pictures, was known for its journalism, really. There was a piece they published one chapter out of Alex Haley's book Roots, and I remembered reading it and was just absolutely fascinated by it.
Yes.
And then that's when we heard that was it David Wolf, the producer, was releasing this serial version, Roots, and it was all over TV, coming soon. And so I took it upon myself to see if we could not use the new technology that was coming to existence, the VCR, to record that program off of TV and to incorporate it into our studies program in the 1st Infantry Division.
That was smart.
So I wrote David Wolf a letter. He responded and he said, oh, by the way, he says, yeah, why don't you give me a call? So this young lieutenant, Hughes Turner, calls Hollywood and speaks to this mega producer named David Wolf, who's known for producing a lot of other things other than Roots. So I asked him, I said, listen, sir, I said, I read that you are getting ready to air a production that you've been involved in called Roots, based on the book by Alex Haley. We were wondering if it was okay for us to record the series for educational purposes. And he thought about it and he says, no, I don't have a problem, except you'll probably have to also secure permission from Alex Haley, the author of the book Roots.
Yeah.
So he connected me with Alex Haley.
It's wonderful.
And he says, oh, by the way, Alex Haley is going to be giving a talk in Wichita, Kansas in the next couple of months
My goodness.
before the airing of the show.
Yeah.
So I reached out to Alex Haley.
That's great.
So I talked to Alex Haley on the telephone. And he says, I'm going to be in Wichita, Kansas, presenting to some teachers at this convention. He says, if you come there with, and they had this formal form I had, that David Wolf Productions had signed and sent to me that I had to take down and get his signature as well. So my sergeant and I, Sergeant Manchester, drove 2 hours, and it was in January. I think Roots had just aired that week.
Oh
First.
my.
So we drove 2.5 hours in the snow and ice to Wichita, Kansas. He had given us, the address where he was staying. It was a Holiday Inn or something. And I wind up going to his room. So I knock on the door. Alex Haley opens the door, and there's another reporter leaving. Evidently, he had just done an interview with another reporter. And so he walked out, and he was standing there in his stocking feet, just putting on a tie. And he's a short guy,
Oh.
And he looked at me, and he saluted me.
Oh my.
So he says, I know you're an officer. I did not know he was a career Coast Guardsman. He was in the Coast Guard for 20 years, which is where he learned to write.
He was in the Coast Guard.
He was a career service.
What way?
I did not know that.
No, neither did I.
That's where he learned to write. And then when you get into his story, he would take these merchant marine cruises after he got out of the Coast Guard across the oceans to write, and he would write. And I remember he wrote the autobiography of Malcolm X, you recall, before Roots, which was my first exposure to him and stuff. So we had a great conversation. Here I am, this young lieutenant, sitting in this hotel room talking with Alex Haley.
That's great.
And then on top of that, he reveals to me, he says, my son is in the Army. He's in the 101st Airborne Division.
Oh my goodness.
And so he shares with me that he's going to give a talk at Kansas State University. He'll be there on this date. And so contact their office, and we'll have you out there for lunch too. So here I am, driving back to Fort Riley, Kansas. All of a sudden, I'm a celebrity. On top of that, I had like 20 copies of Roots that other officers in the Division Support Command had given to me. I was a celebrity. He's going to see Alex, get these things. So I bring all these books, and he signs them all.
He sounds like a really special guy,
And so I bring all the books back and I give them out to all the people. Then on top of that, I said, I've been invited to a luncheon with Alex Haley at Kansas State University.
It's great. It's great.
And oh, by the way, I then reached out to his son, who's a staff sergeant in the 101st Airborne Division, and invited him to come to Fort Riley, Kansas, to attend the luncheon with his father.
Oh, what a great idea.
So he comes, he meets all the high-ranking guys in our division, 1st Infantry Division, on TDY, temporary duty from 101st. And then we go to this luncheon with Alex Haley, And I'm just trying to put all of this in perspective. Alex Haley, a descendant of Kunta Kinte,
Yeah.
the principal character in Roots.
Yeah.
The next generation from Kunta Kinte.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. It is.
Absolutely extraordinary. To this day, I still have the book, although my ex-wife has it. Roots. It says, to my brother and sister, Hughes and Cheryl, Alex Haley.
Yeah.
Alex, I think he died, over a dozen years ago? He's been dead for a while.
Wow.
He died, in fact, he passed away in Seattle. I think he was there for something, and he died unexpectedly there.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to add something else to this story. And I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
Alex invites me to a family reunion in Kansas City.
Oh, in Kansas City.
Which is with his cousins, or his aunts, I think they were his cousins, who had orally transmitted the story to him of Kunta Kinte.
Oh,
which is how he worked.
Right.
What's doing now?
This is based.
Which was the story was based on.
Incredible.
So my then wife and I spend a weekend in Kansas City at this barbecue in Kansas City with his cousins and his aunts and all the people that he related to in this storytelling.
Isn't that amazing? It's like you really connected not only with him, but with his family and
extraordinary. And on top of that, it gets better. I met a musician, a jazz musician there, and I can't think of his name. But there was a big white jazz musician you may remember, who happened to be Jewish also, Benny Goodman. Remember the Benny Goodman guy?
Yeah.
And so I'm talking with this black musician. He says, Benny Goodman stole a song from me called The Bumblebee Stomp. He appropriated that song from me and took credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember being flabbergasted by it, but also hearing from other black musicians that it was not uncommon for some of their music to be appropriated by white musicians and not given credit for the song.
Yeah.
But I'm listening to him and says, yeah, Bumblebee Stomp. He said that was my song.
Mm-hmm.
And Benny Goodman stole it from me. So, so all this occurred with Second Lieutenant Hughes Turner.
right. In the non-military setting,
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, let's jump back into law school, I guess, I think.
Yeah.
And the drama and looking possibly for a new dean of the law school. And what I do remember when I was in law school, I was one of very few veterans in law school at Berkeley. I mean, there was a whole entourage of folks that came into Berkeley probably right after the immediate aftermath of the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
There weren't many veterans. I think there were only, I'm trying to think, there were three active duty officers on a law school fellowship that the Army pays their way to law school while they're there. And they were there. And there were three others of us, including myself, who were veterans. But that was it in the entire law school class. And I think in my class, we had about 270 students in my law class itself. you know. And so I was probably I don't know how I got elected, how I got involved with the Black Law Student Association, but I wound up, being president and, probably 180 degrees from a lot of the well, even Black Law students that were there. And I remember the great majority of my contemporary law school classmates, especially Black law students, were Ivy Leaguers, Brown, Princeton, Harvard, I and one other person, I think we're the only people from a large state institution, the University of Washington. Everybody else were Ivies. And then we were very close with the Black Law Student Association at Stanford.
Oh, okay.
So we did a lot of combined activities with them. And it turned out that what you find in a lot of the law schools, when you start looking at the top 10 law schools, probably the top 10 graduate schools, whatever discipline, that most of the Black students know each other because that pool is so small that they've selected from.
Yeah.
That all of us have probably been accepted by the other schools as well.
Right. Yeah.
At least back then. I don't know what it's now. So that was kind of interesting. Anyway, I wind up being befriended. I don't know why he liked me. My constitutional law professor, a guy by the name of Chopper.
Chopper,
Chopper, and his fascination for horses, because he was always at the racetrack. And I'm trying to remember his first name. Anyway, he became the dean of the law school.
Was that part of your effort when you were a student in trying to find a new dean?
Well, to make sure that we had diversity in the mix, because I think there was one Black law professor there, and there was only a handful of women law professors there. One of them eventually became Dean Herma Hill Kay years later, but Jesse Chopper was his name, Dean Jesse Chopper. Years later, he befriended me and asked me to nominate me to serve on the board of directors of the Alumni Association at Berkeley Law.
Wow.
He remembered me from his constitution.
When you were a student.
As a student, he says, I always liked you. You were always a little bit different from everybody else, and you weren't afraid to challenge me. And so I wind up serving on the board of directors for 3 years.
Wow.
And then years later, I was invited by him to attend a conference in which they debated, was it John Yu or John Ye, who became a senior administration official in DOJ under Bush, who said it was okay to enhance interrogation techniques from Abu Ghraib. John Ye, who also happened to later became a professor. He was a professor at Berkeley before he took that position. And so it was the debate between him and I think Haynes was the name of the guy's name, who was the general counsel for Department of Defense, to have this discussion, this conference on whether it's okay to engage. And I was invited to attend. And I had just come.
That's really cool. Like very early on,
So it was just after, again, this was after 9/11. So I've jumped forward. So there's
okay.
So I came back, and just because it was relevant, it was in the forefront of my mind, that I came back to participate in that discussion as a former commander, still on active duty, who had just come back from Afghanistan, taking issue with that, putting my soldiers in jeopardy, because that would be a court-martial offense if any of my soldiers did that. And oh, by the way, you have just now placed my soldiers in danger of being tortured by them because we're engaged in torture. What are you missing here?
Yeah.
So I participated in that. So that was like in 2002.
Right. But it was the same
Yeah.
person, the same dean, the same. Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that with you while it was fresh in my mind. So anyway, you go back to law school. I kind of went through that experience, law school, like every law school student. First year, they scare you to death. Second year, they work you to death. Third year, they bore you to death, right? So first year, I was obsessed. That first year, I was the first person at the school when the law library opened.
You're like,
I was there, and I stayed there all night. And my wife took a part-time job.
wow.
We had this scenario. She'd drop me off at the law school. She'd go to work, and then she'd pick me up at the end of the day, early evening, and we drive back home. We fix dinner, go to bed. Then it was rinse, wash, repeat.
Yeah.
And I just remember that the study group I was with turned out we stayed together for the entire year. My study group, we became very good friends. In fact, one of them, Kevin Taguchi, is probably one of the brightest guys I ever met. He and I are still close. After all these years, we still see each other, still communicate with each other.
Lifelong friend.
Yeah. And just remember, I wrote briefs for every case and every course that I took in longhand. Every single case, every single course. Before I got wise and somebody, hey, just buy these case notes. You don't need to know all this other. But I felt obligated to.
Yeah. And you probably learned them well.
Well, then I'd be the last to leave the library at night. Second year, I threw all that stuff out the window. Got smart. And the thing that you remember in law school, and I don't know what it's like for those of you in other disciplines, but it's really easy to become self-obsessed when you're in graduate school, in a professional school, where you tune out everybody and forget everybody else. And I started to forget my first wife. And I made a point that at some point, it was about 3/4 through the year, one weekend, one day out of the weekend, I'm not going to do anything except something devoted to the family. Together. So you started going to the wine country. You were starting missing out. Oh, I didn't realize wine country was,
right over here.
And stuff. And then spending a lot of time in great restaurants in Chinatown and San Francisco or some of the other things. You forget who you are. You forget that there's more to life than reading case books. So.
Yeah, it's true.
So anyway, that's what I did. So second year was, started doing a lot more clinicals, participated in, and third year I did a lot of clinicals. I participated in the law, what we call the street law program with Stanford and University of San Francisco law students, in which we would teach street law to high school students for a semester. So we prepare a lesson plan and went twice a week to, talk about law to high school students.
So is street law the laws that would pertain to teenagers?
Well, no, not specifically, just enough to get them into trouble.
Okay, got it.
We did those things, and what happened is that you find out you learn more from the students than you learn what's being taught. A lot of them didn't have fathers at home. You get to know them as individuals. They start looking to you as a father figure. They would call home and ask me, hey, would you mind? Could you attend a swim meet? I'm swimming this weekend. Those type of things were extraordinarily important to them.
Yeah.
And so you started to become a surrogate parent to some of them, you know? And you begin to realize that, you know, there's certainly folks that have it worse than you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had you and your wife at the time, had you guys had any children
Yeah.
at this period?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
not at the time. We didn't have children until after I graduated from law school and then started working. And what happened was I was heavily recruited my last year in law school. I had a number of, I wind up clerking one summer, I split the summer between a Seattle law firm, which was then called um, Foster Pepper and Riviera, has some other name now, but it was one of the powerhouse law firms in Seattle. And then Pettit and Martin in San Francisco, which trademark, we were located in the Transamerica building, the Pyramid building in San Francisco, on the very top floors. So I wound up splitting my summer between those two firms. Pettit and Martin, years later, had a bad experience. It's no longer around, it dissolved. There was a mass shooting in their law firm.
Oh no.
Late 80s, mid 80s, in which a disgruntled employee came and killed several of the partners
Oh no.
and other attorneys in the firm. And it wind up, they never recovered.
What a terrible story.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so I clerked and I had job offers. You know, you typically had a job offer, typically the end of your first semester of your last year in law school. So I had an offer from them. Plus, on top of that, I interviewed with several other firms in Atlanta and in Washington, D.C. And then I had an offer from one of the powerhouse law firms in Washington, D.C., Arnold and Porter, where it used to be one of the Supreme Court justices. You know, so I had an offer with them, and then I had several offers from several major firms in Atlanta, which I wind up accepting. Of all places, just like Texas Christian, I don't know why I did that. I wound up going to Atlanta, and I took a job with a law firm there, and I'm trying to recall the name of the firm, but the name has changed also. But I also remember being interviewed by one of the big powerhouses in Atlanta, King and Spalding. And there's a story behind that. Talk about the Old South. King and Spalding. Kilpatrick and Cody was the firm I wind up joining. Name just.
Came out.
Anyway, King and Spalding, close to the Carter administration. In fact, one of the partners, Griffin Bell, wound up being the Attorney General for the United States during the Carter administration. So I had been a part. So I was heavily recruited by them. And I remember being interviewed by several of the partners. One of them, the Sibley brothers, you know, despite nepotism, well, I mean, they were an exception. And the prominence of that family, I did not realize until I visited the campus of the University of Georgia, and every other building is named Sibley.
Right.
And I remember this conversation with one of the Sibley brothers. He says, you know, we're very good friends with Andy Young. You know, Andy Young, I think, was the mayor at the time. And they were recruiting one of his sons or his daughter for the firm. He said, we're very good friends with Andy Young here. A person like you can go very far down here in this firm. You ever thought about politics? No, not really. So the only thing I'm interested in, you know, potentially employment opportunities for my spouse.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, he's reaching for the telephone And he's saying, hell, what school does she want to teach at?
He's really,
You can't make that kind of stuff up.
no, this kind of immediacy and influence. No.
Yeah. Yeah. But I wind up going with Kilpatrick and Cody because they were the more liberal firm.
Yes.
King and Spalding had Coca-Cola as the major clients. Kilpatrick and Cody had Frito-Lay, Pepsi, and some others. And they had big clients. And but I remember when I was at Kilpatrick and Cody reading some old Coca-Cola trademark cases. Turned out Kilpatrick and Cody used to be general counsel for Coca-Cola.
They were?
Now, how did they lose a client like Coca-Cola?
Why?
You have to ask that question.
Yeah.
Whether people like it or not, Coca-Cola is a big deal. I remember going to the law library one summer when I was at the University of Washington. I was researching some cases. There was literally 2 large volumes of cases devoted solely to the protection of Coca-Cola trademark.
Wow.
That's how big Coca-Cola is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I just never got an answer as to how did you lose a client like Coca-Cola. But they did. The King of Spalding had.
So something that I meant to ask before is I believe both when you were at law school at UC at Berkeley, you were in the California Reserves.
Yeah.
And I think in Atlanta, when you're at the law firm, you also, I believe, joined the reserves at Fort McPherson in Georgia.
Yeah.
So I guess I wonder, how did you balance them, and what were the obligations of the reserves in both of them?
Yeah. It turns out when I was in law school at Berkeley, the unit I belonged to was the 91st Training Support Division, and headquarters was located at Fort Baker, California, which is really right next to Sausalito. If you've been to the Bay Area, it's right next to Sausalito on the north side of the Golden Gate Bridge. And the military at that time owned all the prime land in San Francisco. Presidio, San Francisco, where Golden Gate Bridge is. And immediately on the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge, there used to be military quarters there, which also belonged to the Army. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the prime property in that area. And the military gave it all up as part of the Base Realignment and Closure Act, where we give up space to other segments of the government or private sector. I'm not sure how it involves Congress and everything is a big deal.
Was it seen as less important strategically, whereas it was right on the coast? So it was
just the footprint and costs associated with running these operations, I think. It's the primary driver for a lot of that cost cutting measures. So I belonged to the 91st Division, and it was a training division. And what we did was, 1 weekend a month, I'd go to Walnut Creek, Kent Creek Park, or Walnut Creek in East Bay. So I'd go there to train for the weekend, and then 2 weeks during the summer, we would go to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, to take over from the active duty drill sergeant, because our unit consisted primarily of drill sergeants and trainers. And so we take on that responsibility from the active duty drill sergeants for a good portion of the summer. So that's what we did. And so there was an obligation, so you get paid for all this. So I had, an income stream. Plus I was getting some credit, active duty credit time that would count later. Going back on active duty. When we went to Georgia, when I accepted the position in Atlanta, I joined a new unit that just formed up, which was a very different type of unit, combination of drilling reservists and active duty soldiers in the same headquarters.
No kidding.
Yeah. Never existed before. And
What was their objective?
it was called the Third Army. Now, Third Army was one of the numbered armies. Back then, they had a First Army, a Second Army, a Fifth Army, and Third Army was in there. Now, the other armies were numbered armies, but they were called CUNUSAs, Continental United States Armies. And they were pretty much the command and control headquarters in different regions of the United States for Army Reserve and National Guard units. Third Army was different. Third Army was organized solely to form the Army component to what would later become U.S. Central Command with responsibilities for the Middle East.
Oh.
Never before existed. And when we came into existence, people would always say, Third Army, oh, Third Army, we're not another CUNUSA. We are really an operational headquarters with a real operational mission.
Was there a vestige of Patton's Third Army or not at all?
Yes, yeah. The legacy is to Patton's Third Army. Our unit patch was the Third Army patch. And so I remembered, this unique opportunity, which led to exposure to my being deployed to Africa, the Horn of Africa, for training missions, to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia, to the Persian Gulf, early on, that didn't exist before, as a reservist. And then I got into the special operations role because I wind up being the special operations desk manager for Third Army, which kept me in contact with all the special forces units, the Rangers, and everything else. I mean, it was a, you couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah. So would this have been the early 80s at this point of time?
Yeah. And at the time, there wasn't a U.S. Central Command. There was what was called the JUTFA, the Joint Unified Task Warfare Force, headed up by Bob Kingston, which was centered on the Persian Gulf because of the issue of oil supply, if you recall, coming out of that region.
Right after the revolution.
Yeah. Plus, you had the Civil War, that was going on in Lebanon, the Golan Heights. I mean, there was a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
We were focused on that region. Combination of active duty soldiers and drilling reservists. Now, it turned out it took up more of our time because we wind up having to drill more just because of the nature of the work in our mission. And so they would ask us to volunteer more time. You get paid for it, but and the other thing for the active duty soldiers, it was more time for them because they didn't work, 5 days a week and get a weekend off. Because we drilled on the weekends, they would come in. So, 7 days a week, plus the TDYs to the different bases for temporary duty, sometimes to different bases that we supported, it was busy. Now, what I do remember when I was assigned at Third Army is I read the Patton's after action reports of World War II. 2 huge volumes that he had his staff prepare at the very end of World War II, that he completed in less than 6 months. The after action report, which showed the major combat operations they were involved in, the number of casualties they took, the number of ammunitions that they expended, the number of prisoners of war they took by unit, by combat operation. Extraordinary detail.
It is extraordinary, and also the fact that it was compiled so close to the end of the war.
Yeah. And I remember reading through it. I mean, I personally made time to read through it. Yeah, I was in pig's heaven, I guess, at the time, as a young captain.
as a young captain. So one thing is sort of a little bit of a side question. I mean, I can see on the one hand how gripping it would be, or involve special operations, conflicts in the Middle East and so on. But I guess because of your profession, I wondered if you ever considered entering the Judge Advocate General's Corps.
No, I mean, I had been approached about that
Yeah,
because we had, our own reserve lawyers that were assigned to Third Army as well as
yeah,
part of the legal team.
yeah.
And, lawyers do a lot more than just, they look at administrative law, operational law, health law. I mean, they're contract law, acquisition law, they're into everything. But I like what I was doing as a combat oriented type of person.
Yeah.
And then the conflict really became with my actual civilian profession.
Did the civilian profession also, law firms are notorious for wanting, a lot of work.
Yeah, your billable hours.
Yeah.
And then I had these opportunities to travel and go to these other exercises, which took me out of the law office, and that became, I think, problematic. Then I kind of said, somebody approached me, you have an opportunity to come back on active duty if you'd like. And so that opportunity presented itself, and I applied, and I finished at the top of the order merit list and was offered that opportunity. And then they said, hey, listen, oh, by the way, we'd like for you, for your first assignment coming back on active duty, is take an ROTC teaching assignment at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. The second oldest college in the United States next to Harvard.
That's right. That's right.
Where Phi Beta Kappa was created.
No, I know that.
Yeah. So I had that opportunity. I wind up giving up the practice of law and wind up going back on active duty as a brand new major because I had just gotten promoted, and had that opportunity, and that's what I did. And
So,
that became a continuation of the military segment of my life after that.
after that, so at the level of the major, what is your responsibility for the ROTC? Like,
I was their operations officer. I was responsible for training the cadets. When I first got there, I had the freshmen
oh,
cadets, fresh out of high school. They're still in communications. One of them is a general now. Several of them just retired as colonels themselves. They stay in contact with me all the time. Sir, you don't remember me, but I remember everything about you. You kept me on the straight and narrow. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am today.
wow.
That type of thing, that you make that connection. So they remembered me as Major Turner then, brand new major. And I remembered them as an 18-year-old freshman, fresh out of high school. And now they have kids in college. We just graduated from college.
Mm.
And I remind them when they talk about their kids, I remembered you coming out of high school the same age. So anyway, I taught freshmen, but it became very clear because of my combat arms experience and the fact that I was airborne and Ranger. But I never mentioned that I went back to Ranger. I wound up going to Ranger school when I was at Fort Riley, Kansas.
So do you want to talk a little bit about that? Like what was involved with going back to Ranger school at Fort Riley, Kansas?
When I went to airborne school, coming from the officer basic course at Fort Knox, I was also slated to go to Ranger school. So I was going to airborne school and then follow immediately at Ranger school because both of the courses are taught at Fort Benning, Georgia. But there was a significant budget issue in the military at the time.
Oh.
So they wind up canceling a lot of classes. Ranger school was one of them. So I was not able to go to Ranger school because they canceled that course for the remainder of that year. We were lucky they didn't cancel the airborne course. And then when I reported to Fort Riley, Kansas, 2 years later, in between my assignment at the Division Support Command and the 4th Battalion, I had an opportunity to go to Ranger School, and the division agreed to fund me to go to Ranger School. So they sent me to Fort Benning to Ranger School, where I get Ranger qualified.
Wow.
So they saw a lot of things. The reason why we were doing that, Turner, is because we know you're going to do great things for us.
Well, they had faith in you, you know.
Yeah. And then I wind up getting out a year later to go to law school.
And then it came back. Well, what were the skill sets that a ranger needs to develop?
Small unit leadership. Again, back to basic leadership fundamentals.
Yeah.
You know, how to lead troops, how to analyze a situation, how to plan accordingly, and then how to execute. Basic leadership skills. Yeah. So, and Ranger School is a little bit different because in Ranger School, there is no rank. They take your rank off in Ranger School. No. But the reality is, they know who you are. First of all, the instructors know who you are. And then you figure out very early on that I know who you are by virtue of the positions that they put you in for evaluation that corresponded really to an officer rank and enlisted rank.
Right.
You kind of knew if you're the platoon leader or company commander, they knew you were an officer. They're not going to send a private that just came from one of the Ranger battalions who's just now gone to Ranger School into one of those positions. They put officers in those positions. So you kind of knew. It was an amazing experience. All branches of service can attend Ranger School if they're selected to go. So we had some Marine Corps officers. We had some Navy SEALs in my class. We had Danish officers. We had foreign officers from Nigeria. I had an officer who was my Ranger buddy most of the course, Ranger Pasi Patu from Malaysia.
Did you find it helpful in learning, like sort of like was there a good synergy, people from different countries, forces?
Oh yeah. Yeah. They were the cream of the crop. We had a Swedish officer, you know, the guys were squared away because those countries aren't going to send their sick, lame, and lazy. You know? The Danish officers, I thought I called them Mork and Mindy. They were just kind of funny all the time. And of course, all of them spoke English, but Danes are fluent in English. I think 80% of the Danes speak English because of the proximity to the UK. Anyway, but they were absolutely funny. Ranger Pasi Patu from Malaysia, he had a lot of combat experience because he tracked down the Huks in Malaysia, who were really a rebellious force in Malaysia. A lot of combat experience. And the other thing I remember about Malaysia is that he spoke with a British accent. He had more of a British accent, and every other term was bloody, bloody this, bloody that. Typical of the UK. But he was one of those guys. You knew he was a seasoned combat guy because we could go in and occupy a patrol base in Ranger School, to begin our operation, and somebody would see, oh, there's a pile of, human feces or something. I mean, and he could stick his finger in it. And he said, oh, they left here 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
You gotta crack up. He gave him deference.
Every possible means of observation.
Because he was a tracker. He was a Malaysian tracker that hunted down rebellious folks in the jungles of Malaysia.
Oh gosh.
So yeah. So that was what Ranger School was like.
It sounds like so. Jumping back, you're the ROTC instructor at the College of, I think, William and Mary in
Yeah.
Virginia, and still have a lot of contact with, like you say, that freshman group and others. Um, so was this were the tables turning that now you were becoming the mentor to others?
Yeah, more so. You start to realize your role is much more pronounced in that arena.
Yes. Yeah.
Teaching these impressionable kids what leaders are like, or supposed to be like.
Yeah.
You know, one of those individuals that you're in great physical shape, that you can outrun them. They think you're an old man or older person, but you smoke
Oh,
their butt. When you take them out for that first 5 mile run, then they realize, oh no, what did I get myself into? That stuff. But also, well read. The
yes.
fact that I was, degreed from Berkeley,
Berkeley and
made an impression on them to this, oh, I have a Berkeley law degree and this kind of stuff, you know. Um, and it became apparent that the guy who was responsible for preparing them for their basic training, remember I told you between your junior and senior year when I was in ROTC, is where you go to learn your skill sets just before being commissioned. It's also applied to William and Mary between their junior and senior year. And the person that was responsible for that, a guy by the name of Captain Pettit, was not a combat arms and wasn't the picture of what you would envision that type of person being, fit, he's overweight and everything else, although he's a good officer. And to his credit, he approached the head of the ROTC program at William & Mary was Lieutenant Colonel Ken Harris, one of the best officers I ever served with at any time in my career. General officer material, all the way. And I just talked with him about 3 weeks ago. We stay in contact. But Captain Pettit approached Lieutenant Colonel Harris and said, hey, listen, I think Hughes Turner would be a better officer to teach these guys ready for basic training than I am. Airborne qualified, Ranger qualified, knows all that stuff, terrific physical shape, and he looks the part. More so than I do.
Right, who's a little overweight, you're saying, yeah.
And he gave it up. He says, hey, he's a better person for this job.
Wow, that's an unusual person.
Yeah. And so I wind up taking on that role. Yeah. And then also teaching the seniors as they got ready to become new lieutenants, military law, those type of things. So, yeah. And then my summers, I was a tactical officer at Fort Bragg for the ROTC summer camps. So I was the evaluator, the platoon evaluator, the guy who did that for me. I was a cadet. I was now doing for cadets.
How did you personally find moving around a lot, and did your family enjoy the different environments?
Well, a couple of things happened. Number one, before I went back on active duty, I was a drilling reservist in Atlanta. I had my first child, Ryan, and he was born in 1983. I think it was 1983. The year after we'd been in Atlanta and started practicing, bought our first house, started to do that professional thing, becoming a lawyer, making a little money. My ex-wife was, teaching, making money. And so, we were there. So the first move for them as a military family was when I went back on active duty and went up going to William and Mary. And so we were geographically separated that first year. That was at William and Mary for about 6 months. We were waiting until the end of the traditional school year because my wife was teaching, as a teacher then. And so I'd make a periodic trip back down to Atlanta for a long weekend, or they would come up to William and Mary, up to Williamsburg to check out the area and stuff. And I had great mentor in Ken Harris. Got to take care of your family. If you don't take care of your family, you can't focus on your job. Which is true. There's a lot of things that you learn. A great leader. So anyway, we moved. We sold the house, and my first wife wound up probably taking the bulk of the responsibility for the first move. Of course, the first thing is, military pays for everything, so the movers and all that took place, and they moved and everything else, and we wind up renting a condo off military reservation in Williamsburg in a golfing community called Kings Mill, which is right next to what's the Anheuser Busch Gardens in Williamsburg. Great place to be. Ritzy neighborhood because it's where they played the Anheuser Busch Classic golf tournament, so it was a big deal in the subdivision that we lived in. Gated community, but it was only like a 6-minute drive to the campus of William and Mary for me.
Oh, convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. So yeah, we got into it. And my son, being of kindergarten age, I'd take him to some of the ROTC activity, and the cadets would enjoy him. And in fact, some of the cadets would babysit for him. They look at him now; he's like 6'4", 200 pounds, and he's 36 years old now. Yeah. So it's a lot different. But he had a lot of fun. It was a good time, a good place for our first assignment.
Yeah.
So that's where we were, and had an opportunity to commission several officers when they became seniors. I had them for 3 years, and then commissioned them as brand new lieutenants. And then you kind of forget about things. And it was at that point. It was my 1990 that I had received. It was time to go on to my next assignment. Received orders to report to, guess of all places, back to 3rd Army for deployment to the Middle East, because if you recall, that's when Iraq invaded Kuwait.
Oh, okay.
And Desert Storm was about to take place.
Oh, okay. I'm see. I was a little mixed up with time, so thank you for talking about this. I thought that you were in Washington during Desert Storm, but this makes more sense.
I was. There's more to the story.
Oh.
But I received orders to go to 3rd Army and prepare to deploy to Saudi Arabia for Desert Storm.
Oh, so did you go back to Fort McPherson?
No. Orders were interrupted and changed before I moved. Then there followed subsequent orders saying, interruption, you are now being reassigned to the Pentagon to become the assignment officer for the National Capital Region for Army Reserve officers on active duty for the Pentagon. Your services are required elsewhere. So that was a disappointment, because from my perspective, and just think back. I want to go back for the time that I was with 3rd Army as a drilling reservist when I was a lawyer.
Yeah.
I got to go to, of all places, Somalia.
Oh, early on.
After that must have been 1986, 85, 86, and to Egypt several times.
Oh, wow.
Because we had the Bright Star exercise with the Egyptians. So
Right.
Then I wind up going to Somalia on a top secret mission because the Russians had just been kicked out of Somalia.
Oh, my.
And the Somalis had invited us in. We looked at it as an exploitation opportunity to look at Russian equipment, find out more about Russian leadership style from the Somalis.
Oh.
And at the time, you have to remember, there was an ongoing border war between Somalia and
Ethiopia?
Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Even though they look remarkably the same as people.
Yes. Yeah.
So I wind up going to Somalia. I was in Somalia for several months, learning a lot about there. And that's when we Saeed Barre was the dictator, military dictator of Somalia. I had a chance to meet him. The warlord Aidid, who would later enter back a few years later with the Clinton administration, the warlord that we were trying to get rid of. I
Incredible.
dealt with him on a daily basis as a briefer. And so all this, as a young captain, assigned to Third Army as a reservist.
Oh my goodness. And so meanwhile, you and the others would be gathering information about, like you're saying, the Russian armaments,
Yeah.
but like
Their
style of
command
leadership, like what
control.
you'd play with conversations with the Somali
Yes.
leaders. And
Yes.
wow.
Yeah. 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 Never in my wildest dreams. Or, to be in Bright Star, work with Egyptian officers, who were involved in the 7-Day War in 1967 and get their perspectives in fighting the Israelis.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, visit the pyramids
Incredible.
or the wadis in different portions of Egypt, or go up to Luxor.
Unbelievable. How did they view the peace treaty with Israel and, Sadat's visit to Jerusalem, etc.?
I think they just accepted it.
Yeah.
I mean, leadership is different, and and they didn't harbor any particular ill will toward the Israeli opponents. I think they kind of viewed them as like, they were an opponent at the time.
Yeah.
Not like you chose them to be your enemy. At the time, we were in conflict at the time.
Yeah.
So anyway, so so I was disappointed when my orders to Third Army were interrupted, because the one thing is, as an officer and combat arms officer, you train to go to war. And so there's part of you that says, I'm going to miss out on an opportunity to go to war in combat.
Yeah.
And so, that's what happened. And it turned out to be, one thing, one of my NCOs said, hey, sir, don't worry, given the size of the Iraqi army, and we're going to be there for a long time, there'll be plenty of opportunity to be rotated in and out of that combat theater. Well, it turned out, the war was only 100 hours long, right?
Right. But he was right in the longer term that you had opportunities later on.
Yeah, but as a young officer full of piss and vinegar, no, I want to get in the fight now. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Right?
Yeah.
You do. That's what you train to do.
Yes.
So I wind up being assigned to the Pentagon. Left my family in Williamsburg because it was a school year, in the middle of the school year when I got assigned, and wind up being the assignment officer in the Pentagon. And just being, when you walk into the Pentagon for the first time, just having been with troops all the time, all of a sudden you're in the Pentagon, walking the halls of the Pentagon.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Crazy, and being the assignment officer, determining people's careers by where you assign them. And so I was in that capacity, and I worked directly then with the Chief of Army Reserve, who was a 2-star general at the time, because I would make the recommendations, and they would either approve or disapprove. And then an opportunity presented itself by circumstance or happenstance that they needed an action officer in the Chief of Staff of the Army's office to manage Army generals.
Wow.
Because the guy that had been there, who was the reserve component action officer for the Army Chief of Staff, had been relieved of his duties.
Oh, okay.
And then somebody said, why don't we send Hughes Turner to that office? So I go up there to interview. The head of the office is a lieutenant colonel, and there's a little story behind it. He interviews me. Then I interview the vice chief of staff of the Army, who's a 4-star, after that, to get their stamp of approval. And to seal the deal, the lieutenant colonel, his name was Al Brenzel. And you'll see the connection here. Al Brenzel's son was a cadet at William and Mary when I was at William and Mary. So he called his son. He said, "What do you know about this Major Turner guy?" He said, his son said, "Dad, he's a cool dude."
Probably the top recommendation.
Yeah. So they drank the Kool-Aid. So I was considered, and I was offered a position in the General Officer Management Office, where we manage all generals of the Army.
Wow.
4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star. I'm invited to be a part of that team.
Amazing.
And you can't say no. It's a letterhead. You get a small note inviting you to join my team with this important role, signed Dennis Reimer, General, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army.
Amazing.
You don't say no to that.
No, you don't say no to that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So, oh my.
yeah, that's
Just
what I said.
sorry to sort of back up from this moment, but I did wonder if your orders had been changed as during Operation Desert Storm because of the war. Like, were they more in need of someone to assign new officers in the Army Reserves because of the war? Like there was a connection, or not necessarily?
Well, I think it was because of the job. There was a requirement that required an active guard reserve officer to provide this function. And if you're in the Pentagon, you know, and I'm not going to say I'm, the greatest thing since sliced bread, but they wanted to make sure they had a high quality officer being sent to the Pentagon
Yes, yes, yeah.
to represent the Chief of the Army Reserve.
And once you got the invitation from the Chief of Staff, Dennis Reimer, what was it like? And was it very how to put it, like intellectually stimulating being with these top people and working with
Well,
them?
what was more amazing is I'm running the promotion boards to select generals. I'm responsible for running the promotion boards, inviting the generals to serve on the board, to select other people to become generals. That's an eye opener.
Good morning.
Morning.
Today is July 1st, 2021. I will just add Canada Day, and I'm delighted to be here with Colonel Hughes Turner. This is our third interview. We will go back to close to where we left off when Colonel Turner was assigned to the office of the Chief of the Army Reserves in, I believe, 1990 in the Pentagon. And in addition to the assignment officer, there was a lot of oversight over school selection. And I believe you said you had initiated a project too. So we look forward to hearing the sequel of your story.
Okay. And actually, the assignment, the different responsibilities I had in my portfolio are all related. Okay. Primarily, I was there to be the assignment officer for the Army Reserve Active and Guard Reserve officers that were assigned to the National Capital Region, which is primarily the Pentagon, but there are other major commands in the Washington, D.C. area as well. So I managed the assignments, and typically that means canvassing the military records of potential candidates and then running it through the leadership for evaluation and based on my recommendations and others on who should be selected for particular assignments in the National Capital Region. The other part of my portfolio involved the oversight of the national board level selection of Army Reserve officers for selection to attend the military's command and general staff colleges. Primarily the Army command and general staff colleges at Fort Leavenworth, and typically it's about a 9-month course, almost a year-long course, in which you select your mid-grade officers for schooling with the rest of the Army Officer Corps who have also been selected at that particular point to attend school at Fort Leavenworth. And as well, we had a couple of seats to the Air Force version, the Air Command Staff College at Maxwell Air Force Base, as well as the Marine Corps equivalent at Quantico. We only had a few seats. So, services like the inter-service connectivity. And so you'll find a few select Army officers attending other service schools at that level. And you will find Marine Corps officers and Navy officers also at the Army School. And so I kind of oversaw the board selection process for individuals that were selected for these premier schools at the mid-grade level. So that was kind of cool to be able to do that. And then, we have a centralized board process, independent panel of individuals who are senior to the officers being considered. And in most cases, people who served on the panel also attended those schools themselves. And then we'd make the recommendation. And it's a very small select group because we only typically had, maybe no more than 20 who were selected to attend in residence, so it's a big deal, out of the that group or that pool of officers. And that also included individuals being selected to attend the Naval War College, and in some cases the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California. So it was pretty cool to be involved in all of that. The other school program I oversaw was the more senior schools, the Senior Service College Selection Program, in which we selected a finite number, a small group of Army Reserve officers to include some of the drilling reservists, so they could be included. Actually, in both schools, could be considered as part of the population pool. And so not only the mid-level course of the Command and General Staff Officers courses, but also at the Senior Service College schools, like the Army War College at Carlisle Barracks, the Air War College at Maxwell, the Naval War College in Rhode Island. And then there were select fellowships were equivalent levels to include Stanford University there, the University of Texas as well, the National War College in the Washington, D.C. area, the Naval War College, the Fletcher School program at Fletcher at Tufts University, as well as the Kennedy School at Harvard.
So could you tell us, could you tell us a little bit about your involvement? For example, were you involved in determining a criteria, interviewing, reviewing files on the candidates, like giving instructions to those doing these things?
Yeah. Well, it's pretty standard. Our selection process was much like the active component. They have a centralized board process. Those who are eligible, they screen their military records, which is pretty standard in how they're set up. And so typically the candidates who are in the zone of consideration, their complete file is presented to the selection panel. And typically the selection panels are individuals who are selected typically by the senior officer, typically the flag officer level, whether it's the chief of the Army Reserve or some other selecting official at that level, even on the active side, to chair the panel. Typically, for the Army, the Command and General Staff College, it was the president of that panel would be a full colonel, 06, and for the War College, typically also a full colonel, made up with other colonels, and they review the files, and they have a very straight process, at least when I ran the panel, of votes, and whoever amassed the most votes, and we had a cutoff period that said that, hey, listen, below this level, they're not going to be eligible. We just don't have enough seats. And then it's run, the recommendations of the panel are run to the ultimate selection officer for review and approval. In almost all cases, they accepted the recommendations of the voting panel.
Okay, cool.
So, and from my perspective, what was most significant when I was involved in the school selection panel, up until I got there, the Army Reserve was not participating or was precluded from participating in the civilian school aspect, which was Stanford, the Fletcher School at Tufts, and the National Security Fellows Program at the Kennedy School at Harvard. And I asked why. And so I saw the appropriate people on the active duty side of why we weren't included in that process, and made the case and ran all the traps of, hey, why we should be involved, how much money it would cost, and whether or not we had the funding from the Army Reserve side to support those programs. And I was successful in doing that.
Why? So
at the end of my first year in that process, we secured seats at Stanford, we secured seats at University of Texas, we secured seats at Harvard, we secured seats at Tufts, at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy.
Had the reserves been seen a little bit like the, I don't know, the stepchild by the active duty forces?
I think for the longest time, if you're talking now 1990 and before, and I think in a lot of ways, the National Guard and the Army Reserves were viewed differently. The weekend warriors, who did 1 weekend a month and maybe 2-week annual training somewhere for school. That all changed, though, significantly as people looked at ways, the senior leadership in the military, at what made sense in terms of force structure to support our major contingencies. And if you reflect back, probably with the Gulf War under the first President Bush, how all that changed significantly in terms of the level of involvement of the Army Reserve and the National Guard in major contingency and operational missions. And from a strategic policy perspective, I think at that time we were looking at capabilities to fight 2 major wars, in 2 major theaters of operations. Our capabilities of doing that were severely handicapped when you looked at the entire force structure. And what came about was a recognition that probably the major combat pieces, would come out of the active component, but the combat service support elements, your signal communications, your logistics communication or capabilities, and other pieces to support the pointy end of the spear, would come out of the Army Reserve and the Army National Guard. And there you started to see this migration of certain capabilities, civil affairs, theater support, signal, migrate to the Army Reserve and National Guard. And that started in 1990. So what you saw, I think, when you look back at the first Gulf War, that there were significant pieces that were contributed by the Army Reserve to that, to that operation. And then that became much clearer when Afghanistan, 9/11 occurred, followed by the second Iraqi freedom, if you will, in which you saw significant pieces of the Army Reserve and National Guard mobilized to support those efforts. And so, and I think I may have made this point in some other interview that I did for someone else, in which, I remember seeing this sign, and it was during the Iraqi freedom, and evidently it was an Army Reserve unit where they're in Iraq, and he had made this sign and put in the windshield of the truck that they were driving that said, 1 weekend a month, my ass.
Yeah, here we are in the middle of a
Yeah,
combat zone.
mobilized, fully engaged with everybody else,
Yes.
with no distinctions made. So an evolution occurred in the 20-year, when you reflect back to the late 80s to where we were when 9/11 occurred.
Yeah.
And you can see that reflected, if you recall, when I was a newly minted major, young captain and newly minted major, when I was assigned to 3rd Army at Fort McPherson, with a combined active duty
like coming up soon. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, there's these things we really never think about. I recently interviewed somebody who's at first on active duty in the submarines, for about 4 years, and later joined the reserves. And I wanted to bring out something that I thought was the most prestigious. I said, no, really, from the reserves, I'm most proud of the fact that we were involved in a squadron that we were replacing the submariners when they needed a reprieve. You had to keep things going, and how do you do it if not have skilled people on reserves to relieve those on active duty? So it hit home in that way, yeah.
But you also have to understand that there are challenges to that. For instance, if you have, I was a brigade commander, and most of my units, subordinate battalions, were military police units, reserve units. And so when you look at those military police units, a large number of those soldiers came from local law enforcement. And so when you have a military police unit that gets mobilized to be forward deployed to a combat operation, you're now taking civilian police members out of that force because they happen to belong to the reserve unit. What does that do to the local community in terms of law enforcement?
Oh, wow.
You don't think about those downstream impacts, or we didn't, or you have to start thinking about that. When all of a sudden the Tampa police force may be reduced by 1/4 or more because they had police officers
deployed
ranks who were mobilized as part of the effort.
Wow. No, like you said, had a lot of good questions, how to balance.
Same with medical units. Doctors being taken, or nurses taken out of the civilian structure, because their unit, the military hospital unit they belong to, was mobilized for deployment.
Yes.
Type of impact that would have on
their institutions.
Rush University or Northwestern Memorial or any of the other hospitals in a civilian community that may be impacted.
Yeah, this is true. Wow. So just going back a little bit, would you like to talk more about your responsibilities when you're the assignment officer? That was one. And before I forget, I just have one little question as a link before I forget, is was it like a leap for you to be in these positions in the Pentagon after having been the ROTC instructor at the College of William and Mary? And even for you, how did you feel like being in a more like say, it sounds like it's more of a desk job versus out there training people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we all go through that. That's a typical military
Career.
path,
Yeah.
You spend a lot of time at the troop level, like you said, in the field training, and all of a sudden, one day, the fickle finger fate taps you and says, you show some promise here. We need good officers, and we would like to have you assigned to the Pentagon, which really makes sense because you want some of that field experience in that decision-making process in the Pentagon as well.
Yeah.
The infusion of new ideas and perspectives. Who said, listen, guys, you might not have thought about this. The decisions that are made at a policy level, strategically within the Pentagon, what type of downstream impact that has on units in the field. So, yeah. But to your point, after having operated at the field level for such a long time, and then all of a sudden, you're walking the halls of the Pentagon, and you're walking by the office of the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of the Army, or the Secretary of the Navy, and it is, it does set you back a while to kind of reflect on that, and I think it's real easy if we're not careful to get a little heady about stuff like that,
Well, here we are. Yeah.
And you forget where you came from and why you're there, But you also learn a lot about policy development, being in a position to provide input to that. And then, actually having the chief of staff or one of the secretaries look at you and say something like, well, Hughes, what do you think about that?
Sure. Yeah.
And actually providing input. And then what's scary is that people actually listen to you and say, that's a pretty good idea. We ought to do that. Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So sorry that I got distracted by my own questions, but so would you like to talk more about being an assignment officer, or would you like to move on to your subsequent role?
well, I think when we talked about the school selection process, it's not much different for looking at candidates for specific assignments within the National Capital Region.
Oh.
There may be a requirement. For instance, we need, we have a position or a billet within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We have a hole for a lieutenant colonel or 2 lieutenant colonels or a major. Who are our candidates out there? And so we do the screening. At least I did the initial screening. Typically, no less than 3 potential candidates for each position, reviewing their assignment history, how they performed in those assignments, and then making a recommendation that goes up to the Chief of the Army Reserves, ultimately recommending a particular officer or specific officers for assignments to those positions. And that's what I did.
Okay, that was for the Army Ground Reserves. That was for the
Yes, the Active Guard and Reserve piece that we had in the National Capital Region.
Well, was it very stimulating for you to be like in the in the Pentagon in general in Washington and meeting like these people involved in policy, or I would imagine very intelligent people? Like was it stimulating to you intellectually?
I think it's like going to Disney World, the first experience, and just, just awestruck, right? By all the things that you see. And then also learning about the proper staffing process, the decision making, how that happens. That's all through osmosis and mentoring of people that you worked for. There's a certain way we might have done business within the office of the Chief of the Army Reserve, but you now have to coordinate with the office of the Army Chief of Staff, or the office of the Secretary of the Army, or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So you learn, the cultures involved and what's involved in coordinating to reach a decision that ultimately results in somebody being assigned to fill that requirement.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, it's a learning experience in staffing. And the one thing that I probably took away more so at the Pentagon than any place else, but I learned very early on as a young officer at the battalion level and below, is coordination. And that is, as an action officer, and I've always viewed myself as an action officer, even at the highest levels, as a senior executive, in the federal government, as a civilian senior executive, which is a flag officer or general admiral equivalent, is the fundamental question of every action officer is you must ask, who else needs to know what I know?
Oh.
Not only up and down the chain, but laterally.
Yeah.
Did you do the right coordination? Did you leave anybody else out? That's fundamental. And that was really pointed out to me, I think, through my real life experiences in the Pentagon. Okay, I made contact with the Army staff. Do I need to talk to the National Guard, our National Guard colleagues also in the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Do I need to talk with somebody at another level? Those are the things you have to go through.
Yes, like a lot of coordination.
In order to get to the right decision.
Like really figure out from whom you need input and
it's all part of the process.
Yeah.
Really, when you look at it, it's a process.
Yeah.
And trusting the process. And in a lot of ways, and this became much more so when I got into general officer management, in which I was running promotion boards for selection of reserve and National Guard general officers, and in some cases, active component general officers.
Oh, wow.
Just trust the process. I think the process was pretty good, pretty fair, but it doesn't mean that sometimes the wrong people get selected.
Nothing's perfect.
Nothing's perfect. And we see it all the time in the news, right?
Yeah. Do you think your training and career as a lawyer helped you with this type of work that seems like a lot of process and detail oriented and decision making?
I never thought about it, but upon reflection, I think the one thing that law school does and law practice does is it teaches you how to ask questions and how to look at problems differently. I don't want to say it's critical thinking because law practice doesn't have a monopoly on that.
No,
but
no.
it does teach you, I think, a different way of looking at problems and then asking questions that others might not have thought about.
Yeah, try to find other ways.
And oh, by the way, in almost each case, whether I was the assignment officer or the school selection process, but certainly very pronounced when I got involved with the Chief of Staff in the Army and General Officer promotions, lawyers are involved. because of
Are
the
oh,
statutes involved and things of that sort. And so there's a legal component to that as well.
oh, what,
And
why?
so you get the Army staff attorneys involved, as well as the general counsel involved at different levels.
Is it necessary because it's such a high level and there's a desire to make sure that, I don't know how to say it politely, but like avoid a coup, let's just say.
Well, I think more so because a lot of the promotions, especially for flag officers, are outlined in U.S. statute.
Oh, okay.
And so,
Okay.
yeah, you need legal interpretation and legal review.
Hmm. Wow. Wow. Um, I think you had mentioned that when you were when you were the general office manager for the Army Chief of Staff office, there were two chief of staffs, I think both Gordon Sullivan and later Dennis Reimer. So I was reading that Sullivan seemed to be moving the Army away from a Cold War posture. And I wondered if you agreed with that, and if so, where was he looking toward? Like, what did he see the new reality to be?
I think that, first of all, I really wasn't involved in that,
Oh,
other than if you reflect upon my discussions about how the reserves
mm-hmm.
were viewed, you
Yeah,
know, previous to 1990, and then what occurred with the first Gulf War.
yes.
Sullivan was involved in that process in how we view
Uh-huh.
the services, what we could expect in the future, and how the force should be realigned accordingly to support that vision. You know,
Oh, so he
so
was very key in seeing the need and the value of the reserves.
I think so. I think the fiscal reality, uh, and then a recognition also that there are certain capabilities in which you could capitalize coming out of the civilian community. Things like medicine, you know, doctors who are on cutting edge stuff in the civilian world, or logistics, folks out of Walmart or Target, you know. And in fact, I think if you were to look at, my recollection is, the military has the military exchange system, the PXs and base exchanges, which is like
Yeah,
going to, a Target or something.
yeah.
That formerly the commanding general of the exchange system was somebody out of the active component years, decades ago.
Yeah.
Now you're finding that they have selected an Army Reserve or an Army National Guard general officer coming out of the civilian community to step into an active duty role for a 2-year assignment or whatever to run the operation
It
because
parallels.
they know logistics, they know Walmart, they know Brooks Brothers, they know somebody in that industry. That makes absolute sense. And to bring that expertise and help the military modernize, if you will, its approach to looking at some of that stuff.
Interesting. Yeah.
You
Uh,
would 50 years ago that wasn't the case.
okay, it's a little bit just whatever off the cuff here, but do you think that the reserves were seen a little bit differently, like in the early Cold War, with the installation of missile sites, all over the place? It was, like, were they feeling that they needed local people to take care of certain tasks locally, um, let's say in the early 50s versus 1970?
Well, I wouldn't know because I wasn't around in the
Yeah,
60s,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
60s
yeah,
in
yeah,
uniform. But this is what I do remember.
yeah.
Um, you know, the 1 weekend a month and the 2 weeks during the summer, their annual training. And I remember when my initial active duty assignment to the 1st Infantry Division in Fort Riley, Kansas, part of our responsibilities was running the summer camp for ROTC cadets at Fort Riley, Kansas. Fort Riley, Kansas was one of the sites where we had Fort Lewis at the time, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and Fort Riley, Kansas, and then to a small degree or a different degree, Fort Knox, Kentucky, where ROTC cadets would come for their training, depending on for their summer camp, depending on where what region they were in, where their college was. Okay. As part of that effort to help us, there would be reserve units who were involved in training and providing support who would come in for 2 weeks to help with that.
Oh,
And I remember a conversation, and this was in the late 70s, with several of the soldiers in a reserve unit that was helping us train these cadets. And I asked a question, and I remember a reply from one of the Army Reserve senior non-commissioned officers. His response was, don't know much about that because we're just reservists. So attitudinally, I think that was reflected in the mindset of reservists and probably an active component. Okay.
Yeah.
Fast forward now, where you have Army Reserve and National Guard units that may have served multiple tours already in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody's saying we're just reservists or National Guardsmen anymore.
No. It's true. It's a good perspective.
Yeah.
Well, when you were the Army Chief of Staff office, did you ever interact with Colin Powell, who was at the time the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or did you see him from a distance? Or?
Yeah, the short answer is yes, depending on the circumstance. When I got to the Pentagon, he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, occupying rock star status. Okay, but I actually ran into him when I was at the College of William and Mary.
Oh.
When I was at the College of William and Mary, and him indirectly, it was through his son and through his wife, Alma. Because when I was assigned to the College of William and Mary, his son, Michael, had been a participant in the Army ROTC program at the College of William and Mary and had actually been commissioned a couple of years earlier prior to my assignment there. And so the Powell family had a very close connection with the Army ROTC program at the College of William and Mary. And so when I was at the College of William and Mary at the time, he was brought down, he was invited and accepted to give the commencement address at one of the graduations. And that was when he was the National Security Advisor, if you recall, to, I think it was Reagan and then to Bush. He occupied that role. And I remember Alma, his wife, coming to the commissioning ceremony for the Army ROTC cadets and meeting her. And also, not only was her son Michael a graduate, but their youngest daughter, I think, is it Anne-Marie, I think was her name, was a freshman at the College of William and Mary at the time.
So a lot of deep connection.
So there was connection. And so when I got to the Pentagon, Colin Powell was an Army officer, so he was quote unquote managed by us in Army General Officer Management, although he was now assigned in the role of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And what I do remember is one of those, because I interacted with a lot of the senior officers, to include the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army and the Army Chief of Staff. And in fact, it was the Army Chief of Staff, Gordon Sullivan, that promoted me from Major to Lieutenant Colonel.
Oh.
In that ceremony for my family. But I do remember getting the chairman, Colin Powell, to speak not only at one of our, we call them charm schools, because when Army officers are selected to become general officers, they go through what we call a charm school to help groom them for this new level of responsibility. And typically, we bring them together for a week or two to be spoken to by other very senior members of the General Officer Corps. And that included at that time General Powell. And I also remembered there's another organization called the Rocks, which is primarily consisted of Black officers that saw a need to get together going decades back. So they had an organization in which they could discuss shared experiences that perhaps others, weren't aware of. And he was a member of the Rocks.
Oh.
And he came to speak to the Rocks. And if you read Colin Powell's history, and I read through his military service records.
Oh.
I mean, because we maintain all the general officer records, and on occasion I would select a few just to read through. I even read MacArthur's file.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and how he was removed from his position in Korea by Harry Truman. I mean, I read the files.
That's wild. That's wild. Did you ever write these things up?
So we maintained all the records of the 3 stars. I mean, of all the 4 stars. Anybody at 3-star and below were shipped to St. Louis when they would retire.
I see.
Except at that time, we kept all the 4-star general officer files.
Oh, wow.
In the Army General Officer Management Office, in the back portion of our offices at that time. So I had the opportunity to read all their files. I made a point of doing that.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
It was absolutely extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. But if you recall, Powell, I think at the time, I'm trying to remember where he was assigned, but he did not get a glowing review as a 1-star general. And in fact, for any other general officer, for that type of report card that he got, tubed him, and he knew it. But he was resurrected by another senior Army flag officer, and everything else is history.
Huh.
And you reflect on that and how personalities can influence certain things. Also remember, it was Powell who made the comment and asked why there wasn't a monument for Buffalo soldiers at Fort Leavenworth, which is where you'll now find the statue of Buffalo, because they were stationed there.
So it was a little more political or racist, not a reflection of his performance as a 1-star general.
Yeah, I think people recognize that, Yeah. And he was resurrected, and I can't remember the 4-star that may have resurrected him, but somebody said, people recognize your potential where you may not see it in yourself, and you have this mentor that comes to the rescue.
Yeah.
And so I think that occurred in his case. And then, of course, it took off when he was the military aide to the Secretary of Defense. I think it was Carlucci.
Oh, I'm not
at the time, during the Reagan years. People recognized him. And then all of a sudden you started to hear this buzz about the senior military advisor to the Secretary of Defense by the name of Colin Powell. And then from that, he became, this 3rd star and wind up taking over a 5th Corps in Germany, and then got tapped to be the National Security Advisor And so all of a sudden he's got this platform as the national security advisor.
Wow.
And then, being on active duty but wearing civilian clothes, and then got tagged and got promoted to be 4-star to take over U.S. Forces Command. Where? Fort McPherson, Georgia.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't say alma mater, but you certainly spent a lot of time there at different points in your career.
But I think he was only in that job for a few months, and then he got tapped to become the chairman by then President Bush, to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And all of a sudden, he has this rock star status. Everybody was in love with him. He's just my recollection of him, the interactions I had with him, even though they were minimal, for he and his wife, they were absolutely wonderful human beings. Really nice, pleasant people.
Wow.
And that says a lot.
It says a lot.
Didn't take himself too seriously, And I remembered I got sidetracked. I told you our involvement with the Rocks, the organization primarily of black officers at every level now. And normally we have this major event every year called the fall gathering. In fact, we have one coming up in October, in which C.J. Brown, who's now the Air Force Chief of Staff, the black general, he's going to be the keynote speaker at the one this fall. So these are the type of events, and this is the status of the Rocks now.
Could you remind me what it stands for again?
Rocks is just called the Rocks. It's not an acronym. I will send you a link to the Rocks so you understand the history of it.
Okay.
But Powell has always been a member. Almost every black officer, regardless of level, is a member of the Rocks and stay engaged with the Rocks.
Okay.
And to include the civilian side now, as senior executives and political appointees, because I stay engaged with the Rocks myself. But where I was going with this was that I remember we invited Powell to be a speaker at one of the Rocks events in the National Capital Region, and he agreed to do that. And I remembered him coming, and I was the guy who was responsible for wiring him up. Boy, he went out to talk to the Rocks. And I remember, hey, sir, you have to stand still while I hook you up. He said, what are you doing, young man? I was a young man at the time, trying to get him wired up. But I remember two things, that event, and then when he came to the Army Charm School to speak to the new group of recent selectees to brigadier generals from the Army. The awe that everybody held. I mean, when he came, it was just awesome.
Wow.
Never seen that type of reaction. A lot of it was the sheer force of his personality,
Like he understood how to inspire others?
Yeah, I mean, everybody was just spellbound. The general officers, their spouses, they hung on every word, that said. And I remember, and there's a little bit of humor in this. And he was talking when he came to the Rocks. And so everybody came. It was just overflowed. It was just packed. And then he's looking at all these other retired black general officers that he remembered when he was younger. And looking at the audience, and he made a comment, looking at a couple of black officers, and there's humor in this. He says, oh man, I thought you were dead. It's been so long. Everybody kind of cracked up at that. And I can't remember who the flag officers were, but even they showed up. Because here's this guy now, the youngest chairman of the Joint Chiefs, as I recall, and the only non-white to ever occupy that position. That's right. Big deal.
It is. It's huge.
Yeah. And so I remember that conversation and everybody cracking up when he made that. that comment, you know. Uh, and I also remember a story that he talked about. You were talking about what was it like to come into the Pentagon, and he reflected on his time as a young major or lieutenant colonel coming to the Pentagon. And this was after he had spent what 1 or 2 tours in Vietnam, and then he was selected as a White House fellow, as I recall. And I can't remember which department he served as a White House fellow. And after that, came to the Pentagon as a utilization tour. I mean, that's kind of what we do. And walking around the hall, not seeing any black officers in the Pentagon at the time he was there.
Oh.
And so when you walk in the halls, I don't know if you've ever been in the Pentagon,
No,
but you walk around the halls of this massive, building called the Pentagon, and then he ran into another black officer, and they kind of looked each other up and down.
Are you for real?
Doing the cock dance around each other, 2 roosters, kind of looking at each other, saying, "Well, who are you?" The other guy looking at him and saying the same thing, and his words, my words, and I won't get into it, but his recollection was, he says, "Well, I'm the HNIC." Now, I won't say that. I will send you a link which will tell you what HNIC means, but you probably
Okay.
know as they kind of looked at each other because they never ran into any other black officers. And everybody just started cracking up because we kind of knew what that meant. So socially and culturally, we understood where he came from. Back then, when he was in the Pentagon, either in the early 70s,
Oh my. Oh
saying,
my.
"Well, who are you?" "Well, I thought I was the only one here." So yeah, vastly different now.
Yeah.
Vastly different now. But those are my Colin Powell experiences.
Neat. On another note, was your family with you in the Capital District area? Did they
Yes.
like it?
Yeah. My kids then were elementary school age, and so we lived in the outskirts, of Vienna, and great community. I mean, our neighbors across the street, a couple of them were State Department people. In fact, one of our neighbors, my son became very good friends with his son, where there were a couple of ambassadors who became friends with. And one of them was Nicholas Burns, who later became a spokesperson, I think, under the Secretary of State Warren. Was that his name? I'm lost now for who the Secretary of the State was. But then Nicholas Burns himself became a very senior official in the State Department. And now I think he's on the faculty at the Kennedy School.
Oh.
But our kids were good friends.
Sounds good.
So we had that type of, we were in the civilian community,
Together, right, with
other government servants.
Right, and that were
there were civilians.
high
And I just happened to be a military guy at the time. So we had barbecues together, played baseball together, same basketball team together, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So I believe after you were okay. Oh, actually, no. Okay. I believe your next step is the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operation. It's pronounced DESCOPS, I think, at Fort McPherson, Georgia. Or would you want to speak more about your experience in Washington before moving on?
I think I've pretty much summarized
Yeah.
my operational duties in the Pentagon, at the time. But it is an eye opener, to walk the halls for 3 years, to interact with the Army Chief of Staff or the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs or the secretaries, on a pretty frequent basis. A humbling experience, and it's really easy to lose a perspective, thinking more about yourself than you ought to.
Hard to stay humble, hard to, yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, to be mentored, either informally or formally, by guys like Powell or General Sullivan or General Reimer or Vinnie P., who unfortunately, he was the superintendent at VMI, who was recently retired as a result of some things that were going on in VMI. Although I knew Vinnie P. when he was the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, one of the tenures. To observe their behavior, their interactions with me and how they treated me, to say, that's how I want to be behaviorally.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
To have really good role models.
I think so. And if I can reflect on one in particular, General Reimer, who later became a chief of staff. Before that, he was the vice chief of staff. And then after vice chief of staff, he was the U.S. Forces commander at Fort McPherson, Georgia. Tall, lanky, West Point graduate from Oklahoma. Just one of the most humble guys I've ever met. And I remember at Fort McPherson, when he was the FORSCOM commander, the way he got to work was he rode his old bicycle from his quarters to the headquarters, which wasn't very far, but he didn't get caught up in the trappings of a staff car with a staff driver, the short distance.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other thing I remember,
that
I happened to run into him. I was going TDY, temporary duty somewhere, what you guys would call a business trip in uniform as a young major. As a young major. And he happened to be on the flight that I was. It was a Delta flight, or, we were going somewhere. Here he is, a 4-star general. You can't help but notice 4 stars. Sitting in coach in the middle seat.
I love it.
You can't make that stuff up.
No.
But the example that people like him. And then when I was at Third Army, if you reflect back when I was at Fort McPherson as a young captain and major, the commander for Third Army at the time was a guy by the name of Ted Jennis. And I actually called him last year. He's still alive. He's in his 80s. He's in Seattle area, and his wife has Alzheimer's. But I remember on a training deployment to Egypt, the Bright Star exercise, big event every year. And we were, I was very close to him. I mean, for all practical purposes, I was his aide, and people took a liking to me for some reason or another. But I was very cognizant that I was one of the few minority officers, that close to a lot of very senior officers.
True.
But I remember after a hard day of training, we went to a shower point. It's a field shower point. Showers are run by shower units. We have Army units. That's what they do, set up showers, field showers, and things like that. And I remember General Jennis, his executive officer, and myself were going to the shower point to get showered that night. People recognized them. All the soldiers were standing because, first of all, there's always a long line to get in the showers.
Yeah.
Especially at the end of a hard training day. And people just jumped up recognizing him, saying, "Sir, sir," and people trying to whisk him to the very front, to the head of the line. He says, "No."
Wow.
Back here. These soldiers were in line.
That is really
That is something that you take away. That's the type of leadership that I saw with guys like Colin Powell, with guys like Gordon Sullivan, with guys like Vinnie P., with guys like Dennis Reimer. That says something about where their their heads are at as very senior leaders.
Yeah.
The reverence that they had for the rank and file. And ironically, those are takeaways for me and how I try to model my life. What I saw on the civilian side when I moved into the senior executive service ranks of civilian life, that wasn't the case.
It wasn't the case.
People
Yeah.
thought more about themselves, and it was reflected in their attitude that was totally foreign to me, because they didn't come up in a military system.
Right.
Of how we viewed soldiers, the rank and file, and what our role is as senior leaders.
Leaders have like a true leadership.
True leadership. If you remember, I talked about my time at Fort Riley, Kansas, as a young lieutenant. It was very cold, and there was another lieutenant, and I started a fire, and the brigade commander just kind of wandered in, and we thought we were going to get our butts chewed, and he said, "Why is this fire going?" They said, "Our soldiers are cold," and he just kind of looked at us and, "Okay, I understand that."
Yeah.
You take care of your troops. You take care of your soldiers.
Yeah.
You put them above yourself.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
So I was very fortunate to have personal firsthand experiences with that at the most senior levels. Think about it. At the most senior levels of the Army and the Joint Staff.
Yeah. Yeah, really the most senior levels. Yeah.
Really. Absolutely. Very humbling. But those are the things you always kind of file in the back of your mind. And then, you also had those very negative experiences or witnessed of other very senior people who didn't behave that way.
Yeah.
And then you'll file in the back of your memory banks, I know that if I ever get to that level, I'm not going to behave that way.
No.
Yeah, it's humbling, and I reflect on that. And in retrospect, it was probably not too many years after graduating from high school.
Yeah.
We're talking about a 20-year span.
Yeah, you're still young.
Yeah. To witness all this.
Oh, so after this, you're at Fort McPherson, Georgia,
Yes, ma'am.
which I think you also mentioned is like the Pentagon Command of the South.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, how so? And of course, what your role was as the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations.
Fort McPherson was a major Army installation in middle of Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow.
And we call it the Pentagon of the South because U.S. Forces Command was there, which is a large headquarters. So you have more general officers, probably 13 general officers assigned to Fort McPherson. So you had a 4-star general down there, in addition to other flag officers, who were members, principal staff members. So yeah, they always humorously refer to FORSCOM as the Pentagon of the South. Also co-located at Fort McPherson was the headquarters, 3rd Army, which was the Army component to U.S. Central Command. So they were the Army arm of that unified command responsible for Southwest Asia. So that was also headquartered there.
Yeah.
And then you also had one other major subordinate headquarters there, the U.S. Army Reserve Command, which was fairly new, and its headquarters was down there.
Incredible.
So it was brand new headquarters, and I was assigned to the desk ops really as the chief of current operations.
Okay.
So in that role, it's kind of like being the 24/7 daily operations, what's going on. I was head of that, monitoring with my staff of uh, the U.S. Army Reserve Command, or USARC, as we call it. Yeah. So yeah, it was interesting. I interacted more at the ground level with some of the major Army Reserve units in the field, providing them support, ascertaining what their requirements were, and then monitoring our exercises on a daily basis on what was going on. I've always been an operationally focused guy, and almost all my tours in uniform have been quote unquote operational in nature. And so, it was, I was only there for a year because I had just been promoted after my third year at the Pentagon. I had gotten promoted to Lieutenant Colonel when I was in General Officer Management by the Army Chief of Staff himself, Gordon Sullivan. And then when I had gotten promoted, it was time for me to move to a new assignment. And they had selected me, hey, listen, we want to have you back out here in the field. That cross-fertilization.
Yes.
Bring the field to the Pentagon for that experience. Bringing that experience from the Pentagon to the field.
Yes. Yeah,
that's ideal cross-fertilization.
That's right.
So I was selected to come down there. Great job. Fort McPherson, Atlanta was kind of a cool place. My wife at the time was gotten her master's and wound up teaching at Georgia State University. And my kids are now moving into middle school. I think my daughter was in 6th grade. My son had just moved into middle school. He was an 8th grader and getting ready to go to high school. So we were there for a year when I was notified I had been selected to attend Harvard.
This is the National Security Fellow?
Yeah, National Security Fellowship at the Kennedy School. And I was just absolutely beside myself, excited for the program that I had initiated and gotten the Army Reserve involved in just a few years earlier. I had not been selected to attend as a participant.
Wow, that's so cool. That's right. The programs within the civilian universities.
Cool. Yeah. And so I had the opportunity to go. The question was whether you move your family, to Boston for a year. But we didn't. And that's where I kind of reflected at this point my experiences when I was in high school with my father in Okinawa, in which he wound up getting assigned to Korea. It was after I left. But this is where I started to adopt that attitude. No, listen, if there are any more assignments, these will be solo assignments on myself as a geographical bachelor. We'll leave family in Atlanta because my wife had her own professional career as a university, professor. And my kids were now getting to that point that, if they got into high school, I did not want to disrupt that.
Yeah.
They became, anchored in Atlanta. And I wind up, although they drove to help me, move up to Harvard and enjoyed 3 or 4 weeks, in Boston, whale watching, going, walking the Patriots Trail or whatever in Boston, Faneuil Hall, all the other stuff associated with Boston for a few weeks. And for me, to have this huge experience, learning experience, to be at Harvard for a year.
Incredible. And it also seems in keeping with more cross-fertilization, the fields and the areas that are closer to policy and government. But
Yeah.
here it seems to be a whole other arm of research, I would imagine. So,
Yeah. And, as I looked at that, and there was only a very small select group of military officers that are selected for that program. I think there was 15 of us from all branches, the Army being the largest piece of that, where we were all considered part of the Army War College class of 95, 96, with the vast majority being at Carlisle, in resident at the Army War College, and then a select few being fellows at Stanford, Fletcher, Princeton, or other programs, and I happened to be one of the Harvard fellows. And so we were together at Carlisle for a week or two as a group, and then we went our respective ways to our fellowship sites. And those of us at Harvard, I think there were about 15 of us from all the branches, became very close knit. And as I look at that cohort of us, what most of us became years later, as I look at that group, we all became either general officers or senior executives on the civilian side.
Oh, wow. So it really helped cultivate.
Yeah, and I don't know, that's an accident of birth and, and coincidence, I don't know. But several of us all became either general officers or senior executives.
Wow.
On the civilian side. So, yeah, go figure. Yeah. But it was a remarkable year. I think at the time I was there, Shelley Kashvili was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Oh.
And I remember going to a luncheon that was hosted for him for other fellows that happened to be in the Boston area, because we had fellows at the Kennedy School where I was at. We had fellows at Tufts Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, and we had a couple of fellows at MIT.
Oh, so
we did a lot of communities.
Yeah.
We had a luncheon we were all invited to, and Shelley Kashvili came to talk. And what I remember about Shelley Kashvili, if you recall, Polish, I believe.
I'm not sure.
Eastern European. English was his second language. He learned English by watching American television programs. And here you have this immigrant to rise, much like Colin Powell, to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Very humble guy. He knew a lot of people couldn't pronounce his name, Shelley Kashvili. So everybody just called him, he just told everybody to call him General Shelley.
Yeah, like not standing on
I just call him Shelley.
Yeah, it's funny.
So, yeah.
Yeah. When you were at Harvard, were you taking courses? Were you writing on a particular...
Yeah, a couple of things. We were taking courses, although we were allowed to audit. Our primary focus was writing our thesis. And it was a group thesis. So I had one partner. His name was Lieutenant Colonel John Westwood. And the topic that we chose and was approved for was, believe it or not, the impact of marriage and children on the career of Army women, Army career soldiers. So
I think that's important.
Fascinating topic. Nobody had done it before, and people are still citing my studies. So when we look at it, at the time that we undertook this research project, and we had the opportunity I went, as part of our research efforts, I spent time with Bank of America in North Carolina, the Women's Research Institute in New York City, CBS, a classmate of mine from Berkeley Law School was a senior vice president at CBS. So we spent time at CBS. We spent time at the Rand Corporation in West Monica to look at our topic.
Yeah.
It's just extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. But at the time we're doing the research project, there were only 3 women generals in the Army. Vastly different. Fast forward now, where one of my former students at William and Mary is now a general.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Just out of curiosity, I think he was a general, Wilma Vaught?
Yeah, I didn't know her personally, but I'm thinking that the general officers I knew on active duty at the time, one was an AG officer. Her name was Pat Hickerson.
Yeah.
Pat Hickerson. Then there was Claire Adams Ender, who was a nurse, black general. And there was one other officer, and it escapes me right now.
Okay. So
Patricia Kennedy, she wound up getting promoted 3 stars at some point to be the G2, the intelligence officer for the Army.
Wow.
But those were the only 3, as I recall. There were no Army Reserve female general officers. There were no Army National Guard female general officers, as I recall.
Interesting. Wow.
So yeah. And then 4 years later, we have 4 stars, had major commands. A very good friend of mine, very close friend of mine, became the commanding general of a numbered Air Force, Stacey Harris. I was just talking with her a couple of weeks ago by email. And she got promoted to 3 stars.
Wow.
And became the IG for the Air Force. And then another very good friend of ours. You kind of get to a certain level in the civilian side and military side, much like being selected for prestigious law schools and graduate schools, black officers, you kind of know each other because there's only a small group that they select from.
Right.
So you kind of know each other. And one other flag officer that was very, we got to know pretty well, especially when I became a senior executive later after I retired. Nadia West, who became the Army Surgeon General.
Wow.
And remarkable history, West Point graduate. She was an orphan.
Oh my goodness.
So I went to West Point.
Wow.
To the highest ranks of the Army as the Army Surgeon General. And if you reflect back a few years ago, she led the Ebola effort.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, so remarkable people, again, accident of birth that you run into each other.
Yes, at this point. After Harvard, I think you go back to Fort McPherson to your previous position.
Actually, I wind up going to the training division to take over the training division.
Oh, okay.
So the focus, even though I'm in the desk ops, is now on training. And training is important, both on the individual level, which is the core functional skill of the individual soldier, whether you're a truck driver, a petroleum guy, aviation mechanic, or a pilot, or whatever. You have that piece that you're responsible for. Then you have the collective piece, the unit that you belong to, whether it's an aviation unit, a logistics unit, an MP unit, how you perform collectively. All that within the training realm. And then keeping in mind, there's a saying we have, you will fight the way you have been trained. And reflect on that. So training is an important and valuable component to unit readiness.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So I wind up getting into that piece, which was really more fiscally oriented because of the dollars that are involved for
Oh,
training soldiers. And you're talking about, I think I oversaw a $250 million annual training budget.
oh, so you have, so they need, it's a lot of decision making. I assume
Yes.
it's a time where one has to be parsimonious with the,
What
yeah,
resources go where, why?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and this is all as a lieutenant colonel with a bunch of captains, majors, working for you that work this stuff. And if I can reflect, just going back before I came, before Harvard, I was, and before I was at Fort McPherson earlier, when I was in the General Officer Management Office in the Army Chief of Staff, it's a small group of us in that office working directly for the Army Chief of Staff. You're talking maybe
Wow.
10 people.
Oh, wow.
Everybody hand selected. All of us, the ranking person that ran the office, had direct access, and we all had direct access to the Vice Chief of Staff and the Chief of Staff in the Army, was a lieutenant colonel.
Hmm. Hmm.
And the thought process, I think it's different now because I think they actually have an Army general that kind of is now involved in that, which
Mhm.
was the case for the Air Force. Our Air Force contemporaries had an Air Force general, brigadier, that ran that operation. But the thought process behind having only a lieutenant colonel being responsible for that office, and it was specific, they were AG, adjutant general, functional
Oh, yes.
specialties.
Yeah.
I was
Yes.
the odd person out as the Army Reserve guy there. But the rationale that General Sullivan and his predecessor, General Vono, was the Army Chief of Staff. Before I got there, he just changed over. Was they wanted somebody that understood personnel operations, personnel business, but would not be in competition for flag officer rank and potential conflicts of interest because of
Oh,
where
right. I
they
see.
were for that. That was the rationale. So he wanted somebody seasoned, but not in competition.
Which,
If you did
right.
that at the lieutenant colonel level. Now that's all changed over the last, you're talking 20 years now.
Okay, well, it's okay. I mean, you're talking about it within
Yeah,
your own career, which
yeah.
is,
But that was the thought process. And we were all hand selected. Remember, we got that personal note from the Vice Chief of Staff, and they're inviting you to work on within that office. You don't say no.
no.
And
No.
so we're all hand selected, including the enlisted personnel assigned, the
Wow.
clerk, hand picked,
Wow. No,
hand
it's,
picked,
oh, they have to. Yeah.
because you don't discuss what you do outside of that office.
Wow.
And everybody, you know, just to give you the gravity of our positions. First of all, I ran more general officer promotion boards at the time than anybody else. I think at the last, I ran 16 general officer promotion
Oh my
boards,
goodness.
selecting generals,
Hmm.
you know, that you're responsible for, selecting the panel members, making sure all the records are straight and all that stuff, and that it's run smoothly, you know. And I remember, just, you don't think about that responsibility too much, but, I just remember 1/3 of the time that the Army Chief of Staff spends on a daily basis is probably devoted to personnel matters involving generals, good and bad.
Hmm. Hmm.
And, we would send a package up, a recommendation for assignments. He and the vice would have reviewed it the night before. It would be
Yes.
back in our hands the next morning. Or you know, if there's a question, for instance, let's say, and it could be for the most, you know, minor thing in your mind. You know, for instance, I get a request from a National Guard general officer who is seeking permission to jump with the 82nd or the 18th Airborne Corps. Or there's a thing called Leap Fest, which a lot of parachutists do. And he was a National Guard officer who wasn't on jump status. He's parachute qualified, but wasn't on jump status. But he needed the permission from the Chief of Staff of the Army to do that because you don't want generals getting hurt.
Yeah, right. And what happens, and yeah.
So, you know, I type up, you know, a very brief memo, short paragraph. General so from whatever National Guard would like to participate in Operation Leap Fest and jump with his soldiers. Next day, I get a note, hand-scribed note from General Sullivan saying, it's with the 18th Airborne Corps. Lieutenant General Gary Luck is the commander of the 18th Airborne Corps. What does he say? Give him this general, this Army National Guard general wanted to jump, but he had to have permission. So we get, you know, a hand-scribed note back from the Chief of Staff of the Army says, check with Gary Luck. Want him to go through refresher training.
Oh my goodness.
Gary Luck has. Call Gary Luck. That's what it said. Call Gary Luck, 3-star general.
Yes.
So it comes back to me. So I tell Lieutenant Colonel Brunswick, who's chief of the Army GOMO, say, hey, got this note. She says, call Gary Luck. What would you like me to do? Do exactly what he said. He wants you to call Gary Luck.
Okay.
So I am a major.
Right. What?
3-star general to see if he wouldn't mind putting this guy through. This is where you learn the value and how important that office is.
Yeah.
Where you personally now make a call to his office, commanding general of the 18th Airborne Corps.
Right. It's okay.
Yeah. And so you pick up the phone, like dial the number. The secretary answers the phone, or specialist so-and-so. You know, can I help you, sir or ma'am? This is Major Turner from Army GOMO for Gary Luck, for General Luck. Sir, hold on. 10 seconds later, Gary Luck's on the phone. Hughes, Turner, what can I do for you, man? He didn't know me from Adam.
Wow.
But people know when GOMO calls, it's because either the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army told you, or the Chief of Staff of the Army personally told you to call them.
I know it's on that level,
that level at that time. So there's no waiting around for GOMO.
So
I'm talking to Luck. I say, hey, sir, the chief wants to know, you know, if you could put this National Guard general, so-and-so, you know, through refresher training real quick, because he wants to participate in Operation Leap Fest. Hey, no problem, Turner. Just have him contact me. We'll get him through refresher training. Anything else I can do for you? No, sir, I got it. Thank you. All right. Talk to you later. Click.
No, it's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, it was really something. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hughes, where do you? Sorry, I'm trying to think how to organize things, and I'm wondering, is there the time to talk about when you were selected for the brigade command in 1998 at St. Petersburg, Florida? And then go into the Balkan peacekeeping, or to take a break now and continue next time? What suits you?
Yeah, see, we just finished up, you know, moving into the role of chief of training after coming back from Harvard.
Right, back in Fort McPherson.
So we've gone through that. So yeah, this may be a natural break point for, hey, next discussion going into brigade command, because that was a new thing for active Guard reserve soldiers, officers, because we could not, or up until that point, had not participated in command positions. And this was
It's really fascinating. Yeah.
so I was one of the first group commanders to go into brigade command as an Army Reserve.
Yeah.
And there were some other things that were happening also. We had an exchange program where some of your traditional, what you would consider traditional Army Reserve officers who would train 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks, who are now being put on active duty for 2 years to take command of an actual active duty battalion.
Oh.
So new programs were starting to come up as part of the exchange, and also selecting active duty officers to command reserve units. Never been done before.
I think your whole interview will be a huge contribution to the history of the reserves over this time.
Accident of birth, and
Yeah.
I just coincidence.
Well, the other thought I had, and it's kind of crazy, and I'm just speaking from myself and not on behalf of Pritzker or Tawani, but you know that like Tawani has a publishing house whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, and I have no idea of their scope or their criteria, but I'm thinking about it because you had mentioned that you were considering writing a memoir, and I don't know, I just wonder, would you like me to just ask whether this falls into their realm of the
Well,
types of books?
yeah, I think that would be kind of cool. It's not that I was thinking, hey, I'm going to write a memoir. As I
Oh,
was telling my life story, kind of
oh,
telling you,
yeah.
somebody said, you ought to write a book.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
really, they said, you've had a fascinating life, which intersected with some seminal points in our history. I never thought about it
That way. Right.
but yeah,
But it's true.
I don't know if it's true or not. Again, as I was telling somebody, I was being interviewed. I'm being interviewed for a position because somebody submitted my name and resume to this organization. And the board members interviewed me, and this, you've had a fascinating life. And my reflection on that was an accident of birth. Think about it, an accident of birth at the time.
Well, I was thinking a little bit more of what you're saying about the mentor who
Yeah.
sees the potential in you that maybe, at least as a young person, you couldn't see in yourself, and that like that you had the capabilities, to, yeah.
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 So anyway, but my short answer or response back to you is, yeah, if they have an interest in doing something like that. Of course, part of that's because I'm just lazy to write my own stuff. It might be helpful with somebody who's more professional as a ghostwriter says, hey, we can put this together for you, and we'd be interested in doing that.
And that's, yeah, like, yeah, that's good. That's a good question. That's the question. Yeah.
Mm.
Wow. Well, I'm trying to think. So next Thursday,
Yeah.
you have this surgery, and so I hope that it goes smoothly and easily, and
Yeah.
and well. Um, I'm not when.
I
When
think
would you
that,
like to meet again? I don't know, in terms of
yeah, I think
pre-ops.
that, you know, August, sometime
Okay.
it may be better. I mean, I'll have a
Yeah.
better feel for how I feel physically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. After the,
Um,
yeah.
plus, I have my grandkids, my son and his 2 kids will be here from Spain. They're already here in the States, so they're gonna fly up here to
Yeah.
Michigan. So
That's,
I'll spend some time with them. Oh, can I tell you? I just want to reflect back on the Colin Powell experience. Yeah. I want to just tell you one humorous story that
yeah.
relates
Yeah.
to us. Powell was one of those guys that did not like to overwork his staff. In other words, we've all been there. We're 24/7 doing the grind. and it's reflective of his attitude, much like General Reimer. I was telling you. I remember one day when I was working in Gomo. It must have been about 7 o'clock at night. And it's just busy trying to catch up, getting ready to do a board. And I remember General Reimer called down, and I was the only person in the office. I was typically the last person to leave. And I saw it's the hotline directly to him. So I picked up, "Hey, sir, this is Hughes Turner. What can I do for you?" And his question to me was, "What are you doing in the office right now?"
Oh.
And then finally
Yeah,
said,
they
"Well,
really.
why are you calling me right now?"
Wow.
So I can't answer the phone. Yeah. So yeah, but you know,
He
that
was a real mensch, to use a Yiddish
you
word.
know, he
Yeah.
kind of looked at that and said, "Oh, okay." But I also remember this Powell story. Powell, he said, "Listen, I'm not going to come into the office. If you have anything, bring it to me. If it can't wait till Monday." So he had general officer quarters at Fort Myer. They have designated quarters. I don't know if you've ever been to Fort Myer.
No, no.
Beautiful, overlooks all of Washington D.C. and you have the special quarters there. And they had one there for Powell, the chairman. But I remembered when he was leaving the service, and he and Alma were buying a house, I think in McLean. I think that's where their house is, or in the Langley, McLean area,
Yeah,
exclusive area
yeah.
on the outskirts of DC. And they had a house. They bought a house uh, that had a swimming pool, and he was still, he was getting ready to retire as the chairman when they bought the house, and he had just, I think, secured that book deal for his book. And so they were in the house for a while, moving in. And I remember talking to his driver. His driver was a good friend of mine. We talked, a lot. And his driver was telling me, he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "the chairman, and everybody, you can't help but notice when Powell is there in a civilian community, because you have an entourage, staff card plus
Right.
security, they pick him up, so everybody knew who he was. But Powell, he's telling me about a story when their next door neighbor had a young kid, you know, and came over to the house and just knocked on the door.
Yeah.
And Powell himself personally answered the door, and he's looking down at this little kid who's probably like
Oh,
8 or 9 years old. I
oh.
said, "Can I help you?" He said, "Yes, sir." He said, "The neighbors who used to live here before you moved in let me use the swimming pool. Is it okay if I use your swimming pool?" So everybody says, flabbergasted by this question. Yeah. And look at it and says, "Yeah, go ahead, kid." And the driver thinking to himself, "So you got to be careful. What if the kid gets hurt, and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff." But I could just see Powell, kind of a big man, looking down at this kid, and the kid saying, "Hey, sorry, hey, mister, you mind if I use your pool?"
Oh,
But those are the type of stories that you remember, which reflect on the human aspect of the individual.
yeah. And the person's real character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to get it out there before I forget.
Today is the July 29th, 2021. I'm Leah Cohen, the Oral History and Reference Manager at the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, and I'm very pleased to speak to Colonel Hughes Turner. This is the fourth in the part of a series, and we will continue on around the year of 1998 when he was the brigade commander. And we're also looking forward to hearing about your role in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. So thank you.
Okay. Um, so I'm trying to recall in 1998, there was a new program that the Army Reserve and Active Army uh, had instituted, which allowed um, active guard reserve officers like myself to move into what we call command positions, to command units. Previously, that was not permitted. It was always the drilling reservists who were the commanders of reserve units. And this particular program, there were 6 of us that were selected to participate in the new program to assume command of reserve brigades. Additionally, there was an exchange program that was also instituted then, which allowed active component officers to command reserve units, which had never been done before, and to also allow reserve senior officers to assume command of active duty units. And what they would do is bring the reserve officers on tour for 2 years, because typically a command is a 2-year assignment, and they would come on active duty and then report to the active component unit to assume command. So this was all experimental. So it was kind of neat, and I had the opportunity to be selected, even though I was active duty, but in support of reserves, to assume command of reserve brigade, which consisted of approximately 6 battalions spread in 3 different states, which were military police units, consisting of what we call combat support type military police, which do a lot of battlefield circulation control, and then the other military police unit types were the EPW, enemy prisoners of war. So they were the ones that would establish prisoner of war camps to hold enemy prisoners. So I had a mixture of capabilities within the brigade, and the individual battalions were spread essentially in 3 states: Florida, um, Tennessee, and South Carolina. So a lot of travel involved, and command and control challenges because of distance and those type of things. But it was a remarkable experience. Good commanders, good soldiers, and then you have a real much more deeper appreciation of the sacrifices that reserve and National Guard soldiers who do the typical 1 weekend a month drill, and then two years of annual training, or 2 weeks of annual training in the course of the year, the type of sacrifices they make, and also the impact it has on communities, things I never thought about. For example, because my units were primarily military police, a lot of the reserve soldiers who were in those units were civilian police out of the local communities. For instance, my headquarters was actually in St. Petersburg, Florida. And actually, we were right next to a Coast Guard base, my brigade headquarters. And a lot of, there were several units that were located in the Tampa, St. Pete area, in which many of the members were civilian police officers in their normal jobs in Tampa and St. Petersburg. And then you don't understand the magnitude of the impact on the community until a unit gets mobilized, for combat operations or some other contingency operations, in which you now draw assets from the civilian community, because officers are no longer available as civilians and what that does to the local police force and the
Hmm.
local community, those type of things. So you have a much deeper appreciation of the relationship between the individual soldiers, the unit, and the local civilian populace.
Interesting. How did it work out from the point of view of the military having, let's call it more this mixture of the active duty and reserves, and was part of it the context of this stabilization in Bosnia that they needed more of a policing element versus, I don't know what, intense combat?
I think there was a realization, and this started probably a couple of years earlier, that because of different capabilities in the different components, that if you're ever, had to go to a major combat operation or major contingency operations, that it could not be a solo event in terms of the type of component, solely active duty or active component or solely reserves, just because of the type of capabilities that you found in the different components. So, for instance, Bosnia, which was a, what we call a support and stability operation, once the decision was made for NATO to be involved in the Balkans, that there were certain capabilities and also the operational tempo that's involved with some of the units. You can get to, unit burnout and things of that sort. That certain capabilities which resided in the reserves, and in this case, my unit that had military police capabilities that were needed in Bosnia, that they were identified for mobilization to support that operation and then deployed to Bosnia Herzegovina to support their operations and missions in the Balkans. And this all occurred as I was moving into command. So just prior to assuming command, I wind up going to Bosnia with the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army. Weiler, I believe was his last name, can't recall the first. But we linked up in Germany and we wind up spending a couple of weeks in Europe and in Bosnia to see the operation. And that was when I was informed that one of the units in the brigade I was getting ready to command was in Bosnia. And so I had an opportunity to meet some of the soldiers. I think most of them were either at Camp Doughboy or at Tuzla, which was a major base within Bosnia. And at the time, the overall commander for that NATO operation was General Erich Shinseki, who later became Chief of Staff in the Army, and then later became Secretary of VA, who I worked for on his staff when I made the transition to the senior executive service in the federal government and was the deputy chief of staff of VA many years later, or several years later, for him when he was the secretary.
All right. So, what was the mission of the men who are under your command?
Well, the particular unit that was in Bosnia at the time was a MP, Military Police Combat Support Company. And so, they provided security in a specific region that they were assigned to. And I believe my recollection is they were assigned to a division, and I think it was the 1st Armored Division, but my memory's a little foggy there. But they provided military combat support capabilities to that commander. And at that time, I believe the commander was Major General Larry Ellis, who later became a four-star several years later as and became the Force Com commander. And Ellis I had known from a previous life in the Pentagon when he was a senior staff officer. And in fact, I think he was the ADESPER, that is the personnel chief for the Army, or the assistant deputy chief of personnel for the Army on the Army staff when I was working in Army General Officer Management for the then chief of staff there at the time, which was Gordon Sullivan. So I had an opportunity to interact with him when he was a colonel promotable and I was a young major, and those things happen in the military. You run into each other.
A lot of connections and reconnections.
Right, absolutely.
So what was your impression or observations about the Balkan peacekeeping? Like, from your perspective, did the various ethnic groups view the NATO or American presence as peacekeepers? How are the people in the U.S. Army who were sent there prepare? Like, was there, so to speak, the field manual that covered peacekeeping operations? Like, what was it like?
I think that it's not the first time that the Army and the military has been involved in these type of operations. And I think that, I think what was sobering for me is that when I went into the Balkans with the principal deputy assistant secretary of the Army as a part of a visitation team, and he wanted to see what was going on and also meet with General Shinseki to get his perspective on things and how Big Army could support his mission and what he needed. Was flying into Sarajevo, and we flew from Vicenza, Italy, to Bosnia. It's a very short flight, and just looking and putting things in perspective, my recollection was that it was about a 45-minute flight from Vicenza across the Adriatic Sea, and then all of a sudden, you're in Sarajevo, and I just remember flying into Sarajevo, heavy cloud cover, you couldn't see anything, and then I guess the pilots are, and we were actually using Junior Senseki's aircraft that he had sent for us to use to get there, essentially an executive jet. And just remember not being able to see anything, and all of a sudden you're coming and you're surrounded by mountains, and you're coming like into a bowl. And Sarajevo is surrounded by a mountain range. And the thing I remembered at the time was, I believe we had lost, was it our Commerce Secretary, Ron Brown, at the time, in a plane crash when he and a visiting party had crashed into the mountains outside of Sarajevo, I believe, either on takeoff or coming in. And you kind of get that sense of helplessness when you can't see. But that stood out to me. Coming in, all of a sudden, you come out of the clouds, and then you see the city, and you wind up landing. Wow. And the other thing I remembered, this was truly a NATO force, because when we landed at the airfield, our security was provided by the Carabinieri, the Italian police. They were our security, and I just remember driving into Sarajevo and going on a very quick site visit through Sarajevo, how that city seemed deserted. And if you recall, remember Sarajevo had hosted a Winter Olympics,
I'd forgotten.
years earlier. And all of a sudden, you're going through the city and it's bombed out, deserted. And I remember somebody pointed out this is Sniper Alley, and I don't know if you recall back then, but uh, uh, people would run, especially those involved in news media locally, to get the news out, would risk their lives to get to their office, and several of them were shot and killed. This one area called Sniper Alley, and so it's just the sense of security is heightened. And I
Yes.
just remember because we had a heavy security escort that, that's how you race through the city in our vehicles. And one vehicle would act as security, covered area would get out to ensure things were safe. The other vehicles would run through, and is that type of travel which occurred within the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing that I recall was because it was Sarajevo sits surrounded by mountains. They had pointed out that where the ski jumps were, which was kind of high up in one of the mountains, that you could see from the city if you looked up, is where they, one of the warring factions had hung several of the Muslim in broad for display.
Yeah, that
So
everybody could
those type
see.
of atrocities, start to hit home, and then you understand and realize why NATO was important to 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 have a presence there to prevent those type of atrocities, which occurred. And as I recall, I think there were 8,000 Serbian Muslims that were executed in mass graves and things of that sort. So a lot of the ethnic divide, which before you had never heard of, but there was a different era, and I think, as I recall, was Tito, the former
Yes,
dictator
yes. Yeah.
in
Czechoslovakia. Yeah.
that kind of held things together, ironically, and then when that fell, when his regime fell, that the ethnic divides um, became much more apparent. So it those are the things that jump out at me.
Yeah.
And I just remember talking with our soldiers, from the one military police company that belonged to my brigade. They felt that sense of duty and responsibility to help secure some modicum of peace in that area.
Oh my goodness. Oh, do you think there are any lessons learned from the stabilization and peacekeeping process, or it's hard to say?
I suspect that there was. I wasn't there very long. Remember, I was there for a site visit. My unit was there for quite a while. But I think what we tend to, the Army is very good at capturing lessons learned and then getting that information to disseminate it. And I think the one thing that probably rings true there, and which also became clear, I think, later, as we found ourselves engaged in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, and then later our Operation Iraqi Freedom, is one, understanding the history of the region.
Yeah.
And secondly, understanding the cultures involved. You know, so that you're much more knowledgeable as a commander um, of the dynamics, historical and cultural, that are germane to that area that you are engaged operationally.
Interesting. That's yeah.
Um, and I think also the true leaders, and I find this increasingly, I mean, even my own self, do a lot of reading,
Yeah.
about those things. I mean, there's a saying we have among senior commanders: when you're at war, you go to war. When you're at peace, you go to school and learn.
Learn.
And
It's,
that's what
yeah.
we find many senior leaders are prolific readers and students
Interesting.
of history.
History. Yeah. Yeah.
Unquestionably. Whether you're talking about Shinseki, uh, or you're
Hmm.
talking Scott Miller, now coming out of Afghanistan, or Jim Mattis, you know, everybody, I mean, they're prolific readers. They study.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Interesting.
that's the one thing that I think, when you talk about lessons learned and what do we get out of it, I think history has a sense of repeating itself sometimes, you know, and if you don't understand that, if you don't take the time to study, you know, yeah, there's a movie that jumps out at me also.
Oh.
Uh, that I saw years later with Mel Gibson. We Were Soldiers Once and Young,
Oh.
and about the first major battle between the North Vietnamese Regular Army and U.S. Army forces in Vietnam. And Hal Moore was the battalion commander that was involved in that first major operation.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, I can't remember the journalist, Joe, name escapes me, was embedded with his unit. Is it Joe Gallagher? I believe is the
No, I don't know that, but I know we have an interview with Hal
yeah,
Moore. Yeah.
and he's still alive. Hal Moore passed away several years ago, but Hal Moore was a student of history, and he had one of our bright officers who gone to West Point, and then was later sent to Harvard, for an opportunity to study there. Who before going to Vietnam had studied the French occupation in Southeast Asia and Dien Bien Phu, which was their defeat, and to understand what he was potentially going to be up against.
Yeah.
That's what leaders do.
Yes.
They educate themselves,
Yeah.
you know.
It's true.
So yeah, all that kind of made sense.
Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Um, around this time, I think you also had subordinate battalions in Central America.
Yeah, we did periodic mission support in countries like El Salvador and Guatemala,
Yeah.
uh, training events, support events with their local army. It's I'm sure it's still ongoing
Mm.
to this day,
Yeah.
those type of operations. And so, yeah, so I had the opportunity also when I formally assumed command to visit uh, El Salvador, where we were providing mission support to the military there. So it's one of those things that you don't realize how closely connected we are with many of these countries because of the support we provide them, and or the time and distance factor. Who would I never realized until I was en route that it was literally a 3.5 hour flight from Atlanta
That's crazy.
to San Salvador, you know, and then another hour ride into the jungles outside where we were with some of the um, local armies. Um, you're talking about 4.5, 5 hours.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, in essentially the same time zone.
I don't
Yeah,
think it takes longer to fly to Montreal. I know you're from Atlanta.
yeah, yeah. So, so yeah, and I think the one thing that you realize is not only our mission capabilities and what our soldiers are capable of doing, but the education that they receive in terms of their exposure to different cultures as part of their own development as organizations and as leaders and as soldiers.
Do you think this was also a lesson learned from Vietnam? I mean, it's true, like you're mentioning, like how Moore, who had studied, the French in Southeast Asia, but do you think it as a became more broadly part of the consciousness, the importance to understand the local culture?
Well, yeah, I certainly do, and I think that's really important in pre-deployment briefings when a unit's been identified that hey, listen, we're going to be deploying either for training purposes or operationally to this particular region of the world or this particular country, that there is some exposure prior to deployment of, hey, this is the history of the country, this is where we're going, this is what it's like there, generally speaking, where you get those type of cultural, societal briefings in preparation for deployment. Now, it's a Reader's Digest version, certainly. It's not like you become experts, but it's extremely, I think, invaluable for soldiers to understand culturally, you know, the do's and don'ts, the rules of the road, if you will.
Yes. Yeah. Interesting. Um, so I'm not sure. I think at around 2000, you're now back at Fort McPherson in Georgia, where you'd been years earlier. And I believe you're assigned to the U.S. Army's Reserve Command, the Retention Division.
Yes.
Am I missing something in between, or
So
is this
when
good?
I came out of brigade command,
Hmm.
I'd been identified for a follow-on assignment to head up a fairly new organization within the U.S. Army Reserve Command called the Retention Division, which the focus was on retention of soldiers, Army Reserve soldiers, um, because I think we were losing a large number of them who decided to get their obligation is completed, they leave. From our perspective, we'd like to keep those soldiers because number one, um, it's less expensive. They're already trained. You don't want to lose that experience. And what is it we needed to do to um, up our retention efforts to keep the soldiers that we had already trained rather than losing them, you know. And so that was primarily uh, our focus. And I kind of headed up that organization to look at that, do the deeper dive of analysis of the problem, and then coming up with potential solutions to fix it. You know, and we were able to do that. Increasing our retention rates, and I think what we found in all it's a mixture of things. One, involvement of commanders with the soldiers and their families. When you have that type of strong bond and strong connection, feel that sense of uh, affiliation,
Yeah.
that goes a long way to 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 keeping soldiers. And if they feel that they're being treated fairly, that you're concerned about them, that you're concerned about the welfare of their families, that makes a huge difference. But I think we see that also now in the private sector and the things we've gone through with COVID. I was listening to a program this morning in which they said that 40% of the workforce is planning to leave the job that they're currently in. And so the question is why? And what can you do to address those issues so you don't lose a trained workforce? So I think
I'm occupied by this question as well. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, so I mean, there's some similarities there. So our focus was how do we improve our retention rate, and we were able to do that and turn it around and keep more of our soldiers than losing them.
So how were you able to encourage more of that personal interest on the part of the commanders? Because it sounds like a kind of thing that would be hard to, to dictate.
Well, again, I think that's a cultural thing, and part of leader development. Leadership principles, because it's always been there with a lot of commanders. The ones that are very good have a special affinity with their troops, and their NCOs, and soldiers recognize that. When you go into a good unit, that that's the case. Soldiers want to be recognized like anybody else, but they also want you to be able to deal with soldiers who may be counter to that type of behavior. I mean, not everybody's perfect, and so you deal with issues like morale and discipline. Are you rewarding the good soldiers, and are you dealing appropriately with those soldiers who may be detrimental to the morale of a particular unit? How do you address those? Because that's equally important, because soldiers will quickly observe, well, they're getting away with this type of behavior, but I'm not. And how are you addressing that? Because that could be very destructive to the cohesiveness in an organization as well. And that's probably equally true in the private sector.
Yeah. So, no, I understand a little bit more. So let's say there'd be maybe leadership development sessions on, like you're saying, on how to address some of these challenges, or
I tell you what I found when I assumed command. There were two things that I did immediately, and I brought outside parties in. One is I brought the Inspector General, the IG, in. In the military, the IG is a little bit different. They're just not there to find all the bad things. They're there and to ding you on. You can also ask them for assistance to assess the climate in a unit, to provide that feedback to you as a commander, say, hey, this is what we found that you may want to pay attention to.
Interesting.
The other element that I brought in EEO to, again, do a climate assessment. Hey, what's going on in my units that I need to be aware of? And that's where you lean on members of your staff, like my unit chaplain and my non-commissioned officers, because they're a little closer to the action and interaction with the troops to provide you feedback, because sometimes troops will tell them things that they're not necessarily going to tell you as a senior commander.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, so ultimately you're able to up the retention rates.
Yes. And we're making significant progress. There are a lot of things we looked at, looking at the private sector as well. Their retention efforts, how do they do it, and everything else. Understanding that particular generation of soldiers. And I'm trying to recall whether the Gen Zers, Gen Xers. I can't recall what generation was involved, but understanding what motivates them. And I think that's what we're wrestling with now overall in the general workforce, is understanding these generational divides, what motivates them, what's important to them, and for leadership in industry, to include the military, to identify those and try to address those issues in a way that makes sense, so that we can keep people,
Yeah.
and be more productive, and those type of things. That any good organization, self-improvement, that continuous learning process. We certainly, folks at my generation don't certainly have a monopoly on good ideas and wisdom. Every
And how to
every
encourage
generation
that.
goes through that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I'm reading the personal memoirs of Ulysses S. Grant,
Oh, oh.
and it was actually written, I think, it was written by Mark Twain. He interviewed and worked with Grant on
I don't think I
these
realized that.
on his personal memoirs. But interesting, this is, you're talking about a guy back in the Civil War, and he chronicles his life from a second lieutenant coming out of West Point to taking command of the Union Army. And the things that he recalls as a young second lieutenant, in which he didn't necessarily agree with the policy of the current administration at the time, like the war in Mexico. He was not a supporter of the war with Mexico, and thought Mexico was getting the raw end of a deal here. And it's remarkable when you read these thoughts from young second lieutenant Ulysses S. Grant, and how
It's so
that may not be
amazing.
different from the thoughts of a second lieutenant today about, what our involvement in Afghanistan may have been, and things of that sort, that this occurs normally.
Yeah, like it's almost like a like a generational process. So how,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely. So,
Huh.
but I thought that was interesting. But anyway, things were going along swimmingly, and then a decision was made to reassign me from the retention transition division to become the liaison at Third Army,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, whose focus was certainly much more operationally focused and combat focused for Southwest Asia, because Third Army was the Army component to um, U.S. Central Command.
Oh, it was the Army component of U.S. Central Command. And what was your exact title? I mean, I think you once described it as the Senior Army Reserve guy, but what was your official?
Yeah, I think the title would have been Senior Army Reserve Advisor
Okay,
to the
okay.
Commanding General
Yeah.
of Third Army. And so that occurred, oh shoot, when did I arrive? I actually arrived there in 2001. So I had to be summer of 2001, in which I was reassigned. And they were actually right down, they were within walking distance of the Army Reserve Command, because we were all co-located on Fort McPherson at the time.
So in this case, could we back up a little bit? Because it seems to me that you were in Afghanistan during Operation Anaconda, which would have been March 2001. And you had mentioned,
Actually, it would have been not in 2001, it would have been in 2002.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That makes, okay,
Okay.
time, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So, okay, so the summer of 2001,
Yeah,
you're now in this position as a reserve advisor for
yeah.
the Third Army, which is the Army component of CENTCOM. And I think you had mentioned you were reporting to, um, I don't remember his rank, but Mikolashek. Uh,
Oh,
uh,
Mikolashek.
Mikolashek.
P.T. Mikolashek was the commanding general of
Okay,
Third
thank you,
Army
thank
at the
you.
time.
Yeah,
And I think he had just assumed command from Tommy Franks, who had
yeah.
been the commander of Third Army prior to that. And then he was selected to be the commander in chief of Central Command. Tommy Franks was. and P.T. Michalczek wound up assuming command of Third Army. And so when I arrived at Third Army, midsummer of 2001, we were preparing for an annual exercise we had with the Egyptians called Bright Star.
Bright Star, yeah.
And I think we're looking at deployment and for that exercise to occur in the September timeframe. Okay. And it was in September because a typical command general officer headquarters, you have weekly staff briefings, where everybody briefs, hey, this is what's going on in my area, so that there's situational awareness among the senior command staff of what's going on. So the operations officer would brief, hey, this is what's going on in operations, and the focus then I think was primarily on getting ready for Bright Star and everything else. And then you also get an intelligence briefing by the intel section. Hey, these are things that are going on in the world that we're paying attention to. But again, I think we had a maybe 2 weekly staff meetings of that nature. And the finance officer would brief, hey, this is what's going on, how much money we have, this is what we're going to dedicate to these exercises, logistics, all that, full-blown staff meeting. So that the commanding general is really designed for the commanding general. So he or she has much more awareness of what's going on within the headquarters globally.
So here I'm a little. I do have a question. So so before 9/11, was there any, I don't know, strategic planning to enter Iraq? Did you know, like, were you hearing potential plans of it before? No. Yeah.
This is what we have. We always plan for contingencies. And so we have war plans for different contingencies, which we war game, which is one reason why we have these military exercises in foreign countries to exercise the staff on possible potential scenarios in that region. And so, yes, it's not that you plan for a war for Iraq, but if there's a potential there, we have an op plan, an operational plan, that looked at certain things, certain givens, certain understandings which may influence what may occur in the area, and if we have to go to war, this is how we think we're going to fight it. And so we did have an op plan, operational plan, 1003, which is CENTCOM focused, and looking at things like potentially Iran or Iraq as potential contingencies we need to think about. So we had an op plan called 1003, which was CENTCOM focused.
So was the Bright Star operation part of 1003 or part of that contingency?
I think yes. Yeah, well, we would exercise certain scenarios in addition to providing training exchanges with the Egyptians. So yeah, it's all of that.
So I think you were telling me before that you were planning for the the exercise of the Bright Star. Yeah. But then on September 9th, I believe there was the assassination of Massoud, like one of the Afghanistan leaders who opposed the Taliban.
Right.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I think for us, in my mind, it was a footnote. Afghanistan just simply did not register on my radar or anybody else's radar as being operationally significant, I don't think. Other than we knew, the Russians had been there for a while and been driven out, and that, there was, we thought elements of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban in which there was ongoing internal fighting and disputes among the various warlords. And so, this is the type of briefing that would come up in, twice weekly, staff briefings in which the intelligence people would talk about things that are going on in the region. Something may be going on in Iran, and they get it from various sources. Where they digested information, whether it's from the Defense Intelligence Agency, CIA, NSA, or other organizations, in which they use that information to help prepare a briefing which is more tailored for us at Third Army. This one was a little bit different. And on the 9th of September, the briefing we received was that there had been an assassination of Massoud, who was a very popular warlord, part of the Northern Alliance, who was opposed against the Taliban. And that he had been assassinated by the Taliban with, I guess, individuals posing as a news team, interview, and wind up blowing themselves up and killing Massoud. So I remember just, hearing that and getting this briefing, and, there may have been a couple of questions that were asked about the significance of that, but I don't think anybody would make the connection of our involvement in Afghanistan necessarily tied to the assassination of Massoud.
Okay.
Although I still don't think we would make that connection necessarily today, other than, the Taliban were involved in his assassination. And then on September 11th, you have the strikes in New York City and the Pentagon, and then also in Pennsylvania, of the aircraft being weaponized and being flown into the Twin Towers, and us experience this event that we just call September 9/11. And so you kind of see the dots being connected in terms of the perpetrators of both being tied to Taliban and Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden.
I see.
I remember 9/11 as if it were yesterday, because at the time that it occurred, I'd actually gone to the barber shop. There was a barber shop up the street at the U.S. Army Reserve Command. It was a short 5-minute walk to the barber shop there from Third Army. So I figured I'd get a quick haircut before the rest of the day started. So that had to be about 8:30. I was up there sitting in the chair. And then probably about 9 o'clock, my sergeant major come up to the barber shop to grab me and say, "Hey, sir, you need to come back to the headquarters. General Michaelshek wants to talk to us." And I didn't know what was going on because, I didn't see.
Yeah, you're getting your haircut.
So we walked back down to headquarters, Third Army, and everybody had, we all had our own televisions in our respective offices because we monitor, the news cycle and everything else, keep abreast of things. Typically, it's like the talking lamp or the silent lamp. It's just background. You see a TV, and except this time, a lot of TVs were turned on, and we saw the strike of the tower. And then my sergeant major quickly tried to bring me up to speed. Said, "Hey, listen, there's been a plane, a horrible accident. At least at that time, I think we thought it was an accident, where an airliner had evidently flown into one of the Twin Towers. And then minutes later, a second similar incident. At that point, things started to, hey, this doesn't seem to be an accident. And oh, by the way, the Pentagon's just been hit. And so all this is going on. And at the same time, we decided, well, let's call our colleagues at the Pentagon, the Army Operations Center there and the Reserve Component Desk there to, hey, what's going on? What do you guys know? And you couldn't get through. I mean, all the lines, I mean, there was just all of a sudden, a lot of things were going on at the same time. And as the picture became clearer, we had a staff meeting probably within the hour in which it became evident that the United States had been attacked, that certain things were occurring. And we started to go into a operational planning mode at Third Army, because that was, when people started to make that connection with Al Qaeda, Taliban, Southwest Asia, which was CENTCOM's focus and our focus. And so, and as I recall, all of a sudden, all airspace had been cleared, all commercial airlines had been grounded, and the only things that were flying were military aircraft. And at the same time, we were still going through our planning and preparing with our own command post exercise in preparation for Bright Star.
Oh, you're still continuing with Bright Star?
Yeah, it was because we were getting ready to deploy to Egypt. And also, I found out that we had a forward presence in Kuwait. Third Army had
there was already a forward presence in Kuwait?
We had already established it a year or two earlier. And so we would rotate some of our officers for 6 months to Kuwait and then bring them back and that kind of stuff. So there was a presence there, a contingency presence.
Yeah.
And CENTCOM also had a similar setup in Qatar.
Okay.
Which is where they were, and we were in Kuwait. So all of a sudden, there's a lot of discussion, what's going on, some confusion. And then it became clear that, hey, listen, guys, we need to think about contingency operations for that part of the world. And that's when you pull out Op Plan 1003 and you start to look through it and look at, planning contingencies and things of that sort. And then when it became clear that, hey, listen, we've identified the source of these attacks, who was involved, and beginning to look at what next steps would be. And I remember later on that afternoon, we had a staff meeting, certainly hurried for General Michaelishek, and what is it that we should be doing at this point in time, and looking at 1003 Victor and how we would organize for an operational deployment into that region. We would stand up what's called the Coalition Forces Land Component Command.
Oh, that's when it comes into play, the coalition. See, like the Coalition Forces Land Component Command.
Which means all of a sudden you have combined armies involved or militaries involved. Your allies in the region, NATO, would be brought together. And then I remember that afternoon in the conversations we had, like staff meetings with CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command. General Franks Central Command Commander-in-Chief, asking, what recommendations we would make. And General Michael Schick said, "Sir, we recommend that we stand up the CFLIC." And General Franks agreed.
Oh,
And so we're now in an operational planning mode to prepare for that. And I remember, I think it was within a couple of days, if not sooner, I remember a Canadian liaison team reporting to our headquarters. I think there was a British team that also reported to our headquarters as part of this piece called the CFLIC. And then also talking with my colleagues down at U.S. Central Command in Tampa at MacDill Air Force Base, saying, "Oh, we've got our foreign liaison officers reporting to us now."
So when they were reporting to you, was this when you were still at Fort McPherson,
Yes.
or was this already at
Yes.
the Al Aid Air Base in Doha, Qatar?
I'm talking about Fort McPherson because physically that's where it was.
Okay.
Now, ironically, at the same time, we're still planning on Exercise Bright Star with the Egyptians. So you got a couple of things that are going on. One, a continuation of planning efforts for the execution of the training exercise Bright Star with the Egyptians. At the same time, beginning your contingency plan for potential combat operations,
Wow.
in a place called Afghanistan, potentially.
Was this a point where now like CFLEC and CENTCOM are waiting for like a president's green light? Like, how does that work?
I think that what happens then is a mishmash of a lot of things going on. At the high National Command Authority, discussions about, okay, what do we know? Who is involved? Where did it originate? What should our response be? And having those type of discussions with folks at U.S. Central Command, and U.S. Central Command having those conversations with its individual component pieces. Remember, Third Army we were the Land Component Command piece, the Army Marine piece. Then you have NAVCENT, which is the Navy Fleet Command. Then you have the AirCENT, the Air Force, CENTAF, Central Command Air Force also. So you got all these moving parts that are going on. And each is probably going through their own contingency planning and stuff that we were as Third Army. And then it becomes CENTCOM's responsibility to, navigate through that, digest it, and all the things that you do at a headquarters. And then, do we deploy anybody forward? Although you knew you already had a forward presence in your headquarters of a few things. Now all of a sudden you're going to blow it up big. And at some point, a decision is made probably a couple of weeks later. Hey, Bright Star probably is not going to occur. And we are now looking at initial deployment to move some of our elements forward to Kuwait to stand up CFLIC headquarters in Kuwait, and likewise with deployment on a CENTCOM to Qatar to start to stand up their headquarters there and start to move things forward rather than calling all the shots at your stateside locations. You now have command structures moving forward. And then looking at, okay, what are the elements do we think that we need? And that's where my staff and I start to get involved as we look at the Army Reserve component piece, because we knew we were a major element to CENTCOM in terms of what we brought forward. A Theater Support Command, which was Army Reserve out of New Orleans. The 335th Signal Command, which was out of East Point, Georgia, right there in Atlanta. TRANSCOM, which is out of another location in Florida. And all these other pieces that belong to the reserves now starting to identify, we need planning staff from these guys to go forward. And so you go through this whole process of identifying what we think the requirements are in conjunction with the rest of the CFLIC staff.
Jeez. Wow.
It's a major operation. And
Major.
on
Yeah.
top, to get that, it's not like you call them, hey, you're going forward, we'll see you tomorrow. There is a mobilization process that's involved that requires approval, not only through the Army staff, all the way up to the Secretary of Defense, who has to sign off on the mobilization orders to mobilize pieces and parts of those units.
Hmm. But did it take long till you got approval?
No, I mean, all things considered, they're probably much more streamlined now. We know the mobilization process. My staff and I knew the mobilization process, what's required, how to make the request, how to get the information, unit identification codes, all these other things which are required in order to get the approval to then mobilize elements and get them going. And then on top of that, there's a training piece to some of this. You know,
Right.
do they have all the things they need for mobilization? Do they have family support plans in place? Because now you're starting to mobilize people who may be, now we have some certain active guard reserve members of the staff because we're full-time active duty that can move forward very quickly, and we do that all the time. But now you may start to be mobilizing individual reserve officers in units, which now impact, if you recall my discussion about military police, all of a sudden you start to draw from the civilian
Communities that are being depleted.
Where people start to get, have to notify their employers and all this other stuff. It's pretty involved.
Yeah. Did you also, was it also necessary to activate people who are on the inactive reserves?
The inactive reserve, I think they fall into a different category. We were looking at whole units. Those are the troop program units, TPUs. Individual ready reserve, when you start to look at that, there may be specific skill sets that units don't have, but may lie that we know within the IRR, the individual ready reserve, in which we can make those requests and start to look at those. But now, we're looking at those units which we know are aligned to Third Army CFLIC. When you look at 1003 Victor,
yes,
we know we have the 143rd Transcom. We know that we had the 335th Signal Command. These are all flag officers. Oh, we know we have the 3rd Medcom, Medical Command, which is also in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, so a lot were in the South, actually.
Yeah. But we've exercised, that's why you actually like Bright Star and these other exercises, even though maybe in a different country, we exercise these units because they belong to us.
Yeah, and they
see operations.
But I can see where it's, like you're saying, a huge deal, especially in the cases where their people's absence will impact their workplace, and police or nurses and so on.
Yeah, big time. And so so we look at all these pieces. What are the requirements? There's a saying we have. As you start to move down this path, you probably heard me say this before. These are come as you are wars.
Yeah. Well, so quite something. So, gosh. So, okay. So when are they deployed basically? When are the first units deployed?
We started looking at what combat elements were going to be moved forward.
And that's the first step, like to Qatar or
kind of looked at things, and that's when things rapidly moved quickly to identified combat pieces, like some members of the special operations community. CIA had already been on the ground for a while. How that latch up would occur. And oh, by the way, we probably need another major conventional combat piece or combat pieces also to go forward. And oh, by the way, where do they go? Where do we move them forward from in the States overseas to begin in earnest their combat preparations for
Mm.
potential combat operations in Afghanistan? And oh, by the way, we also knew, I knew, because as part of the headquarters, we discussed this, that we were going to begin cruise missile strikes into Afghanistan, beginning at such and such an hour.
So you already,
we were
this
pretty,
is part of the plan, the contingency plan.
once they identified, hey, we know who did it, and these are the targets we're going to hit in Afghanistan: training bases, communications. And I knew before the general public knew. And then all of a sudden, you guys read on the news, you see in the news, oh, cruise missile strikes into Afghanistan at these sites. We knew a couple of days before. Yeah.
This reminds me of something that you said, and I think it might have happened a few months later, but at some point, I believe you're going to Kuwait to negotiate U.S. Land use, like helicopter landing,
Basing rights.
basing rights. So
Yeah.
was that a big piece of it as well, like how to prepare the ground for all this training?
Yeah, well, this kind of came in waves. Remember, our focus now wasn't necessarily Kuwait, other than moving forward
Yeah,
a presence there because it was closer to the battle. What you're talking about was more in tune with Iraqi freedom, which occurs later. But as we looked at Afghanistan, the decision was made for contingency purposes to move the bulk of Third Army headquarters forward to Kuwait. Expand our presence there, along with elements from some of the major supporting commands from the Army Reserve. Like, we had a personnel command, third PERSCOM. We had the MedCom, medical command. All these things you don't think about. War is a major logistical effort. And you want to get the right people where they need to be so they can begin the planning and things of that sort. And then this is when we discovered, or the decision was made, hey, we're going to have special operators. Where are they going to operate from? Well, K2. Oh, is that a mountaintop in the Himalayas? No, Karshikhanabad, Uzbekistan. Oh, by the way, we have basing rights, so we're going to be operating probably some missions from Manas and Tajikistan. All the stands I never heard of before. And then all of a sudden, Pakistan gets involved because we have a presence there. Looking at moving elements forward there. But what found amazing was that decisions were made to move major conventional piece, 10th Mountain, commanded by Buster Hagenbeck. A portion of the 10th Mountain Division from Fort Drum, New York, to move them forward to Karshikhanabad in Uzbekistan.
The K2.
Which became a major operating base as we launched into Afghanistan. So you had 10th Mountain presence there with a logistical piece, and then you also had a major special operations component piece on the ground at the base in Karshikhanabad, which I would later go to months later to do site visits, because we also had reserve component soldiers who were special forces on the ground there supporting operations as well. And the challenges of, because there are two different systems, pay systems, things of that sort, that they were appropriately taken care of, because we know the reserve pay system or the guard pay system that the active component soldiers didn't know how to handle, that we had the expertise to provide that support, find out what they need, where were the issues, where are the hiccups, where are the bottlenecks, that the active component necessarily couldn't answer because they didn't have the expertise. And so that's why in a major headquarters, you will have a senior U.S. Army Reserve advisor or a senior National Guard advisor because we understand those components.
Yeah, like as you're saying, the logistics are
With the liaison.
tremendous. Yeah. So, where were you? Let's say October, November, like, and when do you go
We
overseas?
were still in Fort McPherson, Georgia. Then the decision was made, we're going to move forward. We're going to move the bulk of the headquarters forward to Kuwait. So we moved in sometime between the beginning and the middle of November to Kuwait, deployed forward to Kuwait. Who would have thought?
Were you, well, this is, did you have, were your kids young at the time or were they already adults?
My son was starting college and my daughter was starting high school. And so all of a sudden you're going forward. By this time, everybody has heard about Afghanistan. And everybody said, oh, we're going to be engaged in combat there, which we were. Certainly, November, you start hearing about the special operations guys on the ground with CIA, working with some members of the Northern Alliance to start striking the Taliban. And, the other things that you discover, basing rights, okay, we're operating out of Karshi-Khanabad in Uzbekistan. Who ever heard of Uzbekistan? I'd never heard of Uzbekistan or Tajikistan.
I know it. I mean, I've heard of it, but no, it's true. But all of a sudden, were these republics? Did they were they U.S. bases there?
Apparently, negotiations had occurred prior to our getting there. So at the high levels, somebody had already started looking at that.
Okay.
And oh, by the way, Karshi-Khanabad became a major logistics hub for us, as well as Pakistan to start shipping stuff that have to then be transported by land into Afghanistan. There are a lot of moving parts. And then all of a sudden, you discover that there's this rail line from Germany. It takes 28 days to get bulk supplies to Karshi-Khanabad, which becomes a major logistical hub for us.
Wow.
So you're talking about a 28-day cycle to move bulk logistics.
Oh my God.
From Western Europe by rail, in addition to air, into Karshi-Khanabad. Who would have thought? And what negotiations have to occur, with countries like Ukraine, Russia, and to get the supplies in.
Wow, I didn't think about
that. Major effort.
Yeah, it boggles the mind.
Yeah.
Like you think about like all the countries' permissions, where the train is passing
through. That's why logistics are important for any army.
So is this why you were traveling around a lot, like going to the K2 and back and other places to help?
Yeah, primarily. Yeah, primarily. I approached General Mike Leshak and sent him a note and said, "Hey, listen, I think it's probably important for me to, with your permission, to go to Karshi-Khanabad and to check on the status of our support efforts to Army Reserve and Army National Guard personnel on the ground." He agreed. So all of a sudden you have carte blanche orders that name like 18 different countries. You just show when you go to an air operations center, get on the first thing smoking, to those places.
Well, how would you go? Like, how did that work out?
Yeah, you just So what time? You have a bird that's going to Corsicana? Oh, yes, sir. We've got something going in 6 hours. Have you got room for me? Yes. Yeah.
Wow. And which were the other key places that you needed to go to frequently?
Uh, primarily, we did some playing in Saudi Arabia because remember we had that piece,
Yeah.
with the,
Was it the Doha
uh,
Air Base?
your PSAB, Prince Sultan Air Base in,
Okay, yes, in Doha, I think, something like
now
that.
Doha's in, Camp Doha is in Kuwait.
Oh, sorry about that.
Doha is in Qatar.
Okay, okay.
So we had a presence there. So providing, excuse me, uh, air missile defense to them, and also remember Israelis.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah. So you got a lot of moving parts here. Now, other places I would go to, uh, Bahrain, which is the headquarters for the Navy piece of Central Command. Then we also had a presence in Oman, Tumre, Oman, with the Brits, mostly Brits in that area, but we had a presence there too. So I went to all those places.
out of curiosity, what was the Israeli piece?
Israeli piece, I think, that evolved as we got into Iraqi freedom to keep them out of that fight. And oh, by the way, we had a presence in Jordan too. Delicate diplomacy, that I'm
Yeah,
not involved in, you know. So I mean, other people do that kind of
there's
stuff.
that part of it. Yeah.
So, but for me, we had gotten Buster Hagenbeck had come to Kuwait to give us a briefing on one major combat operation piece that he had involving the Taliban, and in which they thought they had Osama bin Laden cornered, but somehow he escaped. And it probably turned out that probably some of the members of the warlords in Afghanistan may have allowed that to happen. When they might have gotten him early in late 2001.
Ah,
But had lost that opportunity. And then I went into Karshikanabad, probably December, January timeframe. Um, uh, and by that time, we had begun to push into Afghanistan. We'd already seized Bagram Air Base
yes,
and
yes.
Kandahar.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but I remember when I got to Karshikanabad, uh,
Mhm.
and linked up with the 10th Mountain, especially the logistical piece in Karshikanabad, that we spend a lot of money. This stuff is expensive. Executing contracts, basing rights at different bases.
Mm.
I don't know what we were paying the usebacks to use their base, which Karshikanabad was an old Soviet air base. You and the things I remember, our bivouac area was in a former it was a former chemical dump. I
No.
just remember this kind of oily, reddish, clay-like area that we had put our bivouac areas in. You know,
Mm.
and that was also my first exposure to some of our allies. I remember meeting some of our Spanish allies who provide primarily medical support. You know, before they later withdrew. Remember they had that terrorist bombing in Madrid. And all of a sudden,
Yes.
they said, right, we're out of here. Within 24 hours, they left,
Wow. Wow.
So just a lot of things. Yeah, and it's all kind of fuzzy. I can't tell you exactly the sequence of events, but those are just things that I recall. But I remember, you know, a chemical dump. Here we are.
Oh God, this is where
Yes,
everybody's living.
which probably leads to some of the issues I have now, like we call the Afghanistan cough and stuff because of stuff you've been exposed to. Also at that time, I mean, we didn't have portalettes or anything. You burn human waste and that kind of stuff, and sometimes there'd be humorous elements. I mean, you can always tell the newbies. Newbies were the ones that didn't know how to mix the diesel and the human waste products to get it to burn, and they just put the diesel on top, and it burns all off. They still have the pile of human waste. Why didn't it burn? Well, you idiot, you don't know how to do it. That is common in every war.
Right,
It's
right. You got to
actually
learn how to.
Vietnam was the same way too. Somebody's got to pull the train duty and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, and then my first exposure, especially when I went into Afghanistan, um, when I got into Afghanistan, I flew right into Kandahar. We had already secured the base. The Rangers had already seized the airbase to a combat jump.
Yeah.
Then had turned it over to the Marines. And then the Army came in with elements of the 101st, the Rakkasans,
Yeah. Yeah.
into Kandahar. And what I remembered when I arrived into Kandahar, it was flew from Kuwait to 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 Kandahar on a C-130, and we flew in at night. And at that time, they were still only flying aircraft in at night, nap of the earth once they got into Afghanistan airspace because of combat hostilities.
Yeah.
And I remember when we landed at Kandahar, the smelling dust,
Mm.
night, and pilots were wearing night vision goggles. And I was giving you a comfort level because your depth perception is impaired at night with night vision goggles. Those guys are good and flying nap of the earth, and you could feel every turn and everything. And I remember when we landed, the 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 back being dropped, the back ramp, and the crew chief coming back and said, "Hey, sir, this is where you and your teams get off." And the engines were still running, and so you could feel the warm, dusty air coming in. It's dark and everything. And I just remember said, "Well, aren't you guys going to shut your engines off?" And he said, "Sir, we don't do RONs in hot zones. RON means remain overnight in a combat
They're
zone.
off. They're like,
They, they were gone in 20 minutes. The engines are still running. The ramp comes back up, and all of a sudden they're off, and it's just dead quiet. They were sitting in the middle of the airfield in Kandahar, and then all of a sudden we hear and see bright flashes of explosions to the south. A lot of gunfire. And I remember the team and I were looking at each other. It sounds like somebody's breaching the wire. And the one thing that you always learn is, so whenever you're confused on a battlefield, you move to the sound of the gunfire.
oh, why would that be?
That's where the fight is. If you ever find yourself confused on a battlefield, always move your unit to the sound of the gunfire.
Because then you can react. You
You
can
can react and engage the enemy.
engage. Yeah.
So it turns out what we found out later was that was a friendly fire incident. You may recall. We had the Princess Patricia Battalion on the ground with us in Kandahar, Canadians.
Yeah. Canadians. Yeah.
And they were hit by friendly fire from F-16s and a couple of aircraft we had on station who had mistaken them for Al-Qaeda and Taliban forces. And the Canadians had been there firing, because whenever you go out on a combat operation, you always go to the range to test your weapons. And this was at night, and they were going through a night fire exercise. And the aircraft that was Allied aircraft on station thought it was enemy. And so mistakenly had dropped bombs on and wound up killing some of the Canadians and wounding several of them. And I remember the next morning, funeral service for some of the folks. And then at the same time, I just remember being on the flight line and watching the Canadians still moving out to their aircraft, helicopters, to move on to their combat mission. When just a few hours earlier, they had the memorial service, and the night before had lost some of their troops. You just press on with the mission.
Just press on, yeah.
Yeah, so the things you see. And then I remember, engaging for the first time, and it may have been up in Karshikana, but I mean, it's all kind of blended.
Sure.
With a Romanian infantry battalion. Now, who would have thought ever to me, former Soviet bloc,
Right.
you're having breakfast with them, Yeah. And I remember, I think it was actually, and when I got into Afghanistan and when I was in Kandahar, having my first real breakfast other than MREs, eggs and a fresh apple. And I remember I took a picture of it. My first meal in Afghanistan.
Finally.
Yeah, and I've got that picture.
Wow.
The things you do and the things you remember.
It sounds very like harsh conditions in all places, in Afghanistan, in Uzbekistan.
Comparatively speaking, it's not like living. Yeah.
Right, a middle class life in North America. Okay. Yeah.
But
Yes.
it is what it is. I mean, you kind of train for that. You kind of live in those environments and training environments anyway.
True.
But what was different here was actually, quote unquote, fresh food versus MREs, right? Meals ready to eat.
Yeah. So, is this a good time to ask you now about Operation Anaconda? Where this was the I think the first ground mission to strike against the Taliban and Al Qaeda in the Shai-Kot Valley near Pakistan.
That was a major operation, first major operation involving conventional forces. Yeah. Because remember, ever since November of 2001, special operators have been engaging along with CIA Special Activities Team.
Yeah.
Taliban linking up with the Northern Alliance and driving the Taliban out of strongholds with support of air superiority. We certainly had the ability to do that, trainers. But the first major conventional force involving, and really I think there were two principal elements involved. Went out on the 101st and then 10th Mountain.
10th Mountain, yeah.
Engaging Taliban forces in Shai-Kot Valley. The other thing I remember about Shai-Kot Valley was an incident called Roberts Ridge, in which Navy SEALs had an observation post on a high ridge in the Shai-Kot Valley. And when they were being evacuated by helicopter, one of the Navy SEALs, turned out his name was Roberts, fell out of the aircraft as they were trying to get out of there. So the decision was made, hey, we need to recover this guy. And so the Rangers we had a ready reaction force of Rangers, a platoon-size element, out of Bagram Air Base to go in and try to find him and get him out. And it's about, as I recall, a 45-minute flight time between Bagram and that location. So you're talking round trip, almost 2 hours. Nothing is easy. And so when they went in to try to find the SEAL, 2 of the helicopters were shot down trying to rescue. And they themselves were pinned down and surrounded, and they wind up losing, I can't remember, was it 8 or 9 Rangers were killed and a number of wounded. And I remember, because I was at Bagram at the time, discussing what should be done. Now we lost aircraft, plus we have troops on the ground. It's night. And we could observe because there were drones on station. So you're seeing some of this played out in black and white on screens with no sound. Because there is no sound. It's just video being fed and streamed to us from the drones on station. So you knew what the situation was now. And probably one of the hardest decisions I've ever seen any commander have to make. Buster Hagenbeck was the commanding general for the 10th Mountain Element. Was the decision not to send any other rescue aircraft in to rescue them until daylight, because he did not want to run the risk of losing more aircraft and more troops to save them. Those are hard decisions.
Oh yeah.
And typically, the commander doesn't make it independent. He gets his input from the other staff members, going around the room. What do you think? What do we got to do? And then, very clinically in our approach to things, saying, sir, you run the risk of losing additional aircraft, additional troops, and to wait till daylight to get in to save them. So that's what occurred. The next day, they were able to, get another Ranger element in up there to get them out and rescue them. And then on top of that, what people forget is like a day later to go back in with the team to destroy the aircraft on the ground with thermite grenades to blow them up, because you don't want any of the equipment to fall in the hands of Taliban or opposing force. People don't think about stuff like that.
No. That's not only the people, but also the intelligence of the equipment and so on.
Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those things. And the Shayukot Valley wind up being an exercise. I think when you're trying to shut the door on Taliban, Al Qaeda forces escaping into Pakistan. And the thing that I recall, because we also had embedded reservists, we had some combat photographers who were part of a public affairs detachment, of combat photographers that were embedded with the combat elements. Combat photographers deployed with combat elements to take pictures and everything else. And one of the photographs made the cover of Time magazine, and it was a specialist, I think David Marks, who took that photograph of the soldier, and it's very prominent. And just 6 weeks earlier, Specialist Marks, who was a reservist, was a student at the University of Alabama, sitting in a classroom.
Yeah.
His unit was mobilized, and then he was forward deployed. All of a sudden, he's in the middle of a fight in Afghanistan during Operation Anaconda. And he gets on the cover of Time magazine.
And I can see, but sorry, the one who took, oh no, okay, the one who was featured in Time magazine, was he the reserve photographer who was embedded, or
No,
did he?
no. He's the one that took that picture.
That photo, okay.
That photo, it was a soldier either from the 101st or the 10th Mountain.
So did this help add to the perception of the reserves as being necessary? Do you know what I mean? Like, did it help improve the image of the reserves?
I don't think anybody thought about that at all. And I
Oh,
bet you if you were to ask anybody, they wouldn't have known they were reservists and not reservists on the battlefield. You just happen to be in uniform and be there. He's a combat photographer. Nobody's asking a question whether you're a reservist, a guardsman, or active component.
yeah.
They're very professional in what they did. This is what they do. This is what they train for.
I guess I meant in the public at large, like if
I don't think anybody thought about that.
yeah.
Certainly didn't. Although I knew when I was in Karshikanabad, I ran into a number of Army National Guard Special Forces guys who had pay issues with their families and stuff I had to get resolved or try to have my folks, do reach back support for them. Who had some of the first initial combat casualties were guardsmen, Special Forces guardsmen at the beginning of the war. The people never would have thought.
Yeah. What was the role or capabilities of drones at the time in addition to the video? Like, could they?
I think they were limited. They were fairly new.
No, yeah.
Positioning satellites in the region to get you photography of the area you want and need was a major exercise. Drones were fairly new. Before that, you had to rely on photographs from our network of spy satellites, which requires a lot of coordination because of competing priorities for those limited assets. And then you have to maneuver. Those satellites have to be maneuvered into. That's a very complicated, convoluted process. You may not win because the priority is elsewhere. And what you find is that the introduction of drones, both not only for photographing and streaming, but also as weapon systems, to take out targets, evolved over time, where now, even at the very tactical level, squad level, they have miniature drones with actual operators that go ahead of the unit to give you visual access to areas you never had before at a very localized level now. Think about it. I mean, you can go down to Radio Shack. I don't even know if they have Radio Shack and buy drones now.
I know what you mean.
To do and you see it with real estate, right? They take pictures.
Right. Of
those capabilities didn't exist then. They exist now, and the military uses them on the battlefield.
But then it was a pioneering effort.
Pioneering and limited assets. Oh. But it also, I think, what was very apparent to me during Anaconda and Roberts Ridge was sometimes the sense of helplessness, because you're visually looking at all this in silence, and there's nothing you can do right now to help the folks that you're seeing being streamed in real time because of what you had available. So. Oh yeah.
Oh.
So anyway, that's probably my sensing of Afghanistan. Although I remember going to Kabul, and we went to Kabul by road.
Oh,
Flew into Bagram, where I linked up with one of our reserve elements, and it was going to Kabul, where they had other reserve elements, civil affairs. And we provide a lot of civil affairs support, but we're very good at that, given the type of people we have involved in our civil affairs units. And then remembering, we decided we weren't going by air, we're going to go by road.
oh,
And it was myself and one other driver in an SUV expedition driving from Bagram to Kabul
it sounds really scary.
on the open road, and it was just us two in an expedition. And it was about a 90-minute drive, and I think part of it was because we couldn't get air transport to a helicopter to get us down there. So I wind up, and then looking at the vast openness and destroyed Soviet tanks along the way on our drive to Kabul, and just the expansiveness of the desert. You see where the Taliban could have easily engaged these Russian tanks back in the 80s at great standoff distances to destroy them, And so you would see these little mud huts, and then off in the distance, a destroyed Russian tank, stuff. And then I discovered that that road from Bagram to Kabul was actually built by the Russians. They had built an asphalt plant and built the road as they progressed because it was so unsafe to get to Kabul otherwise. They built their own road. Yeah. Remarkable.
And how did your particular journey work out?
Oh, we got there, we got to Kabul okay, but, it was, I just remember that. And I've also flown by helicopter from Bagram to Kabul, or Kabul to Bagram and other places, in which you didn't feel safe in the helicopters either, because you could going through some of the valleys and stuff, that you could literally, if somebody had an RPG sitting on a ledge, you could look at it, but there was nothing you could do.
So it goes back to what you're saying
Yeah.
before, the awareness, but
Yeah.
there isn't an option to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just know, hey, guys, if we get hit, we're hitting, we're going down, those type of things. So it doesn't take much. I mean, you realize the fragility of life and everything else. The other thing I remembered when we were going into Kabul is one time I spent several days with a civil affairs unit in Kabul, and the place they called the Taliban house that we had secured from the Taliban. The Taliban had essentially used it as a restroom. And the way they did was, go floor by floor and do their business until there was no more space. We had to go in and clean up everything, and made it an operating headquarters. But I also remember, ironically, a classmate of mine from Harvard, a German woman by the name of Elke Vish, and she's now in Nepal, and she was with UNICEF, and she was in Afghanistan, and we connected. She knew I was in Afghanistan, and we connected by satellite phone. And she was working at what was called the German school at the time with UNICEF. And we were able to get together for dinner, invited her to our location, which was very risky because remember, she was UNICEF, UN, and you don't want to show partisanship with U.S. forces as a combat elements, right? But we met. She actually, a driver dropped her off, and we had dinner. and kind of got caught up on things. And remarkable person, uh, and that she had been in some of the most God-forsaken places in the world. She had been
Yeah.
in Rwanda for an assignment, killing of the Hutus, the
Yeah.
Tutsis, uh, and then later uh, in Myanmar, you know, I mean, she's had some hard
Yeah.
assignments, and now
Yeah.
she's in Nepal, you know. But the thing I remember about her, she was more American than I was, being German. I mean, we had met at Harvard, and probably one of the most dedicated humanists I've ever met.
Yeah.
And the irony in all this was her grandfather was a Waffen SS Major General who worked for Hitler.
Isn't that something? He's
Oh yeah,
almost took the extreme opposite
oh yeah.
path.
And what I remember about her is a lot of self-flagellation and embarrassment because of her lineage, hereditary lineage, and you have no control over who your parents were or your grandparents were,
No.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can look on Wikipedia, Theodore Wish, to read about her grandfather, highly decorated SS, Waffen SS Major General. You know,
Wow.
it's extraordinary how people come together and
It is, and
yeah.
even
And today's her birth. And today's her birthday.
today's her
Yeah,
birthday.
I sent her a little text message yeah, on Facebook, in Nepal.
And honestly, even extraordinary that you bumped into a friend,
Yeah,
okay, who's not strictly from the military. I mean, it
yeah,
was an international organization in Afghanistan when you were there, you
yeah.
know?
And remember, the connection was
Yeah.
because the Army had sent me to Harvard.
I remember
And
that, yeah,
that's the rationale
in the
for
90s.
development, for us to learn, but also the networking that occurs because of your classmates.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think of that
You know,
aspect. That's true.
those
Yeah,
things happen,
that's true.
you
Yeah.
know. And then we had another friend, unfortunately, another one of our close friends who was we had several classes together at Harvard, who was later worked for Kofi Annan in the UN, and then
Mm-hmm.
was unfortunately killed in a suicide bomb um, in Iraq. Early on in the war, I don't know if you recall, there was a suicide bomber that ran into a UN compound headquarters and killed a lot of people. And
Yes.
unfortunately, he was um, Jean was his name. He was Egyptian, of Egyptian and French descent. And somebody kind of told me he was killed and recently
Oh,
married with a newborn. The horrors of war, and you never know when it's going to be your turn.
no. Do you feel very fortunate? I don't know what the word is, or if you're a spiritual person, watched, protected by the one above?
I think that I'm just speaking for myself. Is it's not that one dwells or thinks about, hey, it's your turn, or that you're going to run the risk of this never entered my mind. I remember right there, a compadre of mine was French Foreign Legion commander in Afghanistan. He was one of those typical French Foreign Legion guys, who wake up in the morning and probably say something like, "Oh, today's a good day to die." You that type of warrior mentality.
Yeah.
That never crossed my mind, one
No.
way or the other. You
No.
know, although there are things that we do that subconsciously that other people would probably think is weird. For instance, on my battle dress uniform, on one of my sleeves, I would ink in my blood type. So if I ever was injured or killed or incapacitated, people would know my blood type. And with my dog tags, I wore one dog tag around my neck, and I put one in my boot, laced in my boot, in case I was ever blown apart. You could identify my body part.
Yeah.
Don't think about stuff like that. I mean, just kind of
Right. It's sort of habits.
Yeah, it's not like I thought about, well, today's going to be my day or anything. I think that what often happens with commanders is that, at least in my mind, is one, uh, please don't let me be a coward, you know,
Yeah.
and two, let me get as many of my folks home alive as possible. I think those are the two things that, you certainly don't want to, because I think there's always that fear factor that's kind of in the background. But the one thing you say was, don't let me be a coward in front of my troops.
Yeah. Those are foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's kind of the essence of that Afghanistan experience. Remember, at the time I was in Afghanistan, I mean, troop levels were kept at 8,000 and never really exceeded that in the initial part of that war. And then all of a sudden, attention was starting to be paid to Iraq.
I remember you talked about that
Yeah.
at the Veterans Breakfast Club, and I wondered if you could elaborate when you sort of either knew or sensed that the
Yeah.
attention was shifting from Afghanistan to Iraq.
Yeah. When I returned back to Kuwait, um, we began planning in earnest, it seemed like, for Iraq, even though Afghanistan was going on. All of a sudden, more attention was being paid to Op Plan 1003. Remember Op Plan 1003? And then as we started to look at possibilities, it morphed into 1003 Victor. So it had another nomenclature, which is a revision, a version of the basic op plan, which is now being more tailored and more specific to a potential combat operation that may or may not be imminent. And I remember um, I had come back to the States to do a series of briefings on where we were in Afghanistan. And I had done a briefing it was a remarkable trip coming back home, as I wound up doing a briefing at a reserve general officers conference to talk about what was going on in Afghanistan, and so gave them a briefing on that. And at the same time, I had been invited to my law school alma mater
Oh,
at UC Berkeley. I had gone to Berkeley Law, and they had hosted a conference involving um, John John Yee, the professor from Berkeley, who is now a member of the Bush administration at the
oh,
Department of Justice, had wrote that memo on enhanced interrogation that was permissible for us to engage in enhanced interrogation, which people
oh.
call torturing,
Yeah, no,
to get information. And so I had been invited to a conference at Berkeley in which he was there, along with, I think, was it Haynes? I can't remember Haynes's first name. Haynes was the general counsel for Department of Defense. And so there was, I was there at Berkeley for a while in uniform, and you see a lot of military uniforms running around Berkeley, but I kind of stood out. But everybody knew I'd just come back from Afghanistan, and having this conversation about what's permissible and what isn't permissible. And from my perspective, the danger, number one, my troops could not engage in that type of behavior. Conduct unbecoming, it violates every principle we as soldiers. And secondly, will we not call that torture if they did that to our own troops? Will we not say that's torture?
yeah.
And to me, it was a distinction without meaning. And engaging in that type of intellectual discussion in that type of audience. Yeah. But practically speaking, I'm thinking more concern on behalf of my troops, you know, they can't engage in that type of behavior. And I mean, I'm concerned about what type of situations I would place my troops if they were captured and engaged in that type of behavior on the part of the enemy on them.
Oh,
So
if
it's
it's
that type of
condoned.
is that type of discussion as you look at that, and sometimes oh, I didn't think about that. So it is what it is. But anyway, and then the third part of my trip when I was in the States was I was invited to a planning conference, General Officer Planning Conference. I represented Third Army because everybody was still forward deployed in Kuwait. I was asked to represent the headquarters at this conference at the Army War College at Carlisle.
Carlisle, yeah.
And when I went up there, it was senior members from the 101st. Dave Petraeus' command. He commanded the 101st. Ray Ordiero, staff from the 4th Infantry Division. 3rd Infantry Division was represented there. And I was representing 3rd Army. And we were having this discussion along with the Forces Command Commander, who's now Larry Ellis, who I had met when he was commanding general of the 1st Army Division, plus we had a history when he was a colonel many years back, who's now the 4-star commander for Forces Command. Forces Command is the force provider, passes off these major units to the combatant commanders.
I see.
So now we're there to specifically talk about 1003 Victor, and that's why I was there.
Oh, okay, so that's very direct. Yeah.
So that discussion centered now on potential combat operations in Iraq. And we were discussing at that time because we had already begun planning in earnest, and I'll tell you about that, on potential combat operations in Iraq, what would be involved, and discussion centered on 4th Infantry Division being brought through Europe, through Turkey, into northern Iraq. And the Turks wind up killing that discussion at some point.
Okay,
so and then we wind up actually engaging in combat. 4th Infantry Division was merged in later in the fight. We brought them through the Suez Canal and everything else, ships, and tanks and So I was there for that, and I just remember what was so real was as part of our conference, as we discussed in greater detail, the topography, what would be involved, the logistics involved, where our basing rights would be, and things of that sort, that we took a moment to do a staff ride at Gettysburg. Every military officer, walks the battlefield at Gettysburg. Right? And I just remember one of my former officers, one of my subordinates, a guy named Mark Early. It was his great-great-grandfather was Yuba Early, cavalry commander for Robert E. Lee. Yeah. And who would have thunk? And what I remember, we were having a discussion, because he was married to a Japanese-American woman. He said, my great-great-grandfather would probably be turning over in his grave right now. This type of discussion. But anyway, I digress. I remember we walked the battlefield. So here we are in uniform, all these general officers walking the battlefield at Gettysburg. And there are a lot of tourists. If you've ever been to Gettysburg, there's a lot of tourists all over, Japanese, Germans, Americans walking the battlefield at different sites. And, would come up and talk to us, hey, American soldiers, we feel for you in Afghanistan, we're with you and everything else. And I remember thinking to myself, if they only knew that you're looking at the potential senior commanders that are going to lead the fight into Iraq.
So it seems like it's like a gradual thing from the cap of the 8,000 men and women in Afghanistan. I think you told me in an email or on the phone, and refusal to send a reserve intel unit to be flow forward to these discussions. And I assume when at Berkeley, like you realize that if they're looking at an expanded definition of interrogation, so to speak, that
Yeah.
there would be expecting events to finally this real discussion and planning of
Yeah.
Iraq.
Yeah. So here we're, at Carlisle, we're in the nuts and bolts of, operational and tactical discussions about, conducting combat operations in Iraq. But I remember, and actually, when I wound up going back to Kuwait a couple of weeks later, in one of our planning discussions, because we had, we call it battle rhythm. Battle rhythm is really a series of meetings, and you just call it a battle rhythm. And we'd have all sorts of meetings: planning board, targeting board, whatever board. And it was tough because remember, we're deployed in another region, operating in that time zone, and people at the Pentagon and other places are on a different time zone, and so we're trying to mesh hours. So you're 24/7, and then you intersperse weekends. So you actually have 2 weekends involved, right? So you
Right.
have the American weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, and then you have the Muslim observation
Right.
on Thursdays and Fridays, right? So you complexities and all the cultural things that you don't think about. Well, can I get somebody today? It's a Saturday in the States. I don't know.
You probably know. Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's all of that. And I just remember one of our discussions is a planning discussion, and it's our opportunity to talk with the Forces Command because they're the force provider. And when you check on the status of, hey, we made a request for a particular unit to be mobilized and brought forward in support of operations in Afghanistan. It's an intel unit, this, and then you're being told, sorry, that ain't happening.
Uh-huh. So that was like almost like a
We didn't know.
confirmation that a lot of the tactical and operational plans would be coming to fruition.
It just suggested they were being diverted elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where I probably use the term discovery learning. Nobody was going to come out and say, well, we're going to, yeah, no, we're putting them against this force package for Iraq.
Oh, okay. But in light of everything else
Everything
and this
we kind
diversion of resources. Yeah. Yeah.
of do two and two and say, we're starting to pay a lot more attention to this, and less attention to this. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
So anyway, so that's kind of where I, figured, hey, listen, I think we're morphing into something else, and that's where I was then reassigned from my role as Senior Army Reserve Advisor, although I kind of did that on the side, to being the Executive Officer and Deputy Chief of Staff for the Deputy Commanding General of CFLIC.
Oh,
So that's when I started to get more engaged directly with Kuwaitis, the Ministry of the Interior, and Ministry of Defense to start securing basing rights, expanding more interactions and opportunities for forward deployment of potential sites for American forces closer to the border and everything else. I got more engaged in that.
Okay, so this is the point where it's already becomes more concrete.
Yeah.
And you have you've been assigned the new role.
My energy as it pertained to Afghanistan and what we're doing really at Third Army or CFLIC headquarters now was being more oriented certainly toward Iraq. Now we've also had a change in commanding generals. P.T. Mikulashek is no longer the commanding general. They bring in the former Department of the Army Operations General, Dave McKiernan,
That's right.
in as the new commanding general. And he starts to bring in other by name requests, flag officers to round out his staff. to include Fuzzy Webster as his Deputy Commanding General for Operations, um, um, Thurman in as his Des Ops, Spider Marks as his Intel General, and then some other active component generals were now being moved into command of some of the reserve major commands.
So these were appointed people who I assume were like they're specialists or in
Yeah.
certain areas or the elite or
Yeah.
yeah.
That people felt comfortable. Hey, we would put Sean Burns is now going to command the 3rd PERSCOM, even though it was a reserve unit. We're putting an active component commanding general there. Dave Waitman is being moved in to the 3rd MedCom, Medical Command. Spider Marks is now our Intel chief. So you start to see these type of personnel movements, and then now full mobilization of these major subordinate reserve units. Now full mobilizations of those units, and then being brought forward. So you knew something
Did you
big was.
make a distinction between forward mobilization and forward mobilization, or did I mishear?
Yeah, well, only in terms of the numbers. So we may have had a planning cell in Kuwait with,
Oh, I
5
see.
or 6 people, from the MP commands and from some. Now all of a sudden, the full staff being mobilized and brought forward.
I see.
That's
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you know
So
you're getting ready for a big deal.
wow.
It's kind of involved in that process of mobilizing. So, this may be a good
I was
stop point
wondering. Yeah.
because now we kind of see this clear demarcation for Iraqi freedom.
Freedom. Exactly. There's a clear demarcation. Um, Maybe just before we end off, I think you've answered the question, but I'll ask you anyhow. In the days of such sophisticated telecommunications, what were the main goals of going in person? Was it the actual like discussion and give and take regarding tactical operations? Was it a matter of secrecy? I was wondering about the importance of face to face at that phase.
You mean like going back to Carlisle or?
Yes, yeah, to Carlisle.
I'm not sure if we ever thought about that. I think
Yeah,
part of the challenge, yeah, we have those capabilities now with Zoom and everything, but I think 2 things. One, remember this kind of stuff was in its infancy. So the
true.
competition for bandwidth to set those type of discussions up uh, is involved. And these were lengthy 2-day meetings and things of that sort.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and there's also still something to be said about that physical presence, I think,
yes,
even in today's world. I know we're going through that discussion about telework, bringing people back into the office, and the various schools of thought on that, and whether it's important or not important.
true.
And what do you gain from that? What do you lose from that by not participating in that? So yeah, so again, this is in 2001, 2002,
True. The 20 years.
2003. That's 50. That's what, almost 20 years ago. So technology capabilities was not as sophisticated as it is now.
True. True.
So,
Yeah.
but I never thought about that too much because it didn't exist at the
No,
time.
I mean you're right. You're right. It's one thing to have satellite phones working from one place to the
Yeah.
other within the desert, and another, like you're saying, to have extended day long discussions and the costs and the technology limitations and so on. Yeah,
But even then, I'm just thinking about the satellite telephones. The Iridium phone with this antenna. To be able to just punch in an area code in the middle of nowhere, Afghanistan, area code 202, whatever. I'm talking to somebody's home in Washington, D.C. direct in a matter of seconds.
Well, I know that for the golf course, wasn't that the major, like a major renovation or?
I think it may have been, but yeah, again, when you actually have that capability, and then you realize it
Right.
goes up to a satellite and links something in Sweden, and then it winds up going to the States, and all this is done instantaneously. Yeah. So there's no difference in you and I talking like this right now, and then all of a sudden I'm in the middle of Afghanistan talking to you. It's instantaneous.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you tell someone, where are you? Well, I'm in the middle of whoa, Afghanistan. You're joking. No, man, I really am. So technology. Anyway, I think this may be like the appropriate break point
Yeah. Yeah.
for this, and then we can move on to Iraq.
Okay. That sounds very good. Can let me know when you would like to meet again, and sounds good. Hello. Well, today is August 19th, 2021, at a very auspicious time. The US is in the process of withdrawing from Afghanistan and in the process of evacuating Americans and allies. And we are here today with Colonel Hughes Turner. This is our fifth session. And as you know, in the previous session, he discussed Operation Anaconda and the plan for Afghanistan. And we have a very good opportunity for you to reflect on what is going on today in light of your personal experience in Afghanistan and the people in the military who you knew there. And welcome today.
Okay. Well, thanks for giving me an opportunity, Leah, to revisit, I think, Afghanistan. We went into Afghanistan right after 9/11. And lead elements initially were CIA special activities guys who were already on the ground. And their operation, what they called Operation Jawbreaker, which was essentially to, ultimately, ideally, find bin Laden and bring his head in a box. But the exercise or the operation quickly morphed into a little larger event, initially involving the U.S. military, both air power and our special operators, special forces, SEALs, and folks out of those operational elements of the U.S. military. Our staging initially, as I mentioned earlier, was out of Uzbekistan, a place we called K2.
Yeah.
Most people think of K2 as some mountain peak in the Himalayas. We're talking about Karji, Khanabad in Uzbekistan. And I can't recall, I think it was a couple hours away drive time from Tashkent, as I recall, which is the capital of Uzbekistan. I don't know who made the arrangements with the Uzbeks, but Karji Khanabad quickly became a launch point and a large logistical support base initially for operations into Afghanistan. And the special operators were initially the folks that linked up with the CIA special activities guys on the ground, and they were the link up with the warlords of the Northern Alliance who were opposed to the Taliban. And remember, 9/11, just prior to 9/11, on the 9th of September, Al-Qaeda and Taliban elements had assassinated a very popular Northern Alliance leader by the name of Massoud. If those things didn't happen, it's quite possible that Massoud would have been the initial president of Afghanistan. He was extremely popular. And I think the Taliban and Al-Qaeda elements recognized that, and that's why he was targeted for assassination. And the assassination occurred by suicide bombers who presented themselves as news reporters. And so they were setting up an interview and things of that sort. And then 2 days later, you have 9/11. Okay. So fast forward, into the latter part of 2001, early part of 2002, we started to amass a larger combat piece on the ground in Afghanistan. We were capped at 8,000. And the major players were elements out of the 10th Mountain. In fact, the command and control element, the commanding general then was Buster Hagenbach out of the 10th Mountain. And then there were elements out of the 101st that also, the Rakkasans that came forward. While the 10th Mountain was based in Karshikanabad, and then as combat progress improved from our perspective, the headquarters element was moved to, we were able to seize Bagram Airfield. And that became the major operating hub, if you will, for the 10th Mountain. And elements of the 101st really moved into Kandahar, which is another large city just to the south of Kabul. And then we started moving into Kabul as well, and things expanded from there. But the force package was never very large initially when we were in there. Of course, expanded to over 100,000 troops, I think, during the Obama era, as we expanded our role. The one thing I reflect on, this is a question, with all the things that occurred this past weekend, and talking with all my battle buddies, we were with each other right after 9/11. For us, what we witnessed over this past weekend is, in plain talk, soldiers call Charlie Foxtrot, which means clusterfuck. Just complete disarray. It was obvious. And then to hear the suits from State Department and the White House, we're not evacuating Afghanistan or Kabul. And for us, the way they started flowing things in, for us, it was classic NEO, non-combatant evacuation operation. We do that very well. We rehearse that all the time. That's what it was. And to hear the suits talk about we're not evacuating, and I'm on LinkedIn. If you follow my LinkedIn discussions, I said, early on, I said, as Kandahar fell and other provincial capitals fell, I said, this is the end. The Taliban is going to take over. And then a couple of people commented and said, well, I still have hope for the Afghans. And I said, me, not so much. Guarantee you that we will evacuate the US Embassy. And that happened. And it just had all the hallmarks as we watched this unfold of watching Saigon fall, which is when I entered into the Army as a brand new second lieutenant, if you recall, reported to airborne training, at Fort Benning, Georgia. And on the nightly news, that final week in April of 1975, we watched the collapse of Saigon. And then on the 30th of April, as I recall, you see the helicopters launching from the rooftop of the US Embassy. And then the North Vietnamese Army, armored columns crashing through the gates of the palace and everything else. And it was just so eerily similar to that.
Hughes, this begs the question, considering the fact that the military has experience with evacuations in a very efficient manner, why do you think it was presented as it was by the suits?
I don't know. I'm not a political policy guy, and I don't know. But the irony is I'm looking at this young deputy press secretary who wasn't even born probably when the Vietnam War occurred, you know, I said, you guys are clueless. You guys are saying, no, we're not evacuating, Kabul or Afghanistan. And everybody that's been in uniform knows we talked among ourselves, oh, this is a NEO operation. The non-NEO operation that they're talking about.
Yeah.
So, for us, we thought that was disingenuous. And certainly, I think many of us certainly realize that, Afghanistan is, our version of the 100 Years' War in Europe, and you don't want to go on forever and ever. And at some point, we recognize that, we should not be in Afghanistan. And I remember quite clearly in very private conversations of staff officers among ourselves behind closed doors, engaging in academic discussions about what should we do now that we're here. There's kind of two schools of thought, I think.
Huh.
It's kind of like looking at prisoners, US prisoners. I mean, people who commit crimes. Do you throw them into prison? And if you throw them into prison, why do you throw them into prison? Is it for retribution or is it for rehabilitation? Yeah. And I kind of looked at Afghanistan in the same light that said, okay, our primary focus is to get the guys who did 9/11. And so I think that one school of thought was, and this is our analogy, a lot of us have seen the old Clint Eastwood Western that won an Oscar called Unforgiven. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I haven't seen it, but it sounds like a good analogy.
But I would recommend it. And what happened was Clint Eastwood's best friend had been killed by his nemesis and then put on display in a coffin outside the bar. And so he gets word of this, and now he's going to seek revenge. And so Clint Eastwood rides into town. It's a rainy, dark night, and he walks into the saloon, and outside the saloon is his buddy on display, with this sign draped around his neck. And the short version is Clint Eastwood kills everybody in the bar for committing that. And as he is leaving, he knows there are other people outside in the dark and the rain waiting to kill him as he comes out. And so he essentially yells out to the audience or to the people who are outside waiting for him. So if anybody shoots me, I'm going to kill him. And then I'm going to kill his wife. And then I'm going to kill all his friends. And then I'm going to burn his damn house down. That's one school of thought.
Yeah.
That says, this is how we ought to deal with 9/11 and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. And there's the other academic discussion, probably based on my experiences at Berkeley and Harvard, that says, okay, we just can't go in there and bomb them into the Stone Age. We want to deny them a safe haven. And what's required to deny them a safe haven? Institutions, democratization, putting things in place so that a civil society takes hold, which requires investments and commitment. So I think those are kind of the type of academic discussions that occurred behind closed doors, in a barroom talk. And I think the irony here is when you look at what occurred over the last 20 years in Afghanistan, it was not unlike the not the democratization, but the Vietnamization of the Vietnam War in the last 2 or 3 years, as assumingly they took on more responsibilities for the combat piece. And the Afghanis were supposed to do that likewise in Afghanistan. We trained them, we equipped them, and at the end of the day, it was a 20-year failure from the perspective of a lot of folks. So the parallels, you kind of say, did we not learn anything? At times it just doesn't seem that we do. Now, having said that, I know there's been a lot of talk about, how should the veterans feel now? And some were disappointed and upset and angry. What was this all for? I'm not necessarily of that school of thought. And it's probably based on lessons that I observed from Vietnam, because my early mentors when I came on active duty were Vietnam veterans. And I think what we learned as we have moved forward from Vietnam is tremendous respect and the ability to separate the warrior from the war. And I kind of view the Afghan situation in a similar light. You cannot deny the personal sacrifices that the American military and others have made when their country called. And someone said, well, who will go? And they raised their hand and they went. I think people respect that. That's independent of whether or not you supported the policy or not.
Yes, that they gave of themselves.
That's how I tend to look at it. Now, you have 4 presidents that are tied to this war.
Yes.
They all bear some responsibility, and it's been interesting to watch the current administration for a while try to place some measure of responsibility on the previous administration, which I don't dispute that, because there are a lot of things that Trump and Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, put in motion, which kind of have led to where we are now. They started a more rapid withdrawal of the troops that we had there.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that negotiated and agreed to release the prisoners. Disingenuous, I think, for the previous administration to not assume some responsibility. At the same time, I don't think Biden gets a pass. If you're the current POTUS, you can certainly reverse and put more troops on the ground to create that space and the conditions for you to start the evacuation process in a more orderly, unchaotic fashion. And I just find it amazing for the current president to say that this, they expected chaos.
Yes, I heard this morning too.
When there's a part of me that says, we're pretty good, at least in the military, for managing chaos. And there are other things we could have done to ensure that the conditions were safe and correct for a more orderly evacuation and drawdown of our forces out of Afghanistan and of our allies. And I remember a mentor once telling me, America stands up pretty easy for war. It doesn't take much to ramp up, and everybody gets behind and rally behind the flag, and we go forward. We don't stand down very well from conflict.
No. That's interesting.
So that's, there's a whole host of, I'm sure, a lot of emotions, anger, sadness, rinse, wash, repeat from Vietnam, And it's, but under no circumstance do I think that those who served, and it's not only US soldiers or US military that served, members of the State Department, members of our intelligence community,
Yeah.
NGOs, private voluntary organizations. And I remember I got a text message from a friend of mine whose friend was stuck in Mazar-e-Sharif,
Oh,
and she'd been in contact with him and trying to figure out how he could get out of there. And the only thing I could respond, well, probably the easiest way is to go north to Uzbekistan. But I think the Taliban had seized control of the border crossing there. So I don't know. And the irony of Mazar-e-Sharif, that was our first major conflict, if you recall, was involving CIA and US military forces against Taliban forces in the prison up there, in which we captured the American Taliban. Remember him?
Yes.
Mark, I can't, his last name
I'm
escapes me.
reading about him.
But we seized him there early on in the war. So, I mean, this is my memory, and everything just kind of came. So, I remember this is what happened, this is what we're doing. And yeah, it's just amazing. But I think where we closed off the last time, I want to revisit, because I said,
Yes.
Hamid Karzai started to emerge as one of the prominent leaders among the warlords during the war. And as I recall, I think Karzai is out of the Kandahar region, the tribes. And I think this is what people have to remember. You're not talking about a commonality of kinship necessarily between, there are multiple tribes and ethnic groups. It goes back thousands of years.
Yeah.
And his, of course, I think he had a little more foresight, but his ties were more to Kandahar, his tribe.
Right.
And I remember that the 5th Special Forces Group commander, I think, was Mulholland. Good officer, great tactician, great strategist. And he had special forces teams on the ground. He had one that was with Karzai.
Oh.
And during combat operation, they were calling in for air support. And one of the munitions accidentally hit one of his special forces teams where Karzai was.
Oh.
And almost killed Karzai.
Oh my.
And wiped out half the special forces team.
Oh.
What I remembered, though, was his quick turnaround where the focus is on the mission, and to replace that team within 2 hours to continue the mission. That's what we do in the military.
Know how to regroup really speedily.
You don't have time to grieve. The mission continues, and you continue the fight. But I remembered that.
No,
So, this is, I was at the headquarters and we're observing all this and hearing the call and request, and this is what I'm going to do. And then it was executed,
Yeah.
So, it's kind of amazing when you think about it. And then again, I reflect on the focus starting to turn from Afghanistan to the ramp up for what later became known as Iraqi freedom.
Yeah, so here, I believe in the last interview, you were talking a bit about the meeting at Carlisle Barracks, where I think the plan became known as 1008V for Victor, and previous discussions with you. It's, you were like the expert on the reserves. And I'm wondering, do you want to continue in this direction?
Sure, we can. The thing that stands out to me is not necessarily the planning. The planning had been in progress for ever since 9/11. I mean, we
Okay.
started to dust off those things because it was associated with that region. That
Are
we
we now
were
looking at around March 2003? Like this time?
2000, March of 2003 is when we executed combat operations.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But, we've been dusting off this plan early on in 2001.
True.
And then when you look at our exercises that we almost annually did with the Egyptians, most of it was based on that op plan 1003
Yeah.
that you build up scenarios and you run exercises based on that. And then what happened after 9/11 was modifications, because now you have the X factor, which is Afghanistan, and modified planning accordingly, to characterize it as 1003 Victor, and then you still have Iraq, and how does this all fit and come together? But I think that what I remembered about the meeting in Carlisle was just thinking to myself that as we did a battle staff walk, as part, we do staff rides, which is, officers will walk the battlefield to talk about a particular battle. And we were at Gettysburg. So that was the major, and that was the turning point for the Union Army against Lee's Army of Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Actually, there were two major events. It was the 4th of July, it's that weekend, in which Gettysburg occurred, involving General Meade and the forces of Lee and Meade in conflict there at Gettysburg. And then on the Western Front was the collapse and taking of Vicksburg along the Mississippi River by Grant against Pemberton, the Confederate general. And both were West Point graduates, and both had served with each other, encountered each other during the Mexican-American War.
It's true.
As young lieutenants, So, so I just, the irony of all of that, and then walking the battleground with commanders from the 101st, or senior staff officers from the 101st, from the 4th Infantry Division, and other organizations, studying the battle, of Gettysburg, and all the tourists running around on the battlefield, looking at all of us. And I was just thinking, and I think I mentioned it in the last interview, little do they know that they are looking at the senior commanders who will probably commence combat operations against Saddam Hussein in Iraq. The irony of all that.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
and before the interview,
probably my recollection that I remember, etched in my mind,
And before I pressed the record button, you were saying you were reading about Grant and his, the fact that he did not agree with the policy of having the Mexican-American War, and drawing a parallel to being a young lieutenant during the Vietnam War.
Frankly, if I've been ordered, I think the last year group that actually went to Vietnam, commissioning year group, was probably, I think, year group 73. We had some individuals who got commissioned coming out of the academy or ROTC or OCS who wind up going to Vietnam because the wind down had already started. So I think everybody knew year group 74, and I was in year group 75, that the chances of going to Vietnam were pretty small because they had always started mustering people out of service where they had the reduction in force. And the guys that got hit the hardest were aviators, were pilots. The Huey pilots Cobra gunship pilots because they didn't need them anymore. And I just remember there was some bitterness on the part of individuals who were being released from service because they were being forced out and they didn't know what they were going to do with their lives. You know, some of them may have thought they were going to make it a career and, you know, whatever. But, you know, the Vietnam War had been going on in some form or fashion ever since World War II or before World War II.
Yeah.
You know, the genesis was really anti-colonialism and the French presence in Indochina. And Ho Chi Minh being one of the guerrilla fighters, you know, who actually, as I read, had approached the United States decades prior asking for assistance in getting the French out of Indochina.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so as you look at all this, where, you know, because you had Indochina, you had Africa, Francophone Africa, the Brits were in Africa, the Dutch were in Africa,
Yeah.
Belgium was in Africa, these colonial powers that, you know, as a native in these countries, exploiting
Yeah.
natural resources
Yeah.
out of these countries, you know. And you have this oligarchy, you know, colonial oligarchy set up in some of these countries. So on one hand, I could understand why and how Vietnam came about. And it wasn't combined, fine, you know, and this is independent of the tactical issues on the ground and what you would be concerned about as a tactical soldier or military on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, and interesting, the discussions I had with my dad. My dad was a command sergeant major, and we were on Okinawa at the time, and he'd been back and forth to Vietnam. Was that, hey, you know, he supported it. You know, it was a police action. You know, this is the right thing to do, and you know, I wasn't necessarily in that camp, and we'd get into heated political discussions at the dinner table when I was in high school at the time about Vietnam. And then at the same time, remember, you had social unrest in the United States, the civil rights movement, you know, the assassination of Martin Luther King, the assassination of Bobby Kennedy, you know, the Black Power display, the political statement at the Olympics in Mexico City.
Yeah.
So you have all this going on at the same time. And oh, by the way, we wind up sending men to the moon.
It's I'm wondering. I'm a little concerned about time and timing, and I'm wondering if you'd like to talk about what you discussed at the Veterans Breakfast Club. In other words, when I think you're in Iraq 10 days after the invasion, and you know what you saw there, and so on.
You know, from a execution perspective, you know, watching, first of all, the run up and preparation for the war, which is any war is a major logistical exercise. You know, and the way we typically evaluate units, we got a unit status report, and it's at every level, is that you rate a unit green, yellow or amber, and red. Red being no good, can't do it, you don't have the people, you don't have the equipment, you're not trained or whatever. Amber being somewhere in between, and green saying you're good to go. You're firing on all cylinders, you have all the troops that you need, they have all the equipment, they're well trained, and you're ready to execute. My recollection and the buildup for the war, for combat operations in Iraq, when the execute order was given by then President Bush, our logistics were at the yellow.
Oh,
We were never above yellow.
oh,
You know, now every commander goes through an evaluation of where they are in the process and whether there's an acceptable degree of risk to go ahead and continue.
Hmm.
And it kind of reminds me, there was a movie, Russell Crowe, Gladiator. And I don't know if you saw Gladiator, but at the very beginning of that movie, the Romans, led by Russell Crowe's character, were about to engage a Germanic tribe. And one of his subordinate commanders is yelling at his catapulters, you know, that was their form of artillery, that they were too close to the infantry and would possibly create harm to the Roman infantry. Russell Crowe, as a senior commander, looked at it and says, the risk is acceptable. That's another form of evaluation
yeah,
that a commander makes
yeah.
on whether to execute or not to execute. And every commander does that.
So here, the risk was considered to be acceptable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that we can still get things done. And remember also, we didn't have our complete force package ready to go when we decided to commence combat operations. Remember, there was one, if you recall, at Carlisle, there was one infantry division, the 4th Infantry Division, commanded by General Ray Odierno, who we discussed bringing into northern Iraq from Europe through Turkey.
Yeah.
And then the Turks said, no, you're not going to do that. And so we had to float them through the Suez and get them. And so his forces weren't on the ground when the execute order was given, and the 101st and 3rd Infantry Division commenced combat operations and going through the barriers and going into Iraq. Yeah.
Were you at CENTCOM in Tampa, Florida, at the outset?
Only in the sense as being assigned to 3rd Army as the Senior Army Reserve Advisor and dealing with my counterpart at CENTCOM.
So where were you located, like when the invasion started?
Oh, I was in Kuwait with the major force.
Okay, that's with the
when we
Al Udeid
launched
Air
into
Base.
to Iraq.
Okay.
And the other thing that people don't think about is all the other support elements that are required, not only in the military, but we had people, and think about Afghanistan, our postal, we do have military postal units, process mail and packages to get to the troops from around everything else. But we also brought forward US postal personnel to help with mail.
Yeah.
And then, oh, by the way, and if you're redeploying forces, as we decided to, as the Iraq war started to wind down a little bit before we had the ramp up in the surge, started looking at redeployment of forces back to the States.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who else we bring forward to help us? Members of the U.S. Agriculture Department.
Oh.
To ensure the equipment is properly cleaned and pass muster before they get loaded back on ships to be brought back to the States. So there are a lot of things that occur, plus U.S. State Department people for the civilian side. So you don't go to war just with quote unquote people in uniform.
And the other thing I found illuminating, and I think others would as well, is your role as a reserve advisor. Like, in other words, you're the one I believe that has to advise on capabilities within the National Guard, on the reserves, the mobilization process. You mentioned the enforced packages to make the request to CENTCOM that would be sent to the big army. But could you explain that, please? Like, in other words, because it's quite illuminating how it all works.
Well, it's convoluted. I wish I could say it's an easy process to navigate. A lot of it's driven by law, but ultimately the start point becomes with the combatant commander on the ground.
Oh.
Now, I'm of the philosophy, and I think many officers are, and senior NCOs, that the reason why a headquarters exists is to support the commander in the field. If you don't have that attitude, you're in the wrong line of business. The reason why your headquarters exists is to support that war fighter. And so as the commanders, evaluate what it is they need to execute their mission, part of that process involves their capabilities. And they make a determination, hey, I need this type of unit. Let's say a postal unit, or I need a history detachment with combat photographers to chronicle the war and things of that sort. And so they can make that request and say, we need that, gets approved, and then somebody makes an evaluation. Well, none of those units exist in the active component. If it was, it would be easy, and they just bring them forward, request to Forces Command and get them ready for deployment. And somebody said, oh, that's a reserve unit. And so that puts another process in motion in which to activate and mobilize that unit, make sure they're properly trained, that they're full up, they have all the people they need, and where they aren't, you bring people maybe out of the individual ready reserve, or you bring people from other units to flush out a unit and make sure that they have the individual skill sets to do their job. And then collectively, as a unit, they have the collective skill set to execute their mission. So time is involved. And then, oh, by the way, ultimately, every mobilization order, mobilizing an individual or a unit, is done by the Secretary of Defense at that time. So there's a whole chain of actions that occur, at least when I was around.
Sure.
So it's not like, say, hey, I need it, can you get here day after tomorrow? Normally, you're talking about, at a minimum, several weeks to get an organization up and running, deployed, moved forward, because there are a lot of things that have to occur. I mean, not only are they trained, do they have all the necessary shots? Are they prepared to move forward?
Wow.
And oh, by the way, part of the residual issues, which we don't necessarily think about because we're interested in getting them on board to help us with the fight, is if I get a request and we want an MP battalion, an MP unit, and that unit that seems to be available, ready to go, is out of Tampa, not realizing or forgetting, we mobilize that unit, the Tampa police force loses 1/3 of its available officers because those officers have been mobilized now because they're in an Army Reserve unit or a Guard unit and been mobilized. And so they're no longer available to the civilian community. Or a medical unit where a doctor, maybe a solo practitioner with a small office staff who gets mobilized to support his combat support hospital, now has to shut down his practice, let his people go who no longer have a job now because he's been mobilized and his practice has gone away. We don't think about those type of things.
No.
I mean, I do now, but those are real things that happen in real life.
Something else that you mentioned, real things that happen, is the whole processing. Like, I think you mentioned there was an issue with pay, that pay is processed differently or was processed differently for the reserves and for the Army?
Yeah, they're in a different pay system. Reserve and guard guys were, soldiers were in a different pay system. And so they couldn't be paid by the active duty side, because different appropriations and
Yeah.
different systems in place. And so one of the issues we had to deal with early on were pay issues that started to surface with some of the reserve component soldiers who had been mobilized, primarily in the beginning, National Guard Special Forces guys, whose families weren't getting paid. They weren't getting their paychecks. And trying to sort out why that was.
Yeah.
And for us, it was what we call a reach back issue. That is, we had to reach all the way back to the States
Oh,
to kind of sort those things through. And here we are,
Kuwait.
8.5-hour time zone. If you throw in Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan into the mix. First of all, to identify the problem, and then trying to figure out, okay, how do we fix this? I can't fix it in Kuwait. We've got to go all the way back to the States.
Wow.
To deal with those issues. Now we started to resolve those issues because we were able to dedicate some resources that were brought forward in the finance arena to Kuwait.
Okay, so you brought them over.
Process that stuff, and then hopefully, bring some of those forward into Afghanistan. So if there were pay issues, those things could be resolved much more quickly because they were closer to the action.
Yes.
Rather than the delay in time and space. And oh, by the way, remember multiple weekends. You don't take a break on Saturday and Sundays in the traditional Saturday, Sunday notion of the United States. And then put on top of that the Thursday, Friday weekend for members of the Muslim faith or Jewish faith. Who's working today? Who's not working today? What time zone are we in?
You need a whole logistical person to structure that.
But you figured it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh. Would you like to talk about being on Highway 80 around 10 days after the initial ground invasion in Iraq?
Yeah, that's the main highway, almost like interstate from northern Kuwait all the way up to Baghdad. I mean, it's like looking at a 4-lane highway, 2 up, 2 down with, underpasses, overpasses, like you would see on any interstate.
Yeah.
Except it was pretty vacant for the most part. You can go for miles and not running until you get into a checkpoint, where you see, our troops have created a checkpoint, or a rest stop, to take care of units that are coming forward. And I think the biggest concern, I think, for a lot of commanders is complacency.
Yeah.
And a feeling that nothing's going to happen to you because nothing's happened thus far.
Right.
And so, as we began initial combat operations, we were in MOP suits or protective chemical clothing,
gear, kind of, yeah.
Gas masks and charcoal liners and things of that sort, and trying to keep troops in uniform when it's hot and dusty and nothing's happened. And biggest, I think that's the biggest challenge for a commander is complacency. We want to ensure that troops have the presence of mind to understand, hey, listen, there's a reason why we do this. There's a reason why you need to drink. Because you get dehydrated, you pass out, or worse, and all of a sudden you're a combat liability.
True.
Those are all the day-to-day nuanced things that commanders and senior NCOs have to worry about, let alone the tactical engagement of enemy forces at the same time.
Which type of vehicles were you in, and what was your specific mission at that point?
I was in Humvee, and the successor to the Army Jeep, which is what I rode around as a brand new second lieutenant, when I first came in the Army in 1975. And essentially what we were doing was evaluating the situation and condition of the MSR, the main supply route, which is Highway 80 from Camp Nassau, which was the northernmost exit point for U.S. forces from Kuwait and you cross the border into Iraq. Just checking on status, looking at the number of vehicles that we saw on the side of the road with associated Marines or troops that were left there, that in some cases have been there for several days, who are still waiting to be policed up by their units. And it's amazing, you see these guys, and the senior person is a young PFC, E3, 19 years old, responsible for 5 other people with broken trucks. And at night, you don't know who's out there.
No.
Yeah.
Would you stop at night?
Yeah, we would stop and talk to them. And if we had some water or food, we'd give it to them and find out what their unit was so we can try to pass on to their unit. Hey, you guys are still waiting on you guys to come back and police you up. And in most cases, I suspect their units were well aware of where they were. And we're trying to figure out how they were going to go get them and police their broken down vehicle and get them back to their units.
Was there a concern with the IEDs, the improvised explosive devices, at that point?
No, IEDs started to manifest themselves probably a couple of months after that, where you'd read, some heavy equipment truck was rolling on the highway and ran over a trash bag and it blew up. And typically at that time, I think they were probably more nuisance than anything else because they weren't large. But then as the insurgents got bolder and more sophisticated, started substantial IED emplacements, which blew up and killed people, driving trucks and things of that sort. That didn't occur early on. My recollection is probably several weeks, couple of months after, you started to see more of that. And how do you avoid that? And how do you educate your troops about that?
So how did you educate your troops?
Well, I think is lessons learned, discovery learning.
Yeah.
And then some of the things that we learned in our experience in the Balkans, with landmines and things of that sort. Hey, you run across this, avoid it. If you see a trash bag in the middle of the road, you probably want to avoid and not run over it. Those type of things.
And was it more dangerous when you were on Highway 80 approaching Baghdad through the Sunni Triangle, or not necessarily? Or
at the time, because you're talking for me late spring, early summer, in which things, as I recall, didn't ramp up probably until early fall, as I recall. And the Sunni Triangle and the resurgence and the looting, and I don't think we were expecting that because we were already starting to talk about redeployment of the 3rd Infantry Division back to the States in September. But then as you saw the resurgence, the looting, antiquities being robbed out of museums and things, as I recall, and somebody said, oh, not so fast. We're going to have to slow down and reevaluate our redeployment based on conditions on the ground now.
I was thinking about that too, particularly the Taliban's destruction of the 6th century Buddha statue of the Bamiyan Valley. I don't even.
That occurred before we even got into Afghanistan, as I recall.
Okay,
That was pre 9/11.
okay,
That's my
gotcha.
recollection. I may be wrong, but my recollection is I remember seeing, oh man, these artifacts, they have no sense of history, or they do. They just said, we don't care, we're going to blow it up.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think you talked about your own experience at seeing the ancient ziggurat near Ur going back 6,000 years.
Yeah. I think you just find it overwhelming. You know, you're by yourself and you only have a few security troops with you. You kind of roll in, you know, they say, this is how we roll. And then you see this massive temple. And we did have a local, he's a PhD, I think he was from the museum or something, who explained to us what we were looking at. And then actually climbing to the top. And realizing that what we climbed has been there for several thousand years. And then as you look, you're seeing the ruins of Ur. And as I mentioned to you, you know, it could have been West Texas. You wouldn't have known the difference. You know, it's just nothing but dirt and dust and, you know, some ruins. You know. And then also at that time, the reflection, making the connection that was surreal to me, that all three major religions intersected at that point. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because they all lay some claim to Abraham,
Yeah.
and Ur was supposedly the birthplace of Abraham.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That was so surreal to me.
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else, but that's what I thought about. Or crossing a bridge, which spans some small trickle of water, which is that portion of the Euphrates River.
Euphrates, wow.
Or when you go into a large city like Basra,
Yes.
in eastern Iraq, not terribly far from the Iranian border, that is as wide as the Rhine River, because it's the confluence of the Tigris and the Euphrates River coming together there.
Amazing, amazing. I think it sounds like it might have had some impact, because you mentioned in the VPC talk that there was a need to discourage the young troops that had a habit of, let's say, taking souvenirs, which must be very compelling, you know. And
yeah, these are artifacts, antiquity,
yeah,
that belong to civilization, to mankind.
Yeah.
You know, and it's real easy to say, wow, I'll just take a little piece of this. You know, it's like, as I remember as a kid, growing up as a dependent in Germany, and then we would make a trip to Berlin, which was in Eastern Germany under Russian control, and going to Checkpoint Charlie, you know, at the Berlin, you know, and you know, the division between the US side and the Russian side, and then walking along the wall and picking up a piece of cinder block, which is a part of the Berlin Wall. You know?
Yeah, you want to grasp onto history.
Kind of like that.
Huh? I think you mentioned that initially the US forces in Iraq did not want to appear as an occupier, and there's a command not to show US flags, even state flags. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I think every commander is aware of his or her responsibility to ensure that we conduct ourselves in a professional manner. You know, that we're there to do a mission, and that we weren't there to invade and take over a country. That was made very clear by a lot of our commanders and by our allied counterparts. There's one there's a YouTube video, and I'll send that to you, in which a British commander, of course, it's a reenactment of the British commander talking to his British troops as they were getting ready to execute combat operations in Iraq. And his discussions about a very proud people that will give the shirt off their back to strangers. And that, you know, there's nobody that's waking up that morning thinking that they were going to die that afternoon. And at the same time, you know, we will be magnanimous, you know, to those who see the errors of the way and surrender, and we'll take care of them, but we will rock the world for those who oppose us. It's a moving speech in reenactment. Now I'll send that to you.
Yeah. Well, sort of this is just a segue. What was your contact with local Iraqis, and was there work with the Peshmerga in the Kurdistan area of northern Iraq, or did you have contact with other allied forces?
Yeah, you know, with regard to northern Iraq, not so much. So the Peshmerga, I mean, it's, you know, so my experience probably goes up to Basra and Baghdad.
Okay.
But the engagement with the Iraqi people, I think it's like any other war that I've read about. The civilian populace, you know, some of them were ambivalent. They didn't know how to interact with you, and others and kids would come running up to you and they want food. And then you had the equivalent of camp followers, where some of the Iraqis were trying to sell alcohol and liquor to our troops, you know, along the way.
Yeah, you know? Big business.
Yeah. And others who would invite you into their homes and share their tea with you, you know. And some people were very happy they were there, and I'm sure there were others who weren't so happy to see us, you know. The interactions that I had primarily were with British troops, because they had the eastern portion of the invasion, portion of the boundaries of Iraq, along with the Marines. And two things jump out at me. The British use of the term, pardon my French, fuck and fucking, you know, like, what a fucking mess this is, you know. But when they say it, it sounded so pleasant. How can you get away with that? It doesn't sound offensive. Nobody uses the F word or the F bomb more than the British, I don't think. I thought it was kind of humorous. But the other thing that I saw with the British, and it may have been based on their experiences in Northern Ireland, and how they interacted with the population. They did far more foot patrols. They were more in your face, finger in the chest of those they suspected were not friendly, a lot more aggressive than I thought we were in dealing with folks. Yeah. But I think it was based on their experiences in Northern Ireland and how they interacted with the population and controlled their sectors. So those are the two things that kind of jumped out at me.
There.
But yeah, the most humorous thing was use of the F-bomb. How come it doesn't sound so offensive when they say it versus an American saying it?
I also wonder why things spoken with a nice British accent sound so much better.
Yeah, I say, oh man, how do you get away with that?
You know, you've used used the phrase a lot before, a come as you are war. And you said, okay, the main point is for combat troops is to do it, to, push forward in Iraq. But I guess what I mean in practical terms, what did it mean a come as you are war in terms of Iraq?
Well, it's not only confined to Iraq. I mean, I think my
Okay.
first comment about that was probably associated with Afghanistan.
Excuse me.
And but every war is like that. Nobody expects, on day one, and then all of a sudden, 6 weeks later, where you were a student at University of Alabama, sitting in a classroom in literature, and all of a sudden you're snapping a picture on the battlefield, so that now makes the cover of Time magazine.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Like that stark contrast.
And that manifested itself in Iraq, probably with some of our engineer units, bridging units. They have the pontoons and they drop over rivers like Euphrates and Tigris, so that our heavy equipment can roll. Well, a lot of those units were reserve units. So you had to go through that whole mobilization process, and then had to get them forward deployed as quickly as possible, because those assets were needed with the initial combat forces. My recollection is, with a particular reserve engineer unit, bridging unit, that they literally got in place to link up with the units that they were supporting literally a week before the invasion.
Wow.
So that's what I mean by come as you are war. Or some of our air support. The A-10 Warthog, which is, the ugly, low-flying bomber fighter aircraft that soldiers love because they get so low in support of the troops. And they have a very distinctive sound when they let go of their munitions. It's like a burp. And then a few second delays, and then you hear the impact of the rounds against the target. Many of those guys were Air National Guardsmen out of South Carolina.
You've talked about many different groups, from reserves, from postal to engineers to, in this case, the air people providing assistance to the Air Force, the medical. I guess it's a funny question, but was there, which groups of the reserves were used the most or had the greatest numbers?
I don't know if you can characterize any specific type. We would put them probably in the category of what we call combat support and combat service support.
I see.
So where you get your logistical pieces, and all those things which are there to support the actual pointy end of the spear.
Yeah.
The support piece, the logistical piece that's necessary, that a lot of them at the theater level, the large level, to support a theater operation, were out of the reserve component. Okay. Although like I said, at the beginning of the Afghanistan war, some of the early deployers at the tactical level were special forces elements out of the Army National Guard.
Like the agriculture ones?
No, special forces. Actual special forces. Green Beret, yeah.
Do you feel prep? Do you know what I mean? That you were involved in working with the National Guard and the reserves in both Iraq and Afghanistan?
I don't think we thought in those terms necessarily. I think most of us who were early deployers realized that we were special after 9/11. That there were a whole host of people that envied us for being that early deployment package to take on Taliban, Al Qaeda, and try to get bin Laden. you probably couldn't find one individual, active component or reserve component, who wouldn't trade places with us to have that quote unquote honor.
Okay.
You know? So yeah, I think that's how we kind of looked at ourselves, recognize that, hey, come as you are, war, you're part of the early deployment package. And, your nation called and you answered the call. And you were there doing the fighting on the ground. And there are people back in the States who would like to trade places with you.
That's very, yeah.
Yeah.
Understood its significance.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. There's a special affiliation with 9/11.
Yes.
I can't say necessarily the same about Iraq. I mean, Iraq kind of evolved and morphed
Many different.
out of what we're doing in Afghanistan. So,
Oh, sorry. Go on.
no, I lost my train of thought there, though.
My colleague Paul Grassmer wrote some questions on your opinion on the war in Iraq, and I don't know if it's relevant because you're saying you're from one of the early deployments, but I'll ask them anyhow. Okay, so there have been some criticisms, such as that expressed in Cobra 2, the inside story of the invasion and occupation of Iraq by Mark R. Gordon and General Bernard E. Traynor, that discusses the over-reliance on technical advancement, or quote unquote, the dysfunction of the military structures, or the Bush administration's disdain for nation building. I mean, would you agree with these criticisms?
I don't know. It's interesting. You said Bernard Traynor?
Yes.
You said Bernard. He was my program director when I was at Harvard.
Oh.
He's the one that coined the phrase, and I remember this quite clearly. When you're at war, you go to war. When we're at peace, you go to school.
That's very true.
Yeah. To learn your trade craft.
Yeah.
And study it. I'm not familiar with what General Traynor said about waterboarding. I'll give you my 2 cents worth. On the one hand, because I did come back quite accidentally. I think it was associated with a trip when I came back to Carlisle Barracks.
Yes. Yes.
And then I had a follow-on invitation to go to Berkeley, my law school alma mater, to participate in a discussion about the Iraq War, enhanced interrogation, because it was based on the memo written by, I think it was Professor John Yoo, who at the time had been at Berkeley and then had joined the Bush administration, the DOJ, who wrote the infamous memo that enhanced interrogation is permissible. And so there's a part of me that says, I think I get that, but there's a part of me that says, no. Now, if that occurred with any US military troop, that we found out that they were being waterboarded, would we not consider that torture?
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, if my US troops, are they not being placed in danger? Because if that's what we're doing, if they're taken prisoner, that's exactly what may happen to them by the other side. And we would say that's not torture, that that's permissible.
Yes, this was questioned.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, what am I teaching? What are we teaching our young troops? That's permissible to engage in that type of behavior? That you take a prisoner, that you can torture them to get information that may or may not be useful? What about our value system?
Was that something that you um, often found you had to fight to instill?
No,
No?
no. I think the only time that that may have occurred was, and I wasn't personally involved, although I knew the players. Abu
Yeah.
Ghraib prison,
Yeah. Yeah.
and Janice Karpinski, who was the senior general officer in charge, and she wound up being dismissed or demoted as a result of that. She had been one of my former subordinate commanders
Oh,
and my operations officer when I was a brigade commander. You know, and she suffered the consequences for actions that took place in Abu Ghraib that people held her responsible for not doing something about it. You know, I think there were multiple factors involved in Abu Ghraib.
yeah.
She was a small part of it, but there was a larger piece too. And that's, you know, who actually controlled the actions within the prison interrogation element, which was walled off from everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Right. That's right. It wasn't a separate domain. Do you have any comments about the summer of 2003 with the setup of the Coalition Provisional Authority and the initial months of occupation in Iraq? Like, in your experience, what were the challenges that had to be overcome at that time?
Hmm. From a grand design, I'm not sure if I could talk about it. I
Sure.
think
Sure.
that, as I recall, one of my best mentors was Eric Shinseki.
Oh,
Remember, he
yeah.
had been
Yeah.
our senior commander in the Balkans,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
he became the Army Chief of Staff. And my recollection is he was asked early on what would be required for Iraqi freedom in terms of the force package, and he said several 100,000. And then I think with Secretary Rumsfeld was dismissive about that,
Right.
and they
Right.
never got along. And he announced his predecessor like 18 months before he was supposed to retire, you know, which never looks good. But what Shinseki was underscoring in that particular time is that you need a sizable force to secure the area.
Yeah.
Probably like we're witnessing in Afghanistan now, that you have a significant force package to provide security for your elements on the ground. And where Shinseki was coming from, hey, you need several 100,000 because you also have to secure the borders around Iraq
Yeah.
to prevent insurgents from coming in. And then, you know, ultimately force protection for the people on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, anybody thinks that war is easy
No.
is delusional.
No.
You know, there's a lot more involved. And then you also have to think about the downstream impact, second and third order effects that sometimes don't reveal themselves until later.
No.
You know?
No. But you feel it made the initial there should have been a larger force structure.
Well,
Initial.
I think what people forget is that
Yeah.
from and I want to get beyond the strategic down to the operational and tactical level.
Mm-hmm.
On the execution of Iraqi freedom, our focus was on the center of gravity, which we viewed Baghdad was the center of gravity, where Saddam Hussein was. And the objective was, you know, there's an old adage, cut the head and the ass will follow.
Yeah.
Was to drive to Baghdad. And we also recognize that Baghdad wasn't going to be an easy undertaking. And I remember what jumped out at me in the operations center at our level was this huge map of Baghdad, broken down either into 54 or 56 different districts.
Oh my goodness.
That's how we figured that we would have to take it out.
District by
Yeah,
district.
who would be responsible? What units would we be responsible for what portion of that map? That's how involved we were. And then also at the end of the day, remember the X factor. The enemy always gets a vote.
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. It may not go work according to plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how do you adjust? I think we see that in Afghanistan now, where what the hell in a handbasket
Right.
this past weekend, but now there's more rigor and structure in place as the military came in, and secured the airfield.
Yes.
But also a very candid assessment, I think, by Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense. He says, I don't have the capability of going beyond the airport to get any other Americans who are not at the airport.
Wow.
Lloyd is uniquely familiar with that region. Lloyd used to be the senior 3-star commander on the ground in Afghanistan.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
Former CENTCOM commander. So he knows, he's very familiar with that area. And
yeah.
Now you have the interagency cooperation that's required. It's not only us, State Department and our NATO allies. How's that all coordinated?
Yes.
And what's required. And to a point in the previous administration on how they gutted the State Department, diplomats and things of that sort. There's a saying, I mean, I think it was Jim Mattis, hey, I'd gladly give up a part of the defense budget for the State Department. Diplomacy is essential in our strategy. And if not, guess who's responsible for the last 600 meters of diplomacy?
Oh, yeah.
The Army or the Marines?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, this hasn't been played out yet.
No, it hasn't, but it's so true. I just was listening yesterday to an interview of somebody who was in the Korean War as the peace talks were going on, but he was really fighting on Hill 812, 755, right, at the border. And from their point of view, they weren't sure, had any real impact until it was actually announced, the treaty, the armistice was announced. Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing too, which was so disappointing as we watch Afghanistan collapse, I think a lot of us knew that, hey, first of all, we don't need to be there forever. We don't want to be there forever. But also, there are a lot of us that weren't delusional about the Afghan central government being able to do the things that you would expect of a nation state. And as you watch all this played out and kind of reflect back on our discussions of 20 years ago and our academic discussions with my peers, there's that point that Colin Powell was right on the mark. You don't go to war unless you have certain things in place. And oh, by the way, at the end, what's your exit strategy? I'm not sure if anybody could articulate the exit strategy, or we got it so terribly wrong.
Mm.
You know, what were the markers there to tell you that, hey, okay, we committed to this, but we're going to get ready to get out, but we got to make sure that certain milestones are met. That we know, in fact, that the security forces of the Afghan National Security Forces could do what needs to be done to effectively protect the country and allow the central government to govern. But the other disappointing thing is put in motion by the previous administration, Trump and Pompeo,
Yeah.
to negotiate without the central government being at the table. It was strictly between the Taliban and the United States.
Yeah.
That's a case of the dumbass,
Yeah.
in my mind.
Yeah.
You know, and here you're talking about Pompeo, who's the top of his class at West Point.
Yeah, like it's shot. No, it's
Yeah,
surprising.
but obvious to me that he's never been in combat. And certainly, POTUS 45, saying, hey, we'd be the laughing stock of the world. And Biden's not getting a pass on this. He's got enough crow to eat himself.
No. Yes.
But he's, POTUS 45 and his leadership team aren't blameless in this either.
No. No.
But I think at the end of the day, the most important thing, and people are going to reflect on this for years and years to come, was it worth it? Was it worth the blood and treasure? So roughly $2 trillion, over 2,500 Americans killed, tens of thousands of Afghans killed, to watch it turn back over to the antebellum state.
That was a question I didn't want to ask. Yeah.
And oh, by the way, for the individual soldiers, and you know how I feel about this, the individual airmen, State Department, intelligence community professional that wind up doing time there, and in some cases lost their lives, have come back significantly damaged. That was a waste of their time and effort. And today I say no. It was a noble calling, and the ability to separate the war from the warrior. That's how I look at it.
Do you think there's any, I don't know how to put it, like any redeeming value whatsoever? Is the Taliban of today less, let's say, less virulent than they were 20 years ago, or no?
Hey, I think it's premature, but I'm also old school. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm not hopeful in that regard.
No.
So, but I guess time will tell. And then we'll go back to the lessons learned, everything we talked about, comparisons to Vietnam, Dien Bien Phu, and what I tell folks, that, Afghanistan being known as the graveyard of empires.
Well, I was thinking about that when we were talking earlier about Vietnam, like, that it certainly has overthrown many, like, for lack of a better, more precise word, a colonial type of, invasion.
Well, the last colonial power really was the Brits.
Yeah.
And they realized, hey, this ain't worth it.
No.
And then the Russians tried to go in there, and they didn't fare any better, And I think the only successful invading army was probably Alexander the Great,
Right.
2,500 years ago.
Go, right.
And he co-opted by leaving 1/4 of his force in Afghanistan, wind up intermarrying with the people that are there. You know? I mean, seriously.
No, I know. That's just,
And the only thing that, potentially out of this, I mean, the Chinese are on the sidelines here.
yes.
And I think Chinese will try to exploit this, much like they did in Africa. They've been in Africa for decades, cultivating relationships with countries that have natural resources that are in their interests.
Yeah.
And I think Afghanistan is in the same vein with some of their precious stones and probably some of their rare earth metal. You don't think the Chinese are going to try to exploit that and have some type of relationship with the new government or new regime to be able to do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, I remember the first time I flew into Afghanistan, as we were flying in, we flew in at night because at that time you could only fly in at night, because of the danger thing. And then I remember that one time we took a daylight flight, I was in with a British counterpart, and we're coming in over northern Iraq, and he's looking down, he made a comment, look at Afghanistan. Looks like the surface of Mars with landmines.
Yeah, I mean, the terrain sounds really difficult.
And there are things that, as we watch, the evacuation of people out of Kabul airport, I remember one of our early discussions when we seized Bagram and then we seized Kabul and started getting air operations into Kabul, is our concern on the part of the engineers about the ability of the runways to sustain the number of aircraft that would come in. Looking at the weight of the aircraft, the concrete type used, all that stuff that people don't think about.
So were the airfields never improved over?
Well, I think we did an assessment and said, hey, listen, you'll be able to support this weight of aircraft in there, and
Yeah.
and it's kind of like how many airport landings and takeoffs can you support
Right.
ultimately?
Yes.
Without degradation to the airfield. Those type of things that people don't think about, engineers would think about.
No, and like you're saying, also going back, that you need to have the exit strategy, and that would certainly affect airfields.
Yeah, I bet you $1 nobody was betting on an exit strategy like this.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, when we took that combat piece out with the last 4-star, who, he was very diplomatic in all his interviews. He never badmouthed the commander-in-chief, although every commander and I think every staff officer at any agency, the purpose of the staff is to provide the best information you can. You consider it a judgment and opinion to your boss so that he or she has the information from which they can make an informed decision. Whether or not it's the decision you would make, that you have done your due diligence and had that day in court to lay out your recommendations based on what you know.
Yeah.
And I just, again, there's enough rocks to throw at a lot of people, a lot of presidents here.
Yeah, it wasn't just one person. Yeah.
And I bristled on the one hand. I mean, I kind of sympathetic a little bit toward Biden, but to make an argument, hey, I inherited a bad situation from Trump. Well, no, you could have reversed it. You could have made a decision. Hey, I'm going to put more combat elements in the ground first,
and then
ensure I have a secure environment, and I'm going to start the withdrawal this way. And the last troops that will come out will be the security force that I put in place.
Place, right.
Yeah, and for him to bristle, that one, the two images that stand out from what we're observing now. The one where the C-17 is taxiing, ready to take off with literally hundreds of people chasing after it and
Yeah.
people jumping on it. And someone took off and they fell off. You know? And the other image was several hundred people packed into the cargo bay of the C-17. And I've gone in and out of country many times on a C-17 where it was just, a few Humvees that we chained down, we had an artillery piece, and maybe a few soldiers, and we'd lay down on the ground underneath the vehicles. And so it was massive and cavernous. Never would I think you could get 700 people
Oh, God.
on a C-17 to get out of there.
Ah,
And what I found particularly disturbing is to hear the current commander-in-chief get angry when that question was asked whether or not he saw that image, and blurting out, "Hey, that was 5 days ago." There's a point he says, "Who gives a shit? What do you think about that image?" What do you think about that damn image? I mean, there was a better answer.
yeah,
Yes, that's
better and a better
horrible
way
picture.
altogether. Yeah.
I understand that, and we're trying to alleviate that now. Rather than this reactive, defensive, well, that was 5 days ago. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So, name your poison.
Maybe poison. Yeah.
You know?
Well, do you think though, like you're saying, you want to divide the warrior from the war? Do you think that Americans in general will be more supportive of veterans from Afghanistan than from Vietnam?
I don't know. I think we're generally speaking that people are supportive of veterans. I haven't run. I wear this hat on occasion.
Yes. Yeah.
People see this.
Yeah.
And, hey, thank you for your service. I mean, even young people. I mean, kids in high school.
They have that.
Hey, appreciate. And for me, I said, for me, it was a lifestyle. For me, it was a career.
Yes. Yes.
It's not for everybody, but for me, if I
Yeah.
would be where I am and enjoy, quote unquote, the professional success that I've enjoyed, had I not taken the journey that was afforded to me, unquestionably.
But you always have the intelligence and the skills to do
Well,
it.
you're being generous there. I mean, I characterize intelligence and I'm an accident of birth and being very fortunate. It's kind of how I look at it. I think people will always be supportive of veterans because I think we have evolved to that point way beyond Vietnam, where people are able to separate, regardless of how you feel about the policy, to separate the war from the warrior. I think we've matured that much.
Did that much, right?
The issue, I think, is will we have the resources, I think, to support our veterans as they age. Because the one thing that we've discovered is, wars, sometimes when the wars wind down, people go, well, why do we need resources to support veterans and veterans, Department of Veterans Affairs, if there are no more wars going on? Well, what we discover is actually things like health costs exponentially go up as the veteran population ages.
Yes. Yeah.
So, be that as it may, it's it can be aggravating, but only time will tell, and we all struggle. I mean, I have, tomorrow I have my monthly session with my mental health counselor from the VA
Yeah.
to talk things through. Sometimes I get extraordinarily angry, and upset.
Well, I
And
think
the problem for me is you don't know who to direct it at. So
did you think,
we all deal with our demons in our own way.
do you think there's been an evolution as well in recognizing PTSD and hopefully ways to help manage and cope with it?
I think there's a recognition now that it's very real, And there are a couple of people I'll credit. There's a guy named Ham Carter. He used to be our 4-star commander at AFRICOM.
Oh.
And he had responsibilities for northern Iraq. Oh gosh, was it 2006? I'd have to go back and look at that. Anyway, he was the senior 2-star commander in northern Iraq. We had a sizable force in Iraq, and he lost. There were between 20 and 30 soldiers or individuals who were killed with a suicide bomber walked into the dining facility there.
Oh.
And blew themselves up.
Oh.
And killed people in a dining facility. They're there for meals.
My God.
And a commander, you're responsible for your unit, everything it does and fails to do. And part of the responsibility as a commander, there are probably 3 basic functions. You house them, you feed them, and you fight them, and you protect them. That's a force protection issue. And this is what we're concerned about right now, I think, in Afghanistan, is force protection to safely evacuate people out of there. That was, from his perspective, a massive failure on his part as a senior commander to protect his troops. And what happened was that his wife pointed out to him his change in behavior. That he sometimes, because we're so close, don't realize that we're behaving in a particular way. And it was his wife that pointed out to him, you've been impacted by this. You don't see it, but I see it as your spouse, because you're yelling at your staff officers, you're yelling at me, you're yelling at our kids, and you need to come to grips with this. In which he acknowledged he was impacted. And he was very public about it. He and his wife did an interview on USA Today about it. And to say, hey, it's okay to open up about some of these stresses. And by that, as you can be a senior officer, like myself or him, to openly discuss it. So you encourage other people to seek help and counsel and guidance as well.
To give lead
we're
by
all
example.
impacted in some form or fashion. And it's to acknowledge it and then to seek help. And then encourage other people to get help and not think of them as being weak. And not being able to seek help and counsel. So, but yeah, it's kind of like, I got this image in back of me. I don't know if you see it.
It's beautiful, a Japanese.
Yeah, it's a Byobu screen, and it's of a reproduction. I commissioned an 81-year-old Japanese artist in Kyoto
Wow.
to reproduce that's Hokusai's Great Wave off Kanagawa.
It's beautiful.
The actual print is, it's like going to see the Mona Lisa at the Louvre. You think of this gigantic painting, and then you see it's only like a 13 by 11 inch. The same with Hokusai's block print. And this is his most famous one, Great Wave off Kanagawa. And in the background, what he's known for is Mount Fuji.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I could not find what I want. And so I found this Japanese artist in Kyoto, and it took him 13 months to reproduce this.
Oh my.
Building the frame. And then what you're seeing is gold leaf.
Wow.
Painting on top of the gold leaf.
Gold leaf.
And then did likewise with another one of Hokusai's famous paintings.
Oh wow.
Red
Oh
Mount
my
Fuji.
goodness.
Red Mount Fuji.
Wow.
Hokusai is known for most of his images with the reflection of Mount Fuji in the background. He's
Yeah,
he's
cool.
a 18th century Japanese artist.
It,
And nobody, I could not find it. And I found this 81-year-old guy. And it took him 13 months to do each one.
oh my goodness. Well, it
And
looks. Yeah.
And in traditional Japanese, behavior, Mr. Turner-san, it would be my great honor to do that reproduction for you.
It's wonderful.
I take some solace when I get irritated, come in here and sit in my dining room, and I collect art now. So
it's like the
yeah.
things that we find uplifting in our
Yeah.
lives. Yeah.
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 And then also knowing that 2 years ago I was in Kanagawa.
Would you like to talk briefly about when you retired from the military and, just generally what your civilian job was like and so on?
Well, when I made the decision to get out, there was discussions that I was going to come up on the promotion list to Brigadier General in the Reserves. And the whole host of administrative things that would have to occur after a board process, and certain things that I would have to do if that came to pass. One is, even though I was fully retirement eligible, that is to immediately draw my military retired pay, my pension, that I could not, if I were selected and accepted a reserve general officer position, because is the legal interpretation at that particular juncture, that in order to draw your pension that you automatically entitled to at that point immediately, is that you have to be completely out of the system.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. Typically, if you get selected for promotion, typically it's a 2-year assignment.
Yeah.
And if it's a reserve promotion, if you're going to a reserve unit, you're not full time.
Oh, that's true.
And so it's a weekend, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. And of course, it was a lot more then. Unless you were selected for a full-time position where you're mobilized, then your active duty continues. And then at the end of that tour, then you could draw all that. But there are no guarantees on that. It's the needs of the Army. And so typically, the reserve system is you get picked up for a position. That's a 2-year assignment, as a 1-star. And sometimes there's another assignment after that at a 2-star level. So that's 4 years. Do the math.
Yeah.
If you're eligible for immediate pension, let's say $90,000 a year, but you now have to wait 4 years to draw it. 4 times 90,000, that's between $360,000 and $400,000 that you don't get back.
Oh my.
You have lost that money.
Jeez.
So you go through that financial
Crunching.
assessment,
Yeah.
and then, oh, by the way, that means you now have to look for a civilian job on top of that. And oh, by the way, you have now lost your health care, military health
Oh
care.
my.
Yeah. So that's the type of analysis you had to go through. And so when that came about, and then I had been courted by certain members on the federal side, civilian side, to apply for a senior executive position, which is a civilian equivalent of flag officers, an SES, and got selected for an SES position. The U.S. Office of Personnel Management actually ran the SES program for the federal government for 2 years, and then got recruited by Ambassador Negroponte and Mike Hayden, who later became CIA director, to stand up the senior executive piece for the intelligence community, all of it, help with the Office of Director of National Intelligence. So I was one of the founding plank owners for that 2 years later. What was interesting about the SES was when they interviewed me, I was in Iraq. They were amazed, the SES panel they interviewed, they were amazed that they could talk to me and interview me while I was in the middle of a war zone. And they were back here in Washington, D.C. And oh, by the way, in the middle of the first interview, we came under a mortar attack. And I said, guys, I have to go now. Can we continue this later? And they said, yeah, go. So anyway, like a week later, they offered me a position and I accepted. So it took some of the sting out of making my decision earlier to go ahead and retire, immediately draw my retirement right away, and start at a flag officer level on the civilian side to begin my journey as a senior executive in the federal government. So I started out at OPM running the SES program for the entire federal government for 2 years, and then wind up helping stand up the intelligence community, Office of Director of National Intelligence.
Wow.
And then moved from there to stand up a new operational component within the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC.
Yep.
And at that time, Secretary Shinseki, who is now the Secretary of VA, had courted me to join the VA as a career senior executive in his department. And I kind of did a hands-off as we were doing things regarding bin Laden. But quite literally, the week after we got bin Laden, in May or June of 2011, I joined the VA under Secretary Shinseki.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I lived a very storied life.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, and you know, it is what it is. Not to say that it hasn't been without its challenges. You know. So anyway.
I believe you mentioned earlier you have a son and a daughter.
Yeah.
And like, what is their impressions of the military, and was it hard being away from them for periods of time?
Well, the short answer to your last question is yes. Okay. You know, I grew up in the military. So wherever, you know, there's an old adage, your home is where your hat is, as my dad would say. Okay. And so we moved with my dad, you know, from one base to another base, overseas, back to the States, overseas. But the one thing I remembered him doing was when I entered into high school was not to move the family in order that I could complete my 4 years in high school.
Yeah.
In high school.
Hard time to move.
Yeah. You know, that was a conscious decision. And that was kind of the approach that I took with my family. In most instances, with the exception of moving them to Williamsburg when I had a teaching assignment at the College of William and Mary, which was tremendous experience. I mean, I've been very fortunate having great assignments. no question about it. And they moved to DC, but when we got reassigned back to Fort McPherson, Georgia, my son was entering high school. At that point, made a decision that I would just move to the next assignment, leave my family in Atlanta. Plus, my wife had her own profession, being a college professor at Georgia State and her own career.
Sure.
To leave them there, and then I would be the geographical bachelor. And so true of my son and true of my daughter, so that I was fortunate when my son was in high school and I was at Fort McPherson, that I was able to do the dad thing, get involved in Boy Scouts, help coach him in basketball and the rec league and things of that sort until 9/11 occurred.
Oh, yeah.
Then I was gone, but he had already started his freshman year in college.
Right.
Well, 4 years that I was deployed operationally in combat, he was in college, but I missed out on my daughter's high school.
Yeah.
So I've never had that very candid discussion with how she may have felt. I think that's probably a better discussion between you and them to say, well, how'd you guys feel when your dad was deployed?
Boy, yeah.
What did you think about? And for those of us that deploy in combat, there are certain administrative academic things we do when you go to war. One is, well, probably three things. One, invariably, and it sounds, probably dark, but writing a death letter for your family in case something happens to you. That somebody's going to pass that on to them. Number two is, we wear dog tags. But I always wore a dog tag around my neck, and I put one in my boot. So if anything happened to me, if I got blown apart, they could identify the remains. And lastly, on my sleeve, a magic marker put our blood type. So in case anything happened, they could see what your blood type was.
Like you have to prepare for these
People don't think about stuff like that.
No, but you're right.
But that's what we do. So I think that's a question I don't have an answer for regarding my kids.
Sure.
Haven't had that. Well, what did you think, son? Now my son he was born in 1983. He's got 2 kids of his own. My daughter was born in 1987, and she's got a daughter of her own.
Yeah.
And at that time, I think in the 80s, not a part of the 80s, was when I was the ROTC instructor at the College of William and Mary, the Army ROTC program.
Right. That's right.
My former students are now retired from the Army with college kids of their own. Colonels and generals now, believe it or not. And, they still reach out to me. They still remember you when you knew them coming out of high school.
Maybe because you did your role of caring for them and protecting them.
Well, I like to think so. But it is flattering when they reach out to you and say, so I don't know if you remember me, but, you used to yell at me all the time, but I'm so appreciative of what you did for me, and that you were special to me, and that we had a special group of cadets at William and Mary that went on to become very productive American citizens. And what surprised me is that many of them made the Army a career. I never would have expected that.
It's interesting, eh? Yeah.
And it's flattering to know that they stay connected with you. You've been to a couple of reunions. They remember you. They introduce their kids to you who are now college kids themselves, or in a couple of instances have graduated from college.
And we froze. Yeah. Yeah.
To say,
It is flattering. Yeah.
yeah. But they were good students. That was a great assignment. One of my better assignments, other than being around troops in combat. They said, you guys are a special group of people.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
any other questions your colleague wanted to ask me that I didn't?
Before I think we covered the earlier ones from Iraq that he wanted to ask. But maybe I'll just say, as you know, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, the mission is toward understanding the quote unquote citizen soldier. So I'd like to ask interviewees, what is your understanding of this term?
Yeah, the citizen soldier, I think people tend to make that connection with reserve component soldiers, at the same time, they're a productive citizen and they're doing their duty on weekends and that kind of stuff. I think the citizen soldier is any military person really that has given part of their time to public service in uniform. Could be for 2 years, could be in the reserve component, could be active component, but did their time of public service and committed themselves to serving the greater good. So that's what comes to mind. I don't necessarily, attach that term to a military component piece, reserve component, who happens to on weekends wear a uniform and during the week, works at Pritzker Museum as a civilian.
Like you're saying, more somebody who's serving the greater good of
at some point,
some
point of their professional life, they took time to serve the citizenry.
That's nice. That's nice.
And I mean, that's kind of how I view it. I don't know who coined the term citizen soldier first, although I think I probably heard it more connected with the reserve component piece, the citizen soldier.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that's true. It's not like the reserve component have a monopoly on that term.
Right. Just happen to be connected. Is there something else that you would like to discuss that we haven't talked about?
During the course of one's life and professional career, doesn't necessarily mean that it's all, roses and red wine.
No.
There are ups and downs, and the question is, how do you, deal with those challenges? I'm dealing with my own professional challenges now, but I deal with it in a fashion that makes sense in my perspective. A year from now may have a follow-up story to this.
That's right. That's right. Where is it?
But I appreciate everything that Pritzker Museum and Library is doing. And I found other callings now in my life which have great meaning. Being on the board of directors at the National Veterans Art Museum, being on the board of directors of the Veterans Breakfast Club, being on the board of Kids Rank, which is military-connected families, and especially kids, providing support, stability for them. All worthwhile and meaningful, and allow me to serve,
In this way.
in a different
now.
capacity now.
No. Well, we thank you too for really generously sharing your stories, your career, your thoughts, and on behalf of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, we will send you a challenge coin in the mail as a token of our appreciation.
Oh, my goodness. That's a challenge coin. Those are always wonderful. I do collect those.
Do you? Okay, good. Because I once sent one to somebody and he felt the need to send one back to me. Like, oh, okay, cool. Now I have a challenge coin.
I think what would be interesting is certainly, on my professional side, my personal side is, see where we are a year from now. But I think it would be worthwhile to see how this Afghanistan episode ends.
Yes.
In the next several weeks, months, a year from now, to have that reflection. I think this 9/11 20-year anniversary is going to be different given what we've witnessed over the past couple of weeks.
Yes, very different.
And I'm not sure if it's going to have the same type of solemnness that one would think because of what's going on now. So, you may want to have a group discussion with other veterans, several months after all this has come to pass.
It's an interesting idea. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah.
Love you guys.
Love you too. Love you too.
I'm gonna make a point of physically getting down to the Pritzker Museum. I've been there once, but to come down and see you guys and meet you firsthand. And
please, that would be a real treat. And
and we're reopening the National Veterans Art Museum too.
Oh, that's okay. So
that's wow. Coming up, I think, next week. We had a board meeting a couple of weeks ago, and so there are a lot of things that are occurring, and I think I'd like to see us more engaged with what you guys are doing.
Oh, absolutely. And if I can give a little plug for us right now, there's the exhibit on Bill Malden on the subject of art and military and his decades-long career far beyond, Willie and Joe. And so that'll be going on for quite some time as well.
Well, listen, thanks for what you guys do. And I'm sure we'll be in touch again.
I'm sure. And it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.